Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗧𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. In a world transformed by the miraculous and the impossible, it all began with a single spark, a baby born in Qingqing City, China, whose body radiated a soft, ethereal light. This unprecedented phenomenon marked the dawn of a new era. Over the years, people across the globe began to manifest extraordinary abilities, known as meta abilities, or more commonly, quirks. These powers reshaped society, bringing both wonders and chaos. Some wielded their quirks for good, while others sought destruction, and the world scrambled to adapt. To combat the rising tide of villainy, governments established a new profession, heroes. Trained, licensed, and celebrated, pro-heroes became the bulwark against those who used their quirks to instill fear and discord. They were symbols of hope, clad in vibrant costumes, their names emblazoned across headlines and hearts. Yet, beneath the glittering facade of heroism, cracks began to show. Not every cry for help was answered, and not every soul was deemed worth saving. 𝗵𝗄 learned this truth the hard way. A frightened woman, her pleas for aid went unheard as she faced an unspeakable horror. Beside her, her 4-year-old son, Izuku, stood frozen, tears streaming down his face, his small body trembling with fear and powerlessness. Born without a quirk in a world where such a thing was synonymous with weakness, Izuku could do nothing but close his eyes and shut out the terror. The rain fell in cold, unrelenting sheets that day, as 𝗵𝗄's life was taken from her. And as Izuku knelt beside his mother's still form, the bitter truth seared itself into his young heart. In this world, not all were equal. The heroes had failed them. Society had failed them. And Izuku, alone and quirkless, felt the weight of that failure crush his spirit. Izuku jolted awake, his breath ragged, sweat clinging to his skin like a second layer. The nightmare clung to him, vivid and cruel, replaying that rain-soaked day when everything he loved was taken away. His chest heaved as he tried to steady his breathing, his hands shaking as they gripped the edge of his tattered blanket. The clock on his nightstand glowed faintly, 4:37 a.m. Early, but not too early to start the day. Sleep wasn't returning anyway, not with her face haunting him. He dragged himself out of bed, his bare feet cold against the worn wooden floor of his small apartment. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the faint hum of the city outside. He shuffled to the bathroom, avoiding the mirror at first. He didn't need to see what he already knew was there. But eventually he forced himself to look. The reflection staring back was a ghost of who he used to be. His skin was pallid, stretched taut over sharp cheekbones, his green eyes dull and sunken, framed by dark circles that seemed to deepen with every sleepless night. His unruly green hair, so much like his mother's, hung in tangled curls, a painful reminder of her warmth and smile. He reached up, tugging at a strand, and felt the tears prick at his eyes again. The scars on his arms, jagged reminders of years of bullying, stood out starkly against his pale skin. He turned away, his stomach churning. Before he could stop it, he lurched toward the toilet and retched, the bitter taste of last night's meager dinner burning his throat. He sank to the floor, his body shaking as sobs tore through him. He wanted it to stop. The pain, the memories, the endless torment of existing in a world that despised him for something he couldn't control. He was quirkless. Useless. A nobody in a world of somebodies. He whispered to no one, his voice hoarse, wishing for an end. But wishing never changed anything. It never had. He forced himself to stand, flushing the toilet and stepping into the shower. The hot water did little to wash away the ache in his chest, but it grounded him enough to face the day. He had to keep going. For her. For the dream he'd clung to since he was a child, even if it felt more like a delusion now. 𝗷𝗪 Junior High was a crucible of ambition and cruelty, a microcosm of the world's obsession with quirks. In classroom 2A, 𝗬𝗓 sat hunched over his notebook, his pencil scratching furiously as he jotted down notes about the latest hero debut. Imi Lady, a towering new pro whose quirk allowed her to grow to colossal heights. Her flashy entrance into the hero scene had dominated the morning news, and despite everything, Izuku couldn't help but analyze her techniques. It was a habit, a compulsion really, born from years of studying heroes, dreaming of a future he knew was out of reach. He tried to keep his head down, to be invisible. But in a classroom buzzing with quirk-fueled egos, Izuku was a lightning rod for disdain. His academic success, his quiet determination, even his very existence seemed to provoke his peers. Better grades meant beatings. False accusations meant punishment. The teachers turned a blind eye, the principal dismissed complaints, and his classmates reveled in his suffering. To them, Izuku Midoriya was less than nothing, a quirkless nobody who dared to dream too big. The teacher, a balding man with a perpetually bored expression, stood at the front of the class, holding a stack of career aspiration forms. He called for everyone to settle down, his voice cutting through the chatter. They were in their final year of middle school, which meant it was time to decide their futures. He tossed the papers into the air with a theatrical flourish, a lazy grin spreading across his face. But let's be real, who was he kidding? They all wanted to be heroes, didn't they? The classroom erupted in cheers, students leaping from their seats to show off their quirks. Sparks flew from one boy's fingertips, a girl levitated her pencil, and another student's skin shimmered with a metallic sheen. The room buzzed with energy, a chaotic symphony of power and pride. Only two students remained silent. Izuku, his head bowed over his notebook, and Katsuki Bakugo, the ash-blonde prodigy lounging with his feet propped on his desk, a smirk curling his lips. Bakugo barked, his voice dripping with arrogance, not wanting to be lumped in with the others. They would be lucky to end up as sidekicks to some D-list hero. He was destined for the top. The class bristled at his words, murmurs of indignation rippling through the room. Bakugo's crimson eyes glinted with challenge, daring anyone to contradict him. His quirk, explosion, was as volatile as his personality, and he wielded both with ruthless confidence. The teacher glanced at Bakugo's form, raising an eyebrow. He noted that Bakugo was applying to 𝐸, the most prestigious hero academy in Japan, a dream few dared to chase. Its acceptance rate was infamously low, its entrance exam a brutal gauntlet that weeded out all but the best. The students whispered among themselves, some in awe, others in disbelief. Bakugo leaped onto his desk, his palms crackling with miniature explosions. He declared that of course he was going to 𝐸, having aced the mock tests and determined to crush the practical exam. Izuku Midoriya stood resolute, believing he was the only one with the strength to become number one. His ambition was to surpass All Might himself, and it all began at 𝐸. The class fell silent, taken aback by his conviction. Then, the teacher's voice broke the tension, flat and indifferent, addressing him directly. The room froze as every eye turned to Izuku, who lifted his head, pale and wide-eyed with shock. Laughter erupted, sharp and mocking, as his classmates jeered at him. Voice called out, questioning how someone like him could even think of attending 𝐸. Another chimed in, ridiculing him for being quirkless. The taunts washed over Izuku, and he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. His heart raced, and his vision blurred as he struggled to find his voice to defend himself. Suddenly, an explosion rocked his desk, sending him crashing against the wall. Pain flared in his chest as he hit the ground, his notebook sliding across the floor. Bakugo loomed over him, his palms still smoking, rage etched on his face. Bakugo sneered, questioning how a quirkless loser like Izuku could ever be on the same level as him. Izuku struggled to his feet, his voice trembling yet determined. He expressed that he wasn't trying to compete with Bakugo. Attending 𝐸 had always been his dream, and there was no harm in trying. Bakugo's expression darkened as he dismissed Izuku, calling him a waste of space and insisting he would always be nothing. The teacher intervened, instructing Bakugo to take his seat and stop causing trouble. Bakugo shot Izuku one last glare before returning to his desk, leaving the class snickering. Izuku sank into his chair, hands shaking as he tried to steady his breathing, the weight of their disdain pressing down on him. After school, the final bell rang, and Izuku gathered his belongings, moving mechanically. The jeers of his classmates echoed in his mind, each word a fresh wound. He clutched his notebook, Hero Analysis for the Future, number 13, to his chest, hoping it would provide some comfort. As he walked down the hallway, a hand snatched the notebook from him. His heart raced as he looked up to see Bakugo, flanked by two of his friends, their grins predatory. Bakugo informed Izuku that their confrontation wasn't over. One of the lackeys leaned in, curious about the notebook. Bakugo opened it, mocking the title, and questioned if Izuku ever learned. The second lackey laughed, ridiculing Izuku's aspirations of becoming a hero. Izuku whispered, pleading for his notebook back. In response, Bakugo ignited a small explosion, charring the pages before tossing it out the window. Izuku's heart sank as he watched it fall, the pages fluttering like broken wings. He whispered in disbelief, questioning why Bakugo always acted this way. Bakugo stepped closer, his presence overwhelming. He declared himself a perfectionist, insisting that only he deserved to attend you, and that the rest were just extras. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, the pressure burning through his uniform. Bakugo then offered a cruel suggestion, implying that if Izuku wanted a quirk, he should jump off the roof and hope for a better life in the next one. The lackeys laughed as they followed Bakugo out, leaving Izuku frozen, trembling, and on the verge of tears. Once they were gone, he collapsed to his knees, pounding the floor with his fist, pulling at his hair in desperation. He cried out, questioning why Bakugo hated him so much, his sobs turning into a broken laugh. He pressed his hands to his face, a hollow grin stretching across his lips as he muttered that he didn't belong in this world. As Izuku's laughter echoed in the empty hallway, something stirred in the depths of a murky river far away. A dark mass, long dormant, began to shift, cracks appearing on its surface, hinting at something powerful awakening. The water rippled, unnoticed by the world above, but the air grew heavy with the promise of change. For Izuku Midoriya, the world was filled with pain and rejection, yet unseen forces were beginning to move, and his story was far from over. Outside Aldra Junior High, Izuku knelt beside a murky koi pond, trembling as he fished out his charred and sodden notebook. The pages clung together, a reflection of his own struggles. He muttered to himself, contemplating the harsh words of Bakugo and his classmates. He scratched at his scalp, trying to claw away the dark thoughts that plagued him. Memories of his younger self flooded back, bright-eyed, dreaming of becoming a hero, supported by his mother, who had always believed in him, quirkless or not. But that was before the tragedy that had changed everything. Shaking his head, Izuku fought back tears, wiped his eyes, and stood. Clutching the notebook tightly, he began his walk home, the words of his classmates echoing in his mind, each syllable a reminder of his perceived worthlessness. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, and tried to focus on the dream that still flickered within him. He was determined to prove his worth, to become the kind of hero who brought smiles to people's faces when they were saved. A weak laugh escaped him, echoing All Might's iconic chuckle, a sound that had once filled him with hope. He didn't notice the faint ripples in the sewer grate beneath his feet or the ominous gurgle that followed him as he entered a dimly lit tunnel on his way home. A low, guttural voice broke the silence. It spoke with a sinister tone, commenting on his appearance. Izuku froze, his heart racing as he turned. A towering mass of slime, green and viscous, emerged from the shadows, its form shifting with malevolent intent. Eyes like bloated pustules glimmered within the sludge, locking onto him. Panic surged through him as he stammered, realizing he was facing a villain. He turned to run, his legs pumping desperately, but the slime villain was faster. It lunged, enveloping him in a suffocating wave of muck. The cold, clammy sludge pressed against his skin, forcing its way into his mouth and nose. Izuku thrashed, his hands clawing at the slime, but it felt like fighting quicksand. The villain's voice bubbled with glee as it taunted him, claiming he would be its hero for the day. Izuku's vision blurred, his lungs burning as he gasped for air. His notebook lay abandoned on the ground, its pages open to a sketch of a hero suit he had designed years ago, a childish dream now mocking him. He thought he might not survive, pleading silently for help. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the tunnel, vibrant and unshakable, declaring that help had arrived. The slime villain recoiled, its form quivering as a massive figure emerged from the shadows. Before it could react, a gust of wind roared through the tunnel, followed by a powerful declaration, Texas Smash. A single, earth-shattering punch sent the slime villain exploding into fragments, its body scattering like rain. Izuku collapsed, gasping as the sludge released him. Through the haze, he caught a glimpse of a towering figure, muscles rippling beneath a gleaming costume, golden hair catching the dim light. All Might stood before him, a beacon of hope. Izuku could hardly believe his eyes as he struggled to comprehend the reality of the situation. All Might's iconic grin illuminated the dim tunnel, his blue costume gleaming, and his presence filled the space with warmth. Izuku scrambled backward in shock, overwhelmed by the sight of the number one hero. He fumbled for his notebook, excitement coursing through him. He was thrilled to find All Might's bold signature already on the first page, untouched by the water. He expressed his gratitude, bowing repeatedly, declaring the notebook a family heirloom. All Might chuckled, holding up a plastic soda bottle containing the captured slime villain. He assured Izuku that the villain was secured and that he would deliver it to the police. As All Might prepared to leap away, Izuku called out, desperate for answers. All Might hesitated, but before he could respond, he launched into the air, a gust of wind trailing behind him. Unbeknownst to All Might, Izuku had grabbed onto his leg, clinging desperately as they soared over Mizudafu, the city blurring beneath them. All Might shouted in alarm, urging Izuku to let go, but Izuku insisted that he would fall if he did. Realizing the danger, All Might adjusted his grip and they landed on a rooftop. Izuku collapsed, gasping for breath, feeling as though his life had flashed before his eyes. As All Might dusted himself off, he prepared to leave again. Izuku scrambled to his feet, heart pounding, and asked if it was possible to become a hero even without a quirk. The question hung in the air, raw and desperate. All Might froze, his expression shifting as he processed the revelation. Before Izuku could elaborate, All Might clutched his side, a grimace crossing his face. Steam hissed from his body, enveloping him in a cloud. As the smoke cleared, Izuku was shocked to see a frail, skeletal man with sunken cheeks, struggling to maintain the facade of the hero he admired. BLD dribbled from his mouth, and his blue eyes, though still sharp, carried a weariness that surprised Izuku. Confusion and panic washed over him as he questioned the reality of All Might's appearance. The man assured Izuku that he was indeed the real All Might. As Izuku's mind raced with questions, All Might raised a hand to silence him. He sat heavily on the edge of the rooftop, revealing a grotesque scar on his left side, a reminder of a past battle that had left him weakened. He explained that a villain had caused his injuries 5 years ago, leaving him unable to maintain his hero form for long PRDS. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, and he recalled the name of a notorious villain, wondering if that was the one responsible. All Might confirmed that it was a different villain, one the public had never known about, fearing the impact it would have on their perception of the symbol of peace. That's why he smiled, despite the fear he carried. Izuku listened, his heart sinking with every word. The hero he'd idolized, the man who'd inspired his dreams, was human, broken, just like him. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he pressed on, questioning why he couldn't be a hero even without a quirk. All Might's gaze softened, but his words were sharp. He explained that without a quirk, Izuku would be a liability. He could train his body, but in a fight against villains with powers, he would only endanger himself. If he wanted to help people, he should consider becoming a police officer, a firefighter, or a doctor. But becoming a hero, that was an unrealistic dream. The words struck Izuku like a physical blow, shattering the fragile hope he had clung to. Inside his mind, something broke, dreams crumbled. He staggered, his legs giving out as he sank to the rooftop. He whispered in disbelief, questioning if this was a joke. All Might sighed, his shoulders slumping, and reiterated that this was just how it was. With that, he turned and left, leaving Izuku alone on the rooftop. The city stretched out below, its lights indifferent to his pain. Izuku's laughter began as a broken chuckle, then grew into something wild and unhinged. He clutched his head, tears streaming down his face as he laughed and sobbed, the sounds merging into a raw, desperate cry. He screamed into the night, questioning if this was karma for witnessing his mother's death, if this was his punishment for being weak. He collapsed, pounding the concrete until his fists ached. Exhausted, he lay back, staring at the starless sky. His eyes fluttered closed, the weight of despair pulling him under. He didn't notice the faint tremor in the air or the distant ripple in the river below, where a black boulder cracked further, its contents seeping into the water, pulsing with an eerie energy. Unbeknownst to Izuku or All Might, the plastic bottle containing the slime villain had slipped from All Might's pocket during their flight. It lay cracked and forgotten in an alley below, the sludge oozing free, its malevolent eyes glinting with renewed purpose. In the depths of the river, the black boulder shuddered, its cracks widening. The black substance within stirred, alive with a hunger that had lain dormant for centuries. The world continued to turn, but for Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless boy with a broken dream, the first threads of a darker destiny began to weave themselves together. The night sky hung heavy over Mizudafu, its stars obscured by clouds that mirrored the turmoil in Izuku's heart. He awoke with a groan, his body aching from the cold concrete of the rooftop where he had collapsed hours earlier. His eyes, red-rimmed and lifeless, blinked against the darkness as he fumbled for his phone. The screen glowed harshly, revealing the time, 11:42 p.m., and a message that sent his heart plummeting further. He had been fired and was told not to bother showing up the next day. Izuku's grip tightened on the phone, his knuckles whitening as a surge of anger coursed through him. He wanted to hurl the device off the roof, to watch it shatter into 1,000 pieces, but something stopped him. Another notification caught his eye, a news alert. His trembling thumb tapped the screen, and a video began to play. The footage showed the same sludge villain that had nearly suffocated him earlier that day, its viscous form enveloping a familiar figure in a fiery alley. Explosions crackled through the air, and Izuku's stomach twisted as he recognized the hostage. Katsuki Baku. The ash-blonde boy fought fiercely, his quirk lighting up the night, but it was All Might who stole the spotlight. With a single, earth-shaking punch, the symbol of peace dispersed the villain, saving Bakugo. The crowd cheered, reporters swarmed, and heroes on the scene showered Bakugo with praise, their voices dripping with admiration for his powerful quirk. Offers of sidekick positions poured in, each one a knife to Izuku's chest. They were praising him, Izuku thought, his voice trembling with rage. After everything, they wanted him. The phone slipped from his hand, clattering to the rooftop. His body shook, his breath coming in ragged gasps as years of pain, torment, betrayal, rejection, surged to the surface. He was nothing to them. Less than nothing. A quirkless nobody, scorned by his peers, ignored by his teachers, abandoned by the heroes he had idolized. Even All Might, the man he had revered above all others, had crushed his dreams with a single sentence. It's not possible. Izuku's scream tore through the night, raw and primal, a release of all the anguish he had bottled up. His hands clawed at his face, nails digging into his skin as tears streamed down his cheeks. He questioned why he was nothing but dirt to them. His eyes, once bright with hope, were now hollow, lifeless. He was done. Done fighting, done hoping, done caring. The world had made its judgment clear, and he had no place in it. With a final, shuddering breath, he made a decision. He would go where no one could find him, where the weight of his existence could finally dissolve. Dagobah Municipal Beach Park was a graveyard of forgotten things. Once a place of joy, where Izuku and his mother had laughed under the sun, building sandcastles and dreaming of a brighter future, it was now a wasteland of rusting appliances, discarded tires, and rotting debris. The ocean lapped at the shore, its waves carrying the stench of decay. To Izuku, it was a fitting reflection of himself, trash, unwanted, cast aside. He stood at the edge of the beach. His sneakers sinking into the sand, his ruined notebook clutched tightly to his chest. The memories of happier days stung like salt in a wound. This place used to mean something, he thought, but now it was just like him, useless. Tears welled in his eyes, and he let them fall, his shoulders shaking. He questioned why it was so unfair, why he was the one who was nothing. All he ever wanted was to help, to be something in this world. His anger boiled over, and he turned to a rusted refrigerator half buried in the sand. With a cry of rage, he swung his fist, the impact sending a jolt of pain through his hand. He hit it again and again, each strike a release of the pain that had festered inside him for years. The metal dented under his blows, his BLD smearing across its surface, pooling in the sand below. He collapsed to his knees, sobbing, his hands trembling as he stared at the crimson stains. He whispered to himself that he was nothing. He gazed out at the ocean, its dark waters shimmering under the moonlight. Without a word, he stood and walked toward it, the cold waves lapping at his ankles, then his knees, then his waist. He didn't stop. The water enveloped him, pulling him under, and he surrendered to it. His lungs burned as he sank deeper, the world above fading into silence. If he couldn't live as a hero, he thought, then maybe he could see her. "I'm coming." He closed his eyes, surrendering to the water's embrace, the pain in his chest a distant echo. But something stirred in the depths below, a presence, ancient and hungry, drawn to his despair. A dark mass, blacker than the ocean's depths, rose toward him, its form shifting and writhing. His eyes snapped open as it enveloped him, a cold, inky substance that clung to his skin like a second shadow. Panic surged through him, and he thrashed, trying to break free, but his strength was fading. "Let it consume me," he thought, his resolve crumbling. "Maybe this is for the best." But his body moved against his will, propelled upward by an unseen force. He broke the surface, gasping, and collapsed onto the sand, coughing up seawater. The black substance clung to him, pulsing faintly, alive with a will of its own. His heart pounded as he scrambled to his knees, staring at the inky mass that coated his arms and chest. He whispered, trembling with fear and exhaustion, asking what it was. The substance shifted, coalescing into a form that made his BLD run cold. A face emerged from the blackness, its features sharp and predatory, jagged teeth gleaming in a wide, unsettling grin, and white, pupilless eyes that seemed to pierce his soul. The creature's voice was deep, resonant, and laced with an eerie warmth, introducing itself as Venom and claiming him as its own. He froze, his mind a storm of conflicting voices. One screamed at him to tear the creature off, to run, to fight. Another, darker voice urged him to surrender, to let the ocean take him so he could join his mother. But a third voice, faint but clear, cut through the chaos, trusted. "Take control." He stared at Venom, his breath hitching. The creature's eyes held no malice, only a strange, almost protective intensity. For the first time in years, he felt something stir within him, not hope, not yet, but a spark of defiance. He swallowed, introducing himself as Izuku Midoriya. Venom's grin stretched impossibly wider, its voice echoing in his mind. It reassured him that he was not trash, that he was not nothing. The beach was silent save for the crash of waves and the faint hum of the city in the distance. Izuku sat on the sand, his clothes soaked and his body trembling, but his eyes were fixed on the black entity that now clung to him like a second skin. He asked again who or what Venom was and why it had saved him. Venom's face reformed, hovering just above his shoulder, its tone a mix of pride and amusement as it explained that they were a symbiote, bonding with hosts and becoming one with them. They sensed his pain, anger, and hunger, and believed he deserved to live, to fight, and to make the world feel what he had felt. Izuku's breath caught, his mind reeling at the revelation. He wondered if it was like a quirk. Venom let out a low laugh that vibrated through him, explaining that it was something older and stronger, not from his world but waiting and watching. His despair had called to them, and they had answered. His hands clenched into fists, the sting of his bloodied knuckles against the sand grounding him. He questioned why it had chosen him, feeling like nothing, quirkless, and dismissed by everyone, including All Might. Venom's form rippled, inching closer, declaring that he was not nothing. It acknowledged his brokenness but insisted that broken things could be forged anew. It recognized his pain, strength, and will, urging him to prove them wrong and show them what he was capable of. Tears welled in his eyes as he admitted he wanted to be a hero, to save people and make them smile like All Might did, but everyone said it was impossible. Venom's grin softened, though its teeth still gleamed menacingly. It explained that heroes and villains were small words for a cruel world. He didn't need their rules or approval. With Venom, he could be more than a hero. He could be a force, a reckoning. It promised to give him power and strength to make them see him. His heart pounded, a whirlwind of fear, doubt, and a strange excitement. He whispered about the possibility of having a quirk. Venom corrected him, disdainful of the term, asserting that they were beyond quirks. Together, they could be unstoppable, but he had to choose. Would he let the world crush him, or would he rise and crush it back? Izuku stared at the symbiote, his mind racing. The voices in his head clashed, but Venom's words resonated with the part of him that refused to break completely. He thought of his mother, her gentle smile, her belief in him. He thought of Bakugu's sneers, his classmates' laughter, All Might's dismissal. He thought of the world that had turned its back on him. Finally, he spoke, his voice low but steady, expressing his exhaustion from being stepped on and being nothing. If Venom could give him the strength to change that, he would take it. Venom's eyes gleamed with triumph, and its form rippled with excitement. It declared that they were one now and together, they would make them tremble. The symbiote surged, enveloping him in a wave of black tendrils. He gasped as it seeped into his skin, a strange warmth spreading through him. His muscles tensed, his senses sharpened, and for the first time in years, he felt alive. The pain in his knuckles faded, his wounds healing as Venom's power coursed through him. He stood, feeling lighter and stronger, as if the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders. He asked what they would do now, his voice tinged with newfound resolve. Venom's face reappeared, its grin wide and predatory, announcing that first, they would eat, and then they would train. If he wanted to be a hero, they would do it their way. No rules, no limits. Just power. Izuku nodded, his lips twitching into a faint, determined smile. He felt ready to embrace the challenge ahead. The moon hung low over Dagobah Beach, casting its silver light on the boy and the symbiote. Izuku Midoriya, once a quirkless outcast, stood at the precipice of a new path. The world had tried to break him, to drown him in despair, but now he was no longer alone. Venom was with him, a partner, a weapon, a chance to rewrite his story. As they turned to leave the beach, the sand crunched beneath Izuku's feet, his steps steadier than they'd been in years. The city loomed in the distance, its lights a reminder of the society that had rejected him. But now, with Venom's power coursing through his veins, he felt something he hadn't felt in a long time: purpose. This was the beginning. Not of a hero, not yet. Perhaps not even of a villain. But of something else entirely. A force that would shake the foundations of a world that had dared to call him nothing. Far below, in the depths of the ocean, the black boulder lay still, its cracks now sealed. Whatever had emerged from it had found its host, and the river ran quiet once more. But in the shadows of Mizudafu, whispers of change were stirring, and the boy named Izuku Midoriya was no longer just a boy. He was something new, something dangerous, something that would leave its mark on the world, for better or for worse. The week that followed Izuku Midoriya's encounter with Venom was a blur of restless nights and cautious hope. The symbiote, a dark, alien presence that had saved him from the ocean's depths, had become both his savior and his shadow. It clung to him, a living second skin, whispering promises of power and purpose. For the first time in years, Izuku felt a spark of something other than despair, a flicker of belief, however faint, that he could be more than the world had deemed him. It was corny, he admitted to himself, but he was grateful. Inside his mind, Venom's voice rumbled, cutting through his thoughts. It teased him about his self-reflection, suggesting he sounded like one of its previous hosts. Izuku flinched, his cheeks flushing as he sat on the edge of his bed, the morning light filtering through his small apartment's cracked window. He apologized, rubbing the back of his neck, explaining that he had a lot on his mind. Venom responded with a mix of exasperation and amusement, urging Izuku to focus on what he was going to do next. The world wouldn't change itself. Izuku's brow furrowed, his fingers tightening around the edge of his mattress as he contemplated the path Venom suggested. He didn't want to be a hero anymore, not after everything he had endured. Venom's presence shifted within him, and a tendril of black goo emerged from his shoulder, forming a grinning face with jagged teeth and pupilless white eyes. It enticed him with the idea of freedom, suggesting they could make those who sought fame feel the pain they had caused. With Venom, he could carve his own path. Izuku stared at Venom, his heart pounding. The symbiote's words stirred something deep within him, a mix of anger, longing, and a dangerous temptation. He opened his mouth to respond, but Venom's face retreated, its voice echoing in his mind, reminding him to think carefully. For now, it would rest, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts. He glanced at his phone, the time glowing on the screen, 6:45 a.m. He felt he had no choice but to rise. In the bathroom, he caught his reflection in the cracked mirror. The change was subtle but undeniable. The bruises that had marred his body for years, marks of Bakugo's cruelty and his classmates' disdain, were gone, healed by Venom's influence. The dark bags under his eyes had faded, and his skin, once ghostly pale, now held a faint warmth. But his green eyes remained haunted, a window to the pain that lingered in his soul. No matter how much Venom changed his body, it couldn't erase the scars within. He whispered to himself that he would never be good enough, shaking his head to push the thought away as he got ready for school. He pulled on his worn school uniform, grabbed his bag and headed out, steeling himself for another day at Aldra Junior High. The walk to school was a familiar gauntlet of sidelong glances and whispered taunts. Izuku kept his head down, his steps quick, but he felt the weight of his classmates' stares as he entered the classroom. They looked at him with a mix of pity and contempt, their eyes lingering just long enough to remind him of his place. He didn't care, or at least, he told himself he didn't. He took his seat near the back, his notebook open but untouched, his mind elsewhere. The lessons dragged on, each one a test of Izuku's patience. He gripped his pencil tightly, holding in the anger that simmered beneath the surface. Bakugo's presence, 2 rows ahead, was a constant reminder of the pain he'd endured. The ash-blonde boy sat with his usual arrogance, his feet propped on his desk, his crimson eyes glinting with disdain whenever they flicked toward Izuku. The other students followed his lead, their snickers and muttered insults a background hum that Izuku had long since learned to tune out. Lunchtime offered no reprieve. Izuku sat alone in a corner of the cafeteria, picking at his meager bento. The solitude was both a comfort and a curse, a moment to breathe but also a reminder of his isolation. He was halfway through a bite of rice when a sudden buzz prickled at the back of his head, sharp and insistent. His body moved before he could think, his reflexes kicking in with unnatural speed. He spun around just in time to catch a tray of food and the person who dropped it. A voice expressed surprise and amusement at his reflexes, thanking him for catching the lunch. Izuku's eyes widened as he looked up, his heart stuttering. The girl he'd caught was 𝗂𝗄𝗅, a classmate he'd always avoided. Known by many names for her dark clothes and sharp tongue, she was also recognized for her quirk, which let her channel sound waves into powerful attacks. Her violet eyes met his, and Izuku felt his cheeks burn. He stammered an apology, steadying her before quickly letting go. He handed her the tray, his hands trembling slightly, relieved she hadn't fallen. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, her lips quirking into a faint smirk, assuring him that no harm was done and thanking him for the save. She turned and walked away, her earphone jacks swaying slightly as she rejoined her small group of friends. Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, his heart still racing. He muttered to himself, urging calmness and deep breaths. Venom's voice slithered into his mind, dripping with mischief, asking if he enjoyed the recent changes. Izuku's eyes widened, his fork freezing halfway to his mouth, as he questioned what Venom had done. Venom replied with a smug tone, explaining it had enhanced his reflexes and senses, but he needed to train his body after school, as it wasn't ready for their potential. Izuku groaned, rubbing his temples, still grappling with the idea of becoming like Spider-Man, Venom insisted on the importance of having fun and causing a little mayhem to shake things up. Izuku sighed, his gaze drifting across the cafeteria to where Jirou sat laughing with her friends. He wondered what it would be like to talk to her, to be seen as something other than the quirkless loser. Venom teased him about his feelings for her, and Izuku's face flushed as he denied any affection, feeling like a sad soul. Venom reassured him that they would change everything. The final bell rang, and Izuku slipped out of Aldra Junior High, his bag slung over his shoulder. The city buzzed around him, filled with the sounds of car horns, chatter, and distant hero battles. Guided by Venom's insistence, he found himself scaling a fire escape to the roof of a tall, abandoned building on the edge of Mizurufu. The wind whipped at his dark green hoodie, and the city stretched out below, a sprawling canvas of light and shadow. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Izuku expressed skepticism about their purpose there. Venom emerged, its form coiling from his shoulder to form a grinning face, excitedly explaining that they were going to have a crash course in how to be his own Spider-Man. It had given him a glimpse of the basics, reflexes, strength, and senses, and now he needed to learn how to use them practically. Izuku frowned, crossing his arms, questioning the point of it all. Venom's grin faltered, and it urged him to take control of his life, reminding him that this world had beaten him down long enough. Izuku hesitated but eventually lifted his hands, shocked to see a faint, web-like pattern covering his palms. He stammered, questioning why Venom was helping him. Venom's voice softened but carried conviction, expressing a longing for him to live and make a difference in society. It was time for him to step up and embrace his new identity. With a newfound determination, Izuku asked what he should do next. Venom's grin returned, wider and more predatory, instructing him that the first lesson was to climb and swing like a spider. Izuku glanced at the building's edge, heart pounding, but with Venom's presence urging him forward, he pressed his hands to the wall. To his astonishment, they stuck, and he began to climb. His movements were clumsy at first, but with each step, he grew more confident, his muscles responding with newfound fluidity. He climbed higher, the wind roaring in his ears, until he reached the top of the building, standing at the edge and looking down at the city. His heart raced, not with fear but with exhilaration. For the first time in years, he felt alive, powerful, and seen. A genuine smile spread across his face. Venom's voice echoed triumphantly, declaring that this was just the beginning. Izuku was no longer a punching bag, he was something more. With eyes glinting with resolve, he expressed his eagerness to continue. The city of Mizurufu glittered below, alive with the hum of life. Izuku soared above it all, moving with a grace he had never known before. Months of training under Venom's guidance had honed his strength, agility, and flexibility. He leaped from rooftop to rooftop, hands and feet sticking to walls with ease, exhilaration coursing through him. Catching his breath, Izuku listened as Venom announced it was time for the next lesson. Web swinging, the true mark of a Spider-Man. Doubt crept in as Izuku expressed his lack of knowledge about making webs or building web shooters. Venom laughed, assuring him that it was time to become Spider-Man their way. Before Izuku could protest, the symbiote surged, enveloping him and transforming his worn clothes into a sleek, black suit that hugged his muscles, complete with a large, white spider emblem across his chest and back. White patches adorned the backs of Izuku's hands, pulsing faintly with Venom's energy. The suit felt alive, a second skin that thrummed with power, amplifying his senses and strength. Izuku lifted his hands, staring at the suit in awe. Venom's voice resonated in his mind, finishing his thought with a playful tone, acknowledging the wonder of the moment. It encouraged him to start with his first web, urging him to climb up and take a look at the city. Izuku hesitated, then pressed his hands to the building's wall, the suit's adhesive properties gripping the concrete effortlessly. He climbed to the highest point, a narrow ledge overlooking Mizurufu's skyline. The city stretched out before him, a labyrinth of steel and light, both appealing and cruel. His heart pounded, a mix of fear and excitement churning in his chest. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to embrace the challenge. He raised his arm, forming a loose rock and roll gesture with his fingers, just as Venom had instructed during their training. Instinct took over, and a thick, black strand of webbing shot from his wrist, arcing through the air and latching onto a distant building with a satisfying thwip. Izuku stared at the web, his breath catching in his throat. Venom praised his shot and encouraged him to jump. Swallowing hard, Izuku fixed his eyes on the dizzying drop below and leaped. The world tilted, and he screamed, a wild sound that morphed into laughter as he swung through the air. The web held firm, his body soaring in a graceful arc, the wind roaring in his ears. He released the web, flipping through the air before shooting another, catching a billboard and swinging higher. Venom's voice cut through the chaos, gleeful and energetic, suggesting that music would enhance the experience. Suddenly, a pulsing rock anthem filled Izuku's mind, its rhythm syncing with his swings. The beat fueled his movements, and he leaned into it, performing flips and twists as he swung from building to building. The city blurred beneath him, a kaleidoscope of lights and motion, and for the first time in years, Izuku felt free. He landed on a rooftop, skidding to a stop, and lifted the mask just enough to expose his mouth, gasping for breath. A wide, breathless grin spread across his face, reflecting his exhilaration. Venom noted the rapid beating of his heart, teasing him about their next lesson. Izuku's smile faltered as he processed the suggestion of violence against those who harmed others. Venom clarified that they would target only the truly wicked, those who preyed on the innocent. Izuku's hands clenched into fists, the suit's fabric tightening around his knuckles as memories of his past flooded back. He thought of the bullies, the teachers who had ignored him, and the landlord who had evicted him for being quirkless. The anger still burned within him, but he had held back in the past, remembering the small kindnesses he had received. Finally, he resolved that those who hurt others did not deserve to continue their actions. Venom pulsed with approval, and Izuku felt a weight lift from his chest, clarity settling over him. He pulled the mask back down, the white eyes of the suit glinting in the moonlight. With a flick of his wrist, he shot a web and leaped, swinging toward his new apartment, a spacious haven he had bought with years of saved money, a far cry from the hovel he had been evicted from. The building loomed ahead, its balcony wide and inviting, a perfect launch pad for his nightly escapades. Izuku's new apartment was a sanctuary, a stark contrast to the life he had known. The 𝗵𝗲 bedroom was spacious, with a large bed that felt almost too luxurious for someone like him. 2 guest rooms sat unused, their doors closed, as if waiting for a life he couldn't yet imagine. The bathroom boasted a deep tub, the dining room and kitchen were sleek and modern, and the balcony offered a breathtaking view of Mizudafu's skyline. It was a home for 10, but for now, it was his alone. He collapsed onto the bed, the black suit retracting to reveal his casual clothes, a green t-shirt and jeans. He grabbed his phone, scrolling through photos until he landed on one that made his heart skip, a candid shot of him and 𝗂𝐭𝐲, taken during a rare moment at school. They had been paired for a group project, and somehow, she had started talking to him, her sharp wit and dry humor cutting through his defenses. Her presence was comforting, perhaps dangerous, but undeniably soothing. Izuku pondered why she had been nice to him, the quirkless outcast. Venom's form slithered out, snatching a chocolate bar from the bedside table and munching contentedly as it spoke. It pointed out that 𝗓𝗏 saw something in him, unlike the rest of the city. Izuku rolled his eyes, dismissing the notion that there was anything special about him. As he flipped on the TV, the news blared a report about a recent villain attack downtown. A hero, a flashy newcomer with a fire-based quirk, was being praised for his bravery, but the camera panned to the collateral damage: smashed storefronts, injured civilians left in the chaos. Izuku's jaw tightened, his fingers digging into the bed. He muttered bitterly about heroes who only cared about the spotlight. Venom agreed, emphasizing that they were different and could punish those who failed to protect the innocent. It revealed that a gang of robbers was hitting a convenience store a few blocks away, perfect for Izuku's first real test. Izuku hesitated, recalling the faces of those who had tormented him, but also thinking of 𝗓𝗏's smirk and the warmth of her gratitude. Could he really take action against the wicked? Or was there another way? Finally, he stood and pulled the mask back over his face. The suit reformed, its black surface gleaming as he resolved to approach this mission on his own terms. He declared that they would not kill, at least not yet. Venom's laughter echoed in agreement, acknowledging the path they would take together as they prepared for their next adventure. But don't be surprised if they beg for mercy. The night air was cool as Izuku swung through 𝗵𝗲𝗄, the city's pulse thrumming beneath him. The convenience store was in a rundown part of town, its neon sign flickering weakly. Through the suit's enhanced senses, Izuku could hear the robbers inside, 3 men, their voices harsh as they threatened the cashier. His stomach twisted, a mix of anger and resolve. He landed silently on the roof, peering through the skylight. The robbers were armed, one brandishing a knife, another using a quirk that sparked electricity from his fingertips. The cashier, an older woman, trembled behind the counter, her eyes wide with fear. Venom's voice whispered eagerly in his mind, urging him on. Izuku nodded, his heart racing. He shot a web, lowering himself through the skylight and landing in a crouch. The robbers spun, startled, as the cashier gasped. The knife-wielding robber snarled, demanding to know who he was. Izuku's voice, amplified by the suit, was steady as he declared he was someone tired of people like them. The electric quirk user lunged, sparks flying, but Izuku's reflexes were faster. He dodged, a web snaring the man's arm and yanking him against the wall. The knife wielder charged, but Izuku flipped over him, landing a kick that sent him sprawling. The third robber tried to run, but a web pinned him to the floor. Izuku growled for them to stay down, his voice laced with Venom's menace. The cashier stared, wide-eyed, as he webbed the robbers together, leaving them for the police. As he swung away, the woman's voice called after him in gratitude. Izuku's heart swelled, a flicker of the old dreams stirring within him. But Venom's voice cut through, sharp and grounding, reminding him that next time, they wouldn't be so gentle. He landed on a rooftop, pulling off his mask to breathe. The city sprawled before him, a world that had rejected him but now felt within his grasp. He thought of Jiryu, of his mother, of the path ahead. Hero, vigilante, something else entirely he didn't know yet. But with Venom, he was no longer nothing. He resolved to keep moving, his voice firm as he stated there was more to do. Venom's grin spread across the suit, affirming his identity as Spider-Man. 4 months had passed since Izuku Midoriya bonded with Venom, the alien symbiote that had pulled him from the brink of death and given him purpose. In that time, he'd become a shadow in 𝗵𝗲𝗄's underbelly, stopping petty crimes, burglars, muggers, low-life thugs, with a precision and power that felt both exhilarating and alien. Clad in the black suit Venom provided, he moved like a specter, his web swinging and enhanced strength making him a force the city's criminals were beginning to fear. But each act of vigilante justice left him grappling with a question he couldn't shake. He hung upside down from a web strung between 2 buildings, the city sprawling beneath him, its neon lights casting a harsh glow on his black suit. He scrolled through his phone, the news feed filled with clips of heroes basking in glory, their smiles hollow to his jaded eyes. Venom's voice slithered into his mind, calm but edged with impatience, suggesting that the time for decisive action wasn't right yet. Izuku's grip tightened on his phone, his jaw clenching as he questioned when the time would come. He expressed frustration over only tying up small-time crooks and leaving them for the police, yearning for a more impactful response. Venom's presence stirred, a low rumble of amusement, urging him to focus on string what they had together. Izuku sighed, tucking his phone away and tilting his head back to stare at the sky. The stars were just beginning to pierce the twilight, faint pinpricks of light in a world that felt increasingly dark. Once, he'd loved watching hero battles, dreaming of the day he'd join their ranks. But that dream had died at 4 years old, buried under the weight of a quirkless diagnosis and a society that saw him as less than human. Now, with Venom's power coursing through him, he was something else entirely, neither hero nor villain, but a force unbound by the rules that had crushed him. His phone buzzed, jarring him from his thoughts. The ringtone, a pulsing rock anthem Venom had chosen, blared through the quiet night. Izuku groaned, flipping upright and answering the call without checking the ID. A familiar voice greeted him, dry and laced with amusement. It was 𝗓𝗪, his only friend who actually bothered to talk to him. Izuku felt a warmth spread through his chest despite himself as they exchanged casual banter. 𝗓𝗪 mentioned her parents' adult-only gig, and Izuku kept his voice light, pretending he was just hanging around and reading a bit. 𝗓𝗪 teased him about studying on a Saturday night, and Izuku quickly fabricated a story about reading a novel. As he climbed higher, he leaned into the lie, describing a young man navigating difficult paths to find his own version of a happy ending. 𝗓𝗪's curiosity piqued, and she pressed him for details about the mysterious paths. Izuku playfully withheld information, promising to share more once he finished the book. Their conversation ended with laughter, leaving Izuku smiling as he reflected on the connection they shared. Venom's face materialized beside him, its jagged grin gleaming in the moonlight, teasing him about his cheerful demeanor. Izuku felt a rush of warmth in his cheeks as he swatted at the air where Venom's face hovered. He muttered that she wasn't his girlfriend and questioned why Venom kept changing his ringtone, finding the current song too intense. Venom, with a smug tone, explained that it got bored hearing the same tune repeatedly and that the new one suited them. Despite himself, Izuku laughed and shook his head. With a flick of his wrist, he shot a web and leaped off the building. The suit retracted to reveal his casual clothes, a green hoodie, black jeans, and white sneakers, as he landed softly on the street below. He glanced around to ensure no one had seen him and began walking, hands stuffed in his pockets. The cool night air and the city's familiar hum surrounded him. Suddenly, a sneering voice broke the quiet, calling him a quirkless reject. Izuku froze, his heart racing as he turned to face two familiar figures emerging from the shadows. 𝗂𝗑𝗪. Lackeys from childhood stood before him, their grins cruel and familiar. One of them slung an arm around Izuku's shoulders, mockingly asking where he had been and suggesting he had been avoiding them. Izuku remained silent, his jaw tightening as panic rose within him. The weight of the guy's arm felt suffocating, a painful reminder of years of torment. The other lackey added that Bakugo would be angry if he thought Izuku had been ignoring him, hinting at a beating waiting to happen. Their laughter echoed in the alley, sharp and grating, and Izuku's hands clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms. The familiarity of their cruelty reopened wounds he thought had healed. One of the lackeys taunted him, asking if he wouldn't say anything. He shoved Izuku into the alley, the other following, their laughter growing louder. But then, something snapped within Izuku. He erupted into laughter, wild and unhinged, tears streaming down his face as he cackled at the absurdity of the situation. Their faces twisted with rage as they demanded to know what was so funny. Izuku straightened, his laughter fading into a cold stare. He reminded them that it was illegal to use their quirks without a license. They scoffed and stepped closer, dismissing his words. One of them cruelly suggested that no one would care about someone like him, implying that his mother had left because she couldn't stand the sight of him. Before he could react, a blur of black surged forward. Venom lashed out with precision, and in an instant, the first lackey fell, his body crumpling to the ground. The others stumbled back, eyes wide with terror. As he tried to flee, another tendril wrapped around his ankle, yanking him down. He hit the pavement hard, hands scraping against the asphalt. In a trembling voice, he begged for mercy, claiming he hadn't meant to bully Izuku and that Bakugo would go after him too. Izuku's face was a mask of cold fury, his green eyes glinting dangerously. He stepped forward, Venom's suit forming around him, the white spider emblem stark against the black. He gripped the lackey's throat, his voice a low growl amplified by Venom's presence. He reminded the boy that he had always had a choice. The lackey's eyes bulged as Izuku tightened his grip, his pleas choking off. The boy squirmed, but Izuku didn't relent. He squeezed harder until a sickening sound echoed in the alley. The lackey's body went limp, and Izuku let him fall, the thud of his body muffled by the pavement. Izuku stood over the bodies, chest heaving, laughter bubbling up again, manic and broken. His mind fractured, a mix of rage, guilt, and exhilaration. He had crossed a line he never thought he would reach. The faces of his tormentors, now lifeless, stared up at him, and for a moment he felt satisfaction. Venom's face materialized, grinning wider than ever. It asked how it felt to finally end the lives of those who had tormented him. Izuku's laughter faltered, hands trembling as he stared at the BLD on his suit. He admitted that it felt easier now, that killing the bad ones felt right. Venom purred in approval, suggesting it handle the cleanup. Before Izuku could respond, Venom surged, enveloping him in darkness. He heard crunching sounds, and when the symbiote retreated he saw the remains of the bodies, only mangled torsos left behind. Izuku's stomach churned, but he forced himself to look away. He asked what Venom had done, and Venom explained that it needed to eat, that brains fueled it and kept them strong. Izuku's breath hitched, his mind reeling. He finally whispered that they should go. Venom agreed, and the suit reformed around him. He shot a web and swung away, leaving the alley just as a civilian's scream pierced the night, followed by the wail of approaching sirens. Izuku's heart pounded, not with fear, but with a strange clarity. He had killed. He had taken lives. Yet as he swung through the city, the weight of his actions didn't crush him, it freed him. Back at his apartment, Izuku collapsed onto the balcony, the suit retracting to reveal his sweat-soaked clothes. He sank to the floor, hands shaking as he tried to steady his breathing. The laughter was gone, replaced by a storm of emotions: rage, guilt, power, and fear. He had killed the boys who had tormented him for years, and part of him felt justified. But another part, the one that remembered his mother's gentle smile, screamed that he had gone too far. Venom's voice broke through, soft but insistent, urging him to breathe and reminding him that he did what needed to be done. They weren't innocent, they had chosen to hurt him. Izuku gripped his hair, breaths coming in ragged gasps as he acknowledged that he didn't want to be a killer. He had wanted to be a hero. Venom reassured him that he was more than that now, that they decided what justice looked like. Izuku nodded, forcing himself to stand. He stepped inside and grabbed his phone from the bedside table. The screen lit up with a photo of him and Jiryu, her smirk contrasting with his hesitant smile. He stared at it, heart aching, remembering how she had been kind to him and seen him when no one else had. Could she still see him now, after what he had done? He set the phone down, his hands still trembling, and turned on the TV. The news was already reporting the alley incident, labeling it a brutal double murder. There was no mention of a suspect, no trace of the black-suited figure who had vanished into the night. Izuku's breath steadied, his resolve hardening. He acknowledged to himself that he was not a hero, but he was not nothing anymore. Venom's grin reappeared, hovering over his shoulder, urging him on. It was time for the next step. Izuku nodded, his eyes glinting with a mix of determination and darkness. He was ready to keep going. The cafe was a warm haven amidst Mizurufu's bustling streets, its air filled with the sweet aroma of pastries and the rich tang of coffee. Soft chatter and the clink of cups created a comforting hum, but Izuku Midoriya sat at a corner table, his shoulders hunched, his green eyes distant. He sipped his coffee, the bitter taste grounding him as he took a bite of chocolate cake, its sweetness a fleeting distraction from the turmoil within. Across from him, 𝗂𝐭𝐲 leaned back in her chair, her earphone jacks swaying as she sipped her green tea with a contented smile. She teased him about needing to loosen up, noting that his body language was making her mood gloomy. Izuku chuckled, a rare sound that felt foreign on his lips, and remarked on her enjoyment of the cafe. Her violet eyes sparkled with quiet joy, and for a moment he envied her ease. Jiryu explained that she had been coming to the cafe since she was 5, describing it as a time capsule of happy memories. Izuku's gaze dropped to his plate, his fork pausing mid-bite as the words stung, conjuring images of his mother and the days when the world hadn't yet turned against him. His eyes grew distant, shadowed by a sadness that Jiryu couldn't miss. Venom's voice slithered into his mind, sharp and insistent, urging him to talk to Jiryu. Doubt crept in, questioning whether she would want anything to do with him. But Venom countered, reminding him of the struggles he had endured and encouraging him to take a chance and enjoy himself. Jiryu's voice cut through his thoughts, concern etched on her brow as she leaned forward. Startled, Izuku quickly forced a smile, claiming he had just spaced out for a bit. He took another bite of cake, savoring the chocolate as Venom's presence hummed with delight. Jiryu's curiosity turned to concern as she asked about his plans after junior high. The question caught Izuku off guard, his fork freezing midair. He hesitated, admitting he wasn't sure but considering looking for a job. Jiryu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his response. He shared his thoughts about Shield Industries, a mysterious company that had piqued his curiosity. He felt a calling toward it, even if he wouldn't pursue the hero course at U. Jiryu expressed her surprise at his bold choice, and Izuku shrugged, explaining his longing to understand what went on behind closed doors. He mentioned that if he went to U, he would likely aim for general studies or the support course, keeping his options open. Jiryu acknowledged his plan, noting it was cool that he had direction even if it wasn't set in stone. Her words resonated with Izuku, stirring a warmth in his chest that he hadn't felt in years. For a moment he felt seen, not as the quirkless reject but as a person. Yet that feeling was fleeting, overshadowed by the emptiness that gnawed at his soul. He forced a smile, thanking Jiryu for her support and appreciating the chance to get out of the house. Jiryu smiled back, but her eyes lingered on his, sensing the weight behind his cheer. A faint hum reached her ears, her quirk picking up a distant vibration. Her expression shifted as she turned toward the cafe's windows. Before she could speak, the world erupted. A deafening crash shook the cafe, glass shattering as a shockwave tore through the building. Screams filled the air, and Izuku's instincts, honed by Venom's training, kicked in. He lunged, pulling Jiryu into his arms and shielding her as debris rained down. The cafe's ceiling groaned, cracks spiderwebbing across it. He called out to Jiryu, ensuring she was all right as she clung to him, dazed. Venom's voice surged in his mind, urgent and predatory, reminding him that there were threats to confront. Izuku's gaze flicked to Jiryu, then to the chaos unfolding outside. Smoke billowed from a nearby building, and screams echoed through the street. His body moved before he could think, Venom's influence amplifying his reflexes. He set Jiryu down gently, his hands steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. He instructed her to get out of the cafe immediately, his voice firm but urgent. Jiryu nodded, a mix of fear and determination on her face as she wished him safety. Izuku didn't respond, his focus shifting to the darkening sky. Storm clouds rolled in, their shadows providing the cover he needed. He whispered for Venom to suit up, and the symbiote complied, its black tendrils surging over his body. The sleek, black suit formed, the white spider emblem gleaming across his chest. His senses sharpened, the world slowing as Venom's power coursed through him. The cafe was a crumbling ruin, its walls buckling under the strain of the attack. Izuku moved within human speed, shooting webs to stabilize the structure, anchoring beams and walls to prevent collapse. He darted through the chaos, pulling trapped patrons to safety, his movements a blur of black and white. The civilians stared, some in awe, others in fear, as the masked figure worked tirelessly. Once the last person was safe, Izuku swung out of the cafe just as it collapsed, the roar of falling debris drowned out by the cheers of those he had saved. He didn't hear them. His focus was locked on the culprits, 3 figures fleeing through an alley, their quirks crackling with energy. One wielded flames, another manipulated shards of glass, and the third exuded a noxious gas. They were low-tier villains, but their attack had been reckless, destructive, and unforgivable. Izuku landed silently in the alley, cutting off their escape. The villains spun, their eyes widening at the sight of the black-suited figure, his white eyes glowing in the dim light. The flame wielder snarled, fire flickering at his fingertips, demanding to know who Izuku was. He responded with a low growl, amplified by Venom's presence, declaring he was done with people like them. The gas wielder lunged, a cloud of green mist erupting from his hands, but Izuku was faster. He shot a web, yanking the villain into the air and slamming him against a wall. The glass wielder hurled shards, but Izuku dodged with unnatural agility, his webs snaring her arms and pinning her to the ground. The flame wielder roared, unleashing a torrent of fire, but Izuku leaped over it, landing a kick that sent the man sprawling. They begged, their voices trembling as they pleaded for mercy, claiming they hadn't meant to hurt anyone and that it was just a job. Izuku's eyes narrowed, Venom's influence surging as he coldly stated that they had hurt people and didn't deserve to walk away. Tendrils lashed out, swift and precise, silencing their pleas. Izuku stood over them, his chest heaving, feeling no remorse, only a cold satisfaction. These weren't innocents, they had chosen to destroy and harm, and he had stopped them. Later that night, Izuku lay on his bed, the weight of the day pressing down on him. His apartment, a spacious sanctuary bought with years of saved money, felt emptier than ever. He had called Jirou after the incident, apologizing for the destruction of her favorite cafe. She had brushed it off, her concern focused on him, asking if he was okay. He had lied, saying he was fine, but the truth was far messier. He stared at the ceiling, his phone resting on his chest. Venom's voice broke the silence, probing him about whether he was thinking about S.H.I.E.L.D. Industries again. Izuku sighed, picking up his phone and scrolling to a news article about the company. He expressed his curiosity about what they were doing behind closed doors, especially since their move to Japan felt important. Venom dismissed his concerns, recalling its own experiences with scientists who had spouted nonsense in the past. Izuku managed a faint smile, feeling sympathy for Venom's past. Venom reassured him that he had done good that day, saving many people, and he should be proud. However, Izuku's smile faded as he darkly reflected on the lives he had taken, feeling like a killer in the shadows. Venom materialized beside him, asserting that Izuku was not bound by the rules of others and was a force of justice. Before Izuku could respond, his phone buzzed with a news alert about another villain attack in a nearby district. He stood, his exhaustion giving way to resolve, ready for another day of being Spider-Man. As he donned his suit, the black tendrils enveloping him, he stepped onto the balcony and swung into the night, the city's lights blurring beneath him. He was neither hero nor villain, just a force carving his own path through a world that had tried to break him. The streets of Muzudafu buzzed with life, but beneath the surface, whispers of a new vigilante spread like wildfire. For weeks, the black-suited figure, known only as Spider-Man, to some a menace to others, had been saving civilians, stopping crimes, and vanishing into the shadows. Children gazed in awe at tales of his acrobatic feats, while adults debated whether he was a hero or a threat. The heroes, ever watchful, remained silent, their unease growing with each report of his actions. But none knew the darkness that lurked in the vigilante's heart, the blood he spilled when the city's lights dimmed. Izuku Midoriya, the boy behind the mask, did his best to avoid the spotlight. At Aldra Junior High, the disappearance of Bakuga's lackeys and Izuku's former tormentors had sparked chaos. Parents demanded answers, the police combed the school for clues, and students whispered theories about their fate. Izuku kept his head down, his heart pounding whenever their names were mentioned. The weight of what he had done pressed against his chest, but he buried it deep, hidden behind a forced smile. On a crisp afternoon, Izuku walked alongside 𝗂𝐭𝐲, her earphone jacks swaying as she matched his pace. They hadn't spoken much since the cafe incident, and Jirou had insisted on tagging along, her presence a quiet comfort he didn't fully understand. The city's hum surrounded them, a backdrop to their tentative conversation. Jirou expressed her excitement about the vigilante making waves, noting how people were cheering for him. Izuku managed a faint smile, trying to hide his trembling hands. He teased her about her interest in the vigilante, who was doing things heroes didn't, saving people without seeking fame. Jirou's serious look made him realize the admiration she felt for the figure. She pointed out that the vigilante was risking everything while heroes posed for cameras. Izuku felt a mix of pride and unease, joking about the vigilante's identity, but Jirou playfully punched him, her laughter betraying her embarrassment. Inside Izuku's mind, Venom's voice erupted in panic, warning him not to let Jirou use her quirk on them. They couldn't adapt to their weaknesses yet, and it was frustrating. Izuku's eyes widened, his mental voice sharp, reflecting his disbelief. He had thought Venom could adapt to anything. Venom grumbled in response, explaining that it had been too long since its last host, and the connection was rusty. While the suit, webbing, and spider-like traits were easy to use, the other abilities were still out of reach. Izuku tuned Venom out, focusing instead on Jirou, who was watching him with a curious tilt of her head. She asked if he was okay, her tone softer now, noting that he looked like someone had stolen his favorite toy. Izuku forced a laugh, scratching the back of his neck and revealing a hint of sadness as he mentioned that the only toy he had was from when he was 6. An awkward silence settled between them, broken only by the city's hum. They stopped in front of a towering building, its sleek design dominating the skyline. A bold S adorned its facade, marking it as the headquarters of 𝐒𝐻𝐈 Industries. The structure was imposing, its glass and steel gleaming like a beacon of innovation, reminiscent of rumors Izuku had heard about a place called 𝗂𝗏 in distant lands. Jiraiya breathed in awe, her eyes wide, while Izuku nodded, his gaze fixed on the building. Inside, the lobby of 𝗕𝐈 Industries was a marvel of technology and ambition. Holographic displays showcased support items, gauntlets that amplified quirk strength, visors that enhanced perception, and drones designed to protect civilians. Izuku's mind buzzed with excitement, reigniting his childhood fascination with hero gear despite himself. He had read about David Shield, the genius behind these inventions, but seeing them up close was overwhelming. Venom's voice cut through, unimpressed, claiming it had seen better. Izuku's mental response was dry, questioning Venom's claim. Venom explained that in its universe, there was technology that made this look like child's play, hinting at something sinister brewing in this world. Izuku's curiosity piqued, wanting to know more, but Venom merely expressed a feeling that someone was playing with fire and would find them when the time was right. Jiraiya's tug on his arm pulled him back to reality as she urged him to check the place out. They wandered through the public exhibits, with Jiraiya marveling at the support gear while Izuku's attention drifted. He decided to explore on his own, allowing Jiraiya to focus on a pair of sound-amplifying gauntlets. As he moved deeper into the exhibit hall, his steps slowed when he reached a display that made his heart race. The plaque read quirk-based genetics, glowing above a sleek machine that hummed with latent energy. The display described experiments involving DNA manipulation, unlocking the X factor of quirks to enhance or replicate them in organisms. Izuku's heart pounded, a mix of fascination and dread washing over him. Venom's voice was sharp, almost alarmed, warning him that it was too similar to past experiences with scientists who had meddled with things they didn't understand, which had not ended well. Before Izuku could respond, a new voice broke through, asking if he was interested in quirk genetics too. He turned to see a young woman beside him, her presence both commanding and approachable. She was slim and attractive, with wavy blonde hair cascading halfway down her back, framed by a white lab coat. Her glasses caught the light, giving her a sharp, inquisitive air as she studied Izuku with a warm smile. She explained that the machine was special, using genetic codes to isolate the X factor in a person's DNA, allowing for implantation into organisms similar yet distinct from humans. Izuku blinked, struggling to keep up with her enthusiasm. She laughed, a light, infectious sound, and mentioned her father, David Shield, and the years they had spent developing this technology. Izuku's eyes widened in realization, and he asked if she was related to David Shield. She confirmed that she was Melissa Shield, his daughter. Izuku's heart raced as he tried to compose himself, feeling a mix of awe and admiration. Melissa noticed his body language, teasing him about being shy or anxious. He admitted he might be a bit shy but expressed his interest in a job opening at 𝗕𝐻𝐈 Industries. Melissa's eyes lit up as she considered him, finding him promising. She offered to take him on as her intern for 2 weeks, assuring him that age wouldn't be a barrier. Izuku hesitated but then returned her warm smile, shaking her hand firmly and expressing his hope to do his best. She instructed him to call her just Melissa and handed him her number, promising to be in touch. After their encounter, Izuku found Jiraiya still in the exhibit hall, examining a sonic emitter. He shared the news of his internship, and while her face lit up, a flicker of sadness crossed her features. She asked if he was still going to school and taking the U entrance exam with her, to which he reassured her that he wasn't going anywhere. Jiraiya's expression softened, and she mentioned that she would miss him, a sentiment that struck Izuku more deeply than he expected. As they left 𝗕𝐻𝐈 Industries, Jiraiya's thoughts turned inward, sensing that while Izuku was improving, he was still hiding something. She hoped he wouldn't face his challenges alone. Months had passed since Izuku Midoriya became the vigilante known as Spider-Man, a figure both celebrated and feared in Mizudafu. By day, he saved civilians from petty crimes, his black suit and web-slinging earning cheers from crowds and wary glances from heroes. By night, under Venom's control, he hunted those who thrived on cruelty, thieves, abusers, villains who cared for nothing but chaos. The aftermath of his actions was carefully concealed, their fates attributed to the city's underbelly, but the weight of those acts lingered in Izuku's soul, a shadow he couldn't shake. At Aldra Junior High, Izuku kept a low profile, avoiding the whispers about the missing 𝗧𝗏𝗧 and Kamakiri. Their parents' desperate pleas and the police's fruitless investigations hung over the school like a storm cloud, but Izuku buried his guilt, focusing on his new life. His internship at Shield Industries under Melissa Shield had given him purpose, exposing him to cutting-edge technology and the enigmatic world of quirk genetics. His friendship with Kyokager had deepened, their shared moments, whether training together or cleaning Dagoba Beach, forming a bond that felt like a lifeline. Yet, even as he balanced these roles, the darkness within him grew, fueled by Venom's whispers and his own unresolved pain. On a crisp morning, Izuku stood before the towering gates of 𝐎𝐻𝐁𝗵𝗲, the premier hero academy that loomed like a monument to his shattered dreams. His junior high uniform felt out of place among the throngs of hopeful examinees, their quirks buzzing with potential. He adjusted his bag, his green eyes scanning the campus with a mix of awe and trepidation. He thought to himself that the place looked amazing, though Venom's voice rumbled in his mind, unimpressed, claiming to have seen better and more advanced technology in its universe. Before he could respond, a shout cut through the air, sharp and aggressive. Katsuki Bakugo stormed past, his crimson eyes blazing with contempt. The ash blonde's presence ignited Izuku's simmering anger, memories of years of torment flashing through his mind. His fists clenched, nails digging into his palms, and he thought about confronting Bakugo. Venom growled in agreement, expressing frustration over Bakugo's loudness. Izuku took a deep breath, forcing himself to cool off. He reminded himself that he had to ace the general course exam, meet Jiraiya afterward, and then deal with other matters. His focus shifted, but before he could take another step, his spider sense buzzed, sharp and urgent. Instinct took over, and he spun, catching a girl who'd tripped on a crack in the pavement. He steadied her and made a light-hearted comment about it being a bad omen to hit the ground before the exam. The girl looked up, her warm brown eyes wide with gratitude. She was of average height, with bobbed hair framed by baby bangs and 2 longer strands curling around her face. Her cheeks held a permanent blush, and her small eyebrows furrowed in embarrassment as she thanked him, calling herself a klutz. She bolted before Izuku could respond, her figure disappearing into the crowd. He stared after her, a pang of hurt mixing with confusion, wondering if he had done something wrong. A hand on his shoulder startled him, and he turned to see Jiraiya, her violet eyes sparkling with a warm smile. She encouraged him to come along, grabbing his hand and pulling him toward the entrance. As they parted ways for their exams, she assured him they would meet back at the gate. He wished her good luck, and she returned the sentiment, her earphone jacks twitching as she headed toward the hero course testing area. Inside the exam hall for the general course, Izuku took his seat, his heart steady despite the weight of the moment. The test booklet lay before him, its pages crisp and intimidating. He flipped it open, scanning the questions, and his eyes widened in disbelief. It felt too easy, like a kindergarten-level test. Venom's voice snorted in his mind, commenting on his sharpness. Izuku smiled as he began writing, his pencil moving with confidence. The questions, basic math, history, and analytical problems, felt trivial compared to the strategies he'd developed with Venom. He finished well before time was called, leaning back in his chair and letting his thoughts drift to Jiraiya and the girl he'd saved. When the exam ended, Izuku joined the crowd outside, leaning against a wall near the gate as he scrolled through his phone. A nagging unease settled in his chest, a feeling he couldn't shake. He asked Venom if it ever sensed something was off, prompting Venom to ask for clarification. Izuku expressed that it was just a feeling and that he needed to find Jiraiya. Venom questioned his ability to do so without his suit, but Izuku insisted that Venom could enhance his senses to help locate her. After finding a secluded corner, He closed his eyes and took deep breaths as Venom's power sharpened his senses. He detected her scent, faint lavender and metal from her earphone jacks, mixed with a spike of fear. He heard her voice, strained and struggling, alongside another unfamiliar scent tinged with panic. His eyes snapped open, his expression hardening as he commanded Venom to suit up. Venom complied, its black tendrils enveloping Izuku, forming the sleek black suit with its white spider emblem. He leaped, shooting a web to a nearby building, swinging with purpose toward the source of Ghidorah's fear. In the hero course testing area, 𝗂𝐭𝐲 had performed well, racking up points by disabling robotic enemies with her sonic quirk. She paused to catch her breath, a smile tugging at her lips as she thought about telling Izuku. Her cheeks flushed at the thought of his name, and she chastised herself for feeling flustered. A deafening roar interrupted her thoughts, the ground trembling beneath her. She covered her ears, her quirk amplifying the sound painfully. A massive shadow loomed, a 0-pointer, the towering robot designed to test 𝗂𝗍𝗵𝗲 courage. Ghidorah froze, fear rooting her to the spot. She whispered to herself that she couldn't move, her body refusing to listen. Her gaze caught a figure trapped under rubble nearby, a girl struggling to free herself. Ghidorah's instincts kicked in, and she ran, ignoring her fear. "Hey, are you okay?" she called, kneeling beside the girl. The girl struggled to respond, her voice weak as she mentioned her inability to move and her injured ankle. "Don't worry," 𝗓𝗓 reassured her, straining to lift the rubble. With effort, she managed to shift enough debris for the girl to crawl free, and 𝗓𝗓 helped her stand, supporting her weight. "What's your name?" she asked, glancing back at the approaching 0-pointer. "Ochako Uraraka," the girl replied, her brown eyes wide with fear. They needed to escape before the robot reached them. The looming machine shook the ground with each step, and 𝗓𝗓 tried to move faster, but Uraraka's injury slowed them down. Just as despair began to settle in, a blur of motion swept them off their feet, carrying them away from danger. 𝗓𝗓's eyes widened as she recognized the figure, Izuku, still in his 𝗓𝗪 uniform, his face set with determination. He was running, Uraraka in one arm and 𝗓𝗓 in the other. Izuku shouted about the giant robot, questioning its cost while dodging debris. Venom's voice chimed in, exasperated, as he commented on Izuku's focus. Ignoring Venom, Izuku found a safe spot and gently set 𝗓𝗓 and Uraraka down. He expressed relief that they were both okay, but 𝗓𝗓 grabbed his arm, wide-eyed with concern. Izuku turned to her with a confident smile, assuring her that everything would be fine as he prepared to confront the 0-pointer. He sprinted toward the robot, picking up a long metal pole from the debris. Venom's voice was skeptical, reminding Izuku that he wasn't wearing his suit. Izuku asserted that he was just himself and knew how to fight. The robot's sensors locked onto him, its mechanical voice announcing a target lock. As Izuku's instincts kicked in, he leaped to avoid a massive hand swinging down, landing on the robot's arm. He ran up its surface, gripping the pole tightly. Venom's frantic voice warned him about the consequences of failure, but Izuku remained focused. He reached the robot's shoulder, spotting a weak point in its neck. With determination, he swung the pole with all his strength, piercing the robot's head and disabling its circuits. Sparks flew as the robot began to overheat, and Izuku hurriedly ran down its arm. Just as the robot detonated, he leaped, propelled forward by the explosion. Uraraka, though pale and queasy, used her quirk to make him float gently to the ground. Upon landing, 𝗓𝗓 tackled him, her fists pounding his chest as she expressed her anger and concern for his safety. Izuku grinned, despite the pain, and reassured her that they were fine. 𝗓𝗓 glared at him, activating her quirk and sending a sonic pulse that startled both Izuku and Venom. In a darkened room within silhouettes watched multiple monitors, their eyes fixed on footage of the examinees. The teachers and principal analyzed every move, their attention lingering on one screen in particular, Izuku Midoriya, a quirkless boy who had just taken down a 0-pointer with sheer determination. Days passed since the 𝗬𝗓𝗐 entrance exam, where Izuku had excelled in the general course test and saved 𝗓𝗓 and Uraraka. The memory lingered, a flicker of heroism contrasting with the darker path he walked as Spider-Man. By day, he was a quirkless intern at S.H.I.E.L.D. Industries and a friend to 𝗓𝗓𝗓. By night, he surrendered to Venom, hunting those who preyed on the innocent. In his spacious apartment, Izuku sprawled on his couch, scrolling through news articles on his phone. The city's fascination with Spider-Man had grown, with photos of his black-suited figure circulating on social media. Venom lounged beside him, munching on chocolate bars. Curiosity piqued, Venom asked if anything caught Izuku's eye. Izuku mentioned it had been months since he became Spider-Man, and he was seeing photos of himself swinging through the skyline. Venom's tendrils shot out, pulling Izuku's face close as it expressed mock outrage over the term onesie. Izuku chuckled, shaking his head as he explained that the photos were taken by a photographer named Tanio Takuda. He felt a longing to meet him and thank him for capturing his image, as it meant something to him. Venom, dismissive about photography, asked if they were meeting the photographer. Izuku sighed, stepping out onto the balcony, taking in the cool night air and the glittering skyline. He decided they would go meet the photographer. Venom grumbled about wanting more chocolate or bad guy brains. With a wry smile, Izuku instructed Venom to suit up, and the symbiote enveloped him in the black suit. He leaped from the balcony, swinging into the night, the city blurring beneath him. On a rooftop overlooking Mizurufu's bustling streets, Tanio Takuda stood with his camera, ready to capture the vibrant life below. Thin-framed glasses with large circular lenses framed his grayish-blue eyes, one pupil white and the other black, a striking contrast that gave him an almost otherworldly air. Dressed in a beige blazer over an untucked black shirt and dark slacks, he exuded a quiet intensity as he studied a photo of Spider-Man on his camera's screen. Tanio murmured to himself, wondering what made Spider-Man so different, zooming in on the black-suited figure mid-swing. Suddenly, a voice startled him, causing his heart to race as he turned, but he saw no one. He called out, asking who was there, gripping his camera tightly. The voice, playful yet commanding, instructed him to keep his eyes forward. Tanio turned back, his breath catching as Spider-Man landed silently before him, the white eyes of his suit glowing in the moonlight. Tanio expressed his disbelief and awe at meeting the vigilante who had been stopping small crimes for months. Spider-Man acknowledged him, his voice amplified by the suit, carrying a hint of warmth, stating that he was the one who stops crime without needing charity. Tanio's eyes widened, and he instinctively reached for his camera, but Spider-Man raised a hand, chuckling and explaining that he couldn't take his picture when he had come all this way to thank him. Confusion flickered across Tanio's face as Spider-Man stepped forward, extending a gloved hand and thanking him for his photos, which meant a lot to him. Tanio couldn't see the face beneath the mask, but he sensed a genuine smile and laughed, surprised to be talking to someone who was actually making a difference, comparing him to All Might. Spider-Man's demeanor shifted slightly at the mention of All Might, his voice tight but controlled as he stated that he was just doing what he thought was right and thanked Tanio for the photos before preparing to leave. Tanio, driven by enthusiasm, called out to him, asking if he could get a picture together, knowing his team would love to see it. Spider-Man laughed warmly and agreed, posing beside Tanio as the photographer snapped a few shots, including a selfie of the two. With a final wave, Spider-Man shot a web and swung away, leaving Tanio staring after him, reflecting on how young he sounded and hoping the path he chose was the right one. As Izuku swung through the city, the wind whipping through his suit, he felt a rare sense of satisfaction, commenting to himself about how fun the night had been. Venom, however, expressed skepticism, questioning his definition of fun, pointing out that talking to a guy and taking pictures was boring. Izuku chuckled, flipping mid-swing and teasing Venom about its grumpiness. Venom warned him to brace himself for school, suggesting he would need restraint to avoid conflict. Izuku's brow furrowed at Venom's ominous tone, but before he could inquire further, his spider sense buzzed sharply, alerting him to danger. He adjusted his swing, heading toward a distant alley where faint screams echoed. With determination, he declared it was time to act. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit office within 𝗬𝗓𝗓𝗏, Principal Nizu, the enigmatic head of the Hero Academy, observed footage from the entrance exam featuring Izuku's daring takedown of the Zero-Pointer. He chuckled to himself, intrigued by Izuku Midoriya, noting how his actions were too skilled and bold for someone without a quirk. Nisa's mind raced, piecing together the connections between the vigilante known as Spider-Man, recent disappearances in Mizudafu, and Izuku's performance, determined to uncover the truth. Back in the city, Izuku landed in the alley, his suit blending with the shadows. He spotted 3 thugs looming over a frightened civilian, their quirks sparking electricity, fire, and a 𝗵𝗃𝗃-like tendril. As Spider-Man emerged, the thug's eyes widened in fear. He declared it was time to call it a night, shooting webs to pin the electric quirk user to a wall. He dodged a fiery blast, flipping over the second thug and swiftly knocking him out with a kick. The third thug lashed out, but Izuku caught the 𝗵𝗃 in a web, yanking the thug forward and slamming him down. The civilian fled, shouting thanks, but Izuku barely heard, his focus solely on the thugs. Venom's influence surged within him, urging him to act. Izuku hesitated, recalling his vow to avoid unnecessary violence, but the thugs had hurt an innocent for sport. His fists clenched, and he whispered for Venom to take over. Tendrils lashed out, and the alley fell silent. Izuku turned away, not looking back, his breath ragged as he swung back to his apartment, the city lights blurring past, his mind a storm of guilt and resolve. Later, Izuku sat on his couch, tapping his foot restlessly, a book open in his lap but unread. Venom sprawled nearby, munching on a chocolate bar while engrossed in a pre-quirk-era romance drama on TV. Izuku teased Venom about its interest in romance, but received no response, just the sound of crunching chocolate. The doorbell rang unexpectedly, pulling him from his thoughts. He glanced at Venom, still oblivious, and sighed, getting up to answer the door. When he cracked it open, his breath caught at the sight of a young woman standing there. She was of average height, with smooth, caramel skin glowing faintly under the hallway lights. Her jet-black hair was pulled into a loose ponytail, framing her heart-shaped face and warm amber eyes that sparkled with a mix of exhaustion and charm. Dressed casually in a navy jacket, white shirt, and jeans, she appeared slightly rumpled, as if she had been running errands all day. A small silver pendant shaped like a firefly hung at her neck, catching the light as she shifted her weight. She apologized for the unexpected visit, her voice light but sincere, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "I didn't have time to change out of my casual clothes. You're Izuku Midoriya, right?" Izuku nodded, feeling his face heat up. He reminded himself to stay composed. "Why yeah, that's me," he managed, his voice slightly higher than usual. She sighed in relief, her shoulders relaxing. "Oh good. This is, like, the 4th time this week I've messed up a 𝗕𝗏𝗽. Almost got fired." She held out a thick envelope, her fingers brushing against his as he took it. "Here's your letter." He mumbled a thanks, but before he could say more, a loud noise echoed from inside, followed by a crash. His heart skipped a beat, and he glanced back, half expecting to see chaos unfolding. Is everything okay?" she asked, her amber eyes narrowing with concern. "Yeah, it's just..." Another crash made him wince, forcing a smile. "My cat is jumpy today." She laughed, a bright, infectious sound. "Oh, I get it. My kitten's the same, always getting into the catnip. Total chaos." Izuku chuckled, feeling a bit more at ease. "Well, it was nice talking to you, miss." "Naomi Hataru," she replied, her smile warm. "I'd love to chat more, you seem nice, but I gotta change and get back to the office." How about we exchange numbers?" he blurted, his cheeks burning. "You know, to stay in touch." Her eyes lit up, and they swapped numbers, her fingers tapping quickly on her phone. "See ya, Izuku," she said, waving as she hurried off. He waved back, his smile fading as he closed the door. She was nice, he thought, but if they talked more, she'd probably find him annoying. Everyone does eventually. Back inside, the apartment was untouched, no broken furniture, no shattered glass. He raised an eyebrow at Venom, who was still glued to the TV, a fresh chocolate bar in its tendrils. "What was that noise, Venom?" "Nothing," Venom replied defensively. "I got upset because they ruined my favorite ship. Total nonsense." Izuku blinked. From the show. Yes, Venom growled, tossing the wrapper aside. They were perfect and now it's ruined. Izuku sighed, shaking his head, and glanced at the envelope in his hand. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna check this letter, see if I got into the general course. Venom's head swiveled, its grin sharpening. Ever think this plan of yours might backfire? Izuku froze, his fingers pausing on the envelope. What do you mean? When you saved those girls at the exam, Venom said, its voice low and knowing, everyone saw you. Examinees, proctors, the ones deciding who passes or fails. I bet they're eager to push you into the hero course. He scoffed, his jaw tightening. Or maybe they saw my file, quirkless, and forgot about me. They don't care about someone like me. You said, maybe, Venom pointed out, its tone smug. That means they're likely considering you for the hero course. His stomach churned, memories of All Might's rejection flashing through his mind. It's not for me, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Not anymore. He tore open the envelope, pulling out a letter and a small disc that clattered to the floor. It activated with a flicker, projecting a hologram of something, a creature with white fur, black eyes, and a mix of features, part mouse, part bear, part dog, part something else. Is it just me, or does that look like a, he started. Dinner, Venom said, its tongue flicking out hungrily. Chimera, he corrected, glaring at the symbiote. You're not eating it, Venom. But the flavors on that body scream delicacy, Venom whined. He sighed, focusing on the hologram as it spoke, its voice cheerful but commanding. Hello, young one. Am I a mouse, a bear, a dog? It doesn't matter, for I am Principal Nizu, and it's my pleasure to congratulate you on your performance in the entrance exam. Izuku froze, his heart pounding. Nizu's black eyes seemed to pierce through the hologram, studying him. You've done an amazing job, young Midoriya, completing the theory test with flying colors. I must say, I'm impressed. No one has matched my intellect so closely in years. Congratulations on earning a place in the general course. Venom's grin widened. See, told you. Let's just hear him out, Izuku muttered, his eyes fixed on Nizu. However, Nizu continued, his tone shifting to one of intrigue, I'd like to offer you 3 options. Option 1, remain in the general course, where you'll have the chance to make a difference and compete in the sports festival for a shot at the hero course. Option 2, accept my offer to join the hero course directly, where you'll gain the skills to become a hero. Or Option 3, become my personal student, training under me directly, a rare opportunity, as you'd be my only pupil with intellect to rival my own. Contact me by email with your choice. Thank you for listening, and welcome to your academia. The hologram flickered off, leaving him staring at the disc, his mind racing. 3 paths, each one a crossroads that could change everything. The general course was safe, familiar, but the hero course, that was a dream he'd buried long ago. And Nizu's personal student. That was something else entirely, unpredictable, dangerous, tempting. Before he could process it, the disc reactivated. This disc will self-destruct in 5 seconds, Nizu's voice chirped. What the? He grabbed the disc, hurling it out the balcony. A small explosion lit up the night, the shockwave rattling the windows. He sighed, rubbing his temples. Venom, suit up. Copy. Venom said, its tone confused. What's the plan tonight? Brains. I just need air, he said, his voice heavy. Maybe take down a couple of thugs, but no eating heads. Fine, no head eating, Venom grumbled. But take your time with this decision, Izuku. Whatever you choose, it's a path you can't predict. He didn't respond, his gaze drifting to his phone. He typed out a quick email to Nizu, his fingers trembling as he made his choice. Then he stepped onto the balcony, the black suit enveloping him, and shot a web, swinging into the night. The city's lights blurred below, a reminder of the world he was fighting to change, one thug, one choice, one swing at a time. Meanwhile, at Mizudafu's International Airport, 2 figures emerged from a plane, their silhouettes cutting through the crowd. The first was a tall, lean man with salt and pepper hair and sharp green eyes, his face lined with both wisdom and weariness. He wore a tailored coat, his posture relaxed but alert, as if scanning the city for something or someone. Beside him walked a younger woman, her features a softer echo of his, with the same green eyes and a cascade of auburn hair tied back loosely. She carried a duffel bag, her expression a mix of excitement and exasperation. "Ah, it's been too long since I've been back in Japan," the man said, his voice warm as he tilted his head to the sky. "The air feels different here." The woman rolled her eyes, adjusting her bag. "You barely remember anything about this place, Dad. Maybe coming back will jog your memory of your homeland." The man chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. "Don't be so HRD on me, honey. I need to book us a hotel, then find David. He's going to be surprised when he sees me." The woman sighed, grabbing their luggage. "Come on, you can stargaze and think about Mom later." "Oh, come on, don't be like that," he thought, following her toward the airport's exit. Unseen by either, a faint shimmer of darkness flickered within the man's shadow, a sinister presence stirring, ready to unleash chaos on a city already teetering on the edge. Something dangerous had arrived in Mizudafu, and its path would soon cross with Izuku. The night air was cool as Izuku swung through the city, his black suit blending with the shadows. His spider sense guided him to a rundown district, where a group of thugs was intimidating a street vendor. He landed silently, his presence a silent threat. It was time to intervene. The thugs turned, their quirks flaring, but Izuku was faster. Webs shot out, pinning one to a wall, while a swift kick sent another sprawling. The third attempted to flee, but Venom's tendrils ensnared him, slamming him to the ground. The vendor fled, shouting thanks, but Izuku's focus was elsewhere. Venom's voice purred, eager. "Bad guys. Want me to take care of them?" Izuku hesitated, his heart pounding. "Not tonight," he thought firmly. "We tie them up. Let the police handle it." Venom grumbled but complied, webs binding the thugs tightly. Izuku swung away, his mind on 𝗍𝗁's offer. The general course was safe, but the hero course, or 𝗍𝗁's mentorship, could mean a chance to redefine himself. Yet the weight of his past actions whispered that he was no hero. He was something else, something more. As he landed on a rooftop, his phone buzzed, a text from 𝗲𝗓. She had received her letter for the hero course. His heart warmed, but the weight of his choice pressed harder. He typed a reply, his fingers steady. "General course. Congrats, 𝗲𝗓." He looked out over the city, the lights a mosaic of hope and pain. "Whatever I choose," he murmured, "it's my path." The morning sun barely peeked through Mizudafu's skyline as he swung home, the city waking below him. He did a front flip, landing on his balcony with a thud, the black suit retracting as he collapsed onto the couch, groaning. "Can this get any more tiring?" he muttered, his muscles aching from a night of chasing thugs. The shrill blare of his alarm clock cut through the quiet, and he smashed it with a fist, sending it crashing to the floor in pieces. Venom's head materialized, its jagged grin mocking him. "Hey, I like that wake-up call." "Well, it's annoying," he snapped, rubbing his eyes. "Too bad," Venom said, its tone smug. "It's morning." "It's too early, Venom," he groaned. '5 I was out all night dealing with thugs." "And you didn't let us eat them," Venom grumbled, its white eyes narrowing. "Because I have a reason," he said firmly. "When the time's right, we'll take down a real bad guy. Until then, no eating." Venom's tendrils twitched, clearly unimpressed. "Fine. But shower and eat something. I'll boost your energy." He dragged himself off the couch, the weight of the night clinging to him. After a quick shower, the hot water easing his tension, he slipped into his uniform, crisp gray blazer, white shirt, red tie, and green briefs. In the kitchen, he whipped up a Western-style breakfast, sizzling bacon, scrambled eggs, and a steaming cup of tea. The routine felt grounding, a moment of normalcy in his chaotic double life. "Hey, Venom," he said, sipping his tea. "If things go south at school and someone annoys me, try to keep me in check, okay?" Venom's laugh echoed in his mind, deep and amused. "I'll try to calm you down, kid. Don't worry." "Thanks, V," he said, the nickname slipping out naturally. Venom paused, its presence shifting. What do you mean what? He asked, frowning. Nothing, Venom said quickly. Forget it. Let's get to school. He finished his breakfast, locked up his apartment, and headed out, the morning air cool against his skin. As he walked, Venom's voice muttered, almost to itself, "It's not possible, right? It can't be breaking so soon." Breaking, he thought, but before he could ask, he reached the meeting spot where he'd wait for Jiryu. He leaned against a lamppost, scrolling through his phone, his mind drifting to Naomi Hatru, the 𝗕𝗏𝗿 girl who had dropped off his letter a few days ago. Her warm amber eyes and easy smile lingered in his thoughts. Venom's voice cut in, teasing. Little Izuku's texting a girl who handed him an envelope. Smitten already. He flushed, nearly dropping his phone. How come you're suddenly so happy? Because you're going to have a few dates, maybe more, Venom said, its grin audible. What? He spluttered. No, I'm not like that. Oh, sure you aren't, Venom taunted. Mr. Crazy with a symbiote as wild as you are. You need a timeout, he muttered, but before he could argue further, Venom's tendril flicked out, smacking his cheek lightly. Hey, Midoriya. Kyokajire's voice broke through, and he turned to see her approaching, her earphone jack swaying. She stopped, her violet eyes narrowing. Whoa, what happened to your face? Oh, nothing, he said, rubbing his cheek. A tree branch hit me. I'm fine. She raised an eyebrow, her jacks twitching. You know I can tell you're lying, right? He laughed nervously. Really? You can tell. Man, your quirk's got some advantages. Don't change the subject, she said, her tone playful but firm, or I'll poke you in the eye with my jacks. Hey, he said, raising his hands. But we gotta go, or we'll be late. They headed toward the massive campus looming ahead, its glass towers gleaming in the morning light. Jiryu nudged him as they followed the signs to their respective classes. This is it, she said, her smile warm. See you at lunch. Yeah, he said, nodding. Maybe we'll run into that 𝗬𝗏𝗏 girl. She seemed nice. Sounds great, Jiryu said, her eyes softening before they parted ways. Izuku reached the general studies classroom, his heart pounding as he slid open the door. Eyes turned to him, a mix of curiosity and indifference from his new classmates. He sighed, muttering to himself, just ignore them and find a seat. Ignore them and, hey, you with the green hair, a voice called, cutting through his thoughts. Izuku turned, meeting the gaze of a young woman with messy indigo hair that flared out in large tufts, some strands brushing past her shoulders. Her purple eyes, thin and triangular, were half closed, framed by dark eye bags that gave her a perpetually tired look. Her straight teeth flashed in a small, guarded smile as she approached, her uniform slightly rumpled, as if she had rolled out of bed minutes ago. Izuku said, his voice cautious. She extended a hand, her expression neutral but not unkind. Welcome to General Studies. Since no one else is bothering to be friendly, I'm Hikari Shinso. Guess I'm hoping we can be friends. Or whatever. Izuku took her hand, giving it a firm shake, his own face carefully blank but his green eyes holding a flicker of warmth. Izuku Midoriya. I hope we can be good classmates, and friends, or whatever. Their handshake lingered a moment, both wearing emotionless masks, yet a faint spark of connection passed between them, dim but undeniable. They took seats near each other as class began. The teacher, a stern woman with a clipboard, called for introductions. One by one, students shared their names, likes, dislikes, and quirks. When it was Izuku's turn, he stood, his voice steady as he introduced himself. A murmur rippled through the room, some students curious about his lack of quirk disclosure, but he sat down, his expression unreadable. Hikari glanced at him, her purple eyes narrowing slightly, but she remained silent. At lunch, Izuku joined Jiryu, Ochako 𝗬𝗏𝗏, and Hikari at a table in the bustling cafeteria. Jiryu animatedly recounted her morning in the hero course, mentioning how their teacher described a test as a logical ruse to assess their potential. She expressed her surprise at the thought that someone might get expelled on the first day. Izuku, poking at his rice bowl, acknowledged the intensity of the situation. Ochako, her brown eyes bright, asked about Izuku's experience in general studies. He replied that it was going well and mentioned having met a friend who was sitting with them, gesturing to Hikari, who was quietly eating her sandwich. Hikari glanced up, meeting the curious gazes of her companions. Izuku smiled, a rare genuine expression, and remarked on how cool it was that they were friends. Hikari's expression remained unchanged, but she dryly noted that despite revealing her quirk, he still wanted to be friends, calling him weird. Izuku took it as a compliment, chuckling in response. Venom's teasing voice chimed in, questioning whether Izuku was managing his sanity. Ochako, tilting her head, asked Izuku why he wasn't in the hero course, recalling how he had taken down a 0-pointer with impressive speed. Izuku's chopsticks paused, his heart racing as he explained that the hero course hadn't been his first choice and that he had only been there because 𝗓𝗪 was late. 𝗓𝗪 blushed at the implication that her tardiness had caused concern, and Izuku softly admitted that she was his first friend in a long time, which made him worry. 𝗓𝗪's blush deepened as she looked away, mumbling something incoherent. The moment hung in the air, heavy with unspoken questions, while Hikari observed Izuku with sharp, unreadable eyes. Venom's voice broke the silence in Izuku's mind, expressing unease about the situation. Izuku sprinted through Mizutofu's streets, his heart pounding as the towering structure of SHIELD Industries came into view. His phone buzzed in his pocket, a text from Melissa urging him to hurry. David SHIELD's partner was arriving today, and he couldn't miss it. The crisp morning air contrasted with the storm in his mind, torn between excitement and the weight of his double life. Venom's voice rumbled in his head, curious about his haste. Izuku explained that he wanted to meet Mr. SHIELD's partner. He skidded to a stop outside the building, catching his breath as he spotted Melissa and David SHIELD waiting near the entrance. Melissa's blonde hair caught the sunlight, and David stood tall, exuding quiet authority. When Melissa called out to him, her smile brightened his mood. He grinned back, trying to mask his nerves, and assured them that he wouldn't bail on his internship. Just then, a sleek black limousine pulled up, and two figures stepped out. The first was a young woman around his age, with fair skin and long brown hair. Her hazel eyes sparkled with curiosity and indifference, and she wore a casual outfit that radiated confidence. She was appealing, but it was the second figure who captured Izuku's attention, a tall man with salt and pepper hair and piercing green eyes that seemed to see through everything. Hisashi Sora, Izuku's father. Izuku's breath caught, disbelief washing over him as he whispered to himself, struggling to comprehend the situation. Venom's voice surged with urgency, prompting him to explain what was wrong. Izuku revealed that the man was his father, whom he believed to be dead. Venom pressed for confirmation, and Izuku recounted the news of Hisashi being listed as missing after his mother passed away. As Hisashi approached David, their conversation filled the air, and Izuku stood frozen, heart racing. Melissa nudged him, checking if he was okay. He nodded, forcing a smile, but his attention remained on Hisashi. Hisashi turned to Melissa, reminiscing about the years that had passed since they last met. He then introduced his daughter, Emi, who seemed more focused on her phone than the conversation. Emi greeted them with a hint of exasperation, and Melissa laughed, noting her laid-back attitude. When Hisashi noticed Izuku, he politely acknowledged him, but there was no spark of recognition in his eyes. Izuku introduced himself, his voice shaky, and Hisashi offered a firm handshake, expressing pleasure in meeting him. Melissa proudly mentioned that Izuku was her intern, and Hisashi appeared impressed by this revelation. It had been a while since Izuku had heard the word intern. He had been one himself, learning under David. David laughed, recalling how Izuku had absorbed knowledge eagerly. They shared a light moment, but Emi's gaze lingered on Izuku, her head tilting slightly as she asked if his name was Izuku Midoriya. He confirmed, feeling his cheeks warm under her scrutiny. Emi smiled and expressed her hope that they could become good friends. Her words caught him off guard, and Melissa giggled, noticing his blush. She whispered that Emi didn't usually warm up to people her age, indicating that this was a first. As Emi followed David and Melissa inside, Izuku was left alone with his thoughts. Hisashi hadn't flinched at hearing his name, showing no hint of recognition. Izuku felt a tightening in his chest, wondering if he was truly that forgettable. Venom's voice broke through his thoughts, gentle for once, advising him to relax and talk to his friends. Izuku agreed, feeling hollow but willing to try. He hurried to catch up, quickening his pace as Hisashi called out to him, acknowledging his knowledge for someone his age. Izuku forced a smile, his heart racing as he replied that with plenty of free time, he had learned as much as he could. Hisashi nodded, noting that the mind could be stronger than the body, and asked if Izuku had considered working there permanently after graduation. He remarked that Izuku reminded him of himself, mentioning his own background in science. Izuku felt a mix of pride and pain as he mentioned having read Hisashi's research on nanotechnology, expressing admiration for its potential to help people. Hisashi's surprise was evident, and he remarked that Izuku's parents must be proud. Those words hit Izuku hard, causing him to drop his gaze, his throat tightening. He quickly excused himself, not wanting to linger on the topic, and ran down the street, tears stinging his eyes. He felt utterly alone, realizing that Hisashi didn't remember him. Seeking solace, he ducked into an alley and called for Venom, instructing it to suit up. The symbiote enveloped him, and he swung toward you, the wind drying his tears but not easing the ache in his heart. Izuku landed on a rooftop near you, the black suit retracting as he steadied his breathing. The campus loomed ahead, its glass towers symbolizing a future he wasn't sure he deserved. Hisashi's return had shattered something within him, a fragile hope he hadn't realized he had held onto. Hisashi Sora was alive and oblivious, with a daughter, Emi, who knew nothing of Izuku's existence. The pain twisted deeper with every step toward school. Inside, Izuku met Jirou at their usual spot. She scanned his face, noticing something was off. Concerned, she asked if he was okay, commenting that he looked like he had seen a ghost. Izuku forced a smile, brushing off her concern and suggesting they get to class. Jirou frowned but didn't press further, falling into step beside him. The halls of 𝐸 buzzed with energy, students discussing their courses, quirks, and dreams. Izuku felt like an outsider, his quirkless status and vigilante life setting him apart. Yet, Jirou's presence grounded him, reminding him he wasn't entirely alone. In general studies, Hikari Shinso sat nearby, her indigo hair messy as she doodled in her notebook. She remarked that Izuku was quieter than usual, prompting him to respond that he was just thinking. Hikari shrugged, noting it was strange that he still talked to her, given her quirk. Izuku chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. At lunch, Jirou, Ochako, and Hikari joined him, the cafeteria buzzing with noise. Ochako's bright voice cut through, asking if Izuku had any big plans now that he was at U. He replied that he was just trying to survive and mentioned his internship at Shield Industries. Jirou teased him about taking over the place, and while he laughed, his thoughts drifted back to Hisashi, feeling the familiar ache return. That night, Izuku swung through Muzutafu as Spider-Man, his movements sharp and aggressive. His spider sense led him to a warehouse where smugglers were trading illegal quirk-enhancing drugs. He landed silently, blending with the shadows. He confronted the smugglers, swiftly using webs to pin two men to crates. When a third lunged at him, flames sparking from his quirk, Izuku dodged and countered with a precise strike. Venom's voice urged him to take over, but Izuku insisted this was his fight. He fought with determination, each hit fueled by his anger. When the last smuggler fell, he stood over them, chest heaving. He tied them up, leaving a note for the police before swinging away, the city lights blurring through his tears. On a rooftop, he paused, the suit retracting as he sat with his knees pulled to his chest. He whispered to Venom that Hisashi didn't know him, that he was his own father. Venom reassured him that he wasn't alone, reminding him of Jirou, Ochako, Hikari, and its own presence. Izuku nodded, feeling grateful for the support. The city stretched before him, a canvas of light and shadow. His choices loomed: general studies, the hero course, or Nisa's mentorship. Hisashi's return had changed everything. He wasn't just fighting for himself anymore, he was fighting to prove he was more than a forgotten son. With renewed determination, he shot a web and swung into the night, ready to carve his own path. In the general studies classroom at 𝐸, Izuku and Hikari sat side by side, their pencils scratching against notebooks as their teacher discussed quirk theory. The room buzzed with quiet focus, but Izuku's mind was elsewhere, distant and unfocused. Hikari glanced at him, concern evident in her narrowed purple eyes. She asked if he was still focusing or lost in thought. Izuku nodded absently, his hand moving mechanically to copy notes. Hikari sighed, her tired expression clear, but she chose not to press further. Unseen by her, Venom guided Izuku's hand, ensuring his notes were legible despite his mental absence. Hours had passed since lunch, and now Izuku wandered the halls of 𝗂, his steps aimless and his uniform slightly rumpled. He didn't care if he was late to his next class or about the curious glances from passing students. The weight of his father's return, Hisashi Sora, alive and unaware of his own son, pressed down on him, dulling his senses to the world around him. Venom's voice broke through his thoughts, a mix of concern and frustration. Izuku remained silent, his gaze fixed on the floor. Venom pressed for a response, and Izuku finally replied, his voice flat, expressing that he was just feeling out of it. Venom sighed but chose not to push further. As Izuku walked, his thoughts became a tangled web of pain and confusion until a sharp buzz jolted him, his spider sense, screaming danger. His eyes widened and his heart raced. He whispered a quiet denial as his feet moved instinctively toward the source of the warning. In Class 1A, Kyokajiru and Ochako Uraraka stood near their desks, their attention drawn to a girl who approached them with unsettling calm. Emi Sora, the daughter of Hisashi Sora, leaned casually against a desk, her long brown hair cascading past her shoulders, her hazel eyes glinting with a cat-like sharpness. Her presence was magnetic, but something about her smile made both girls uneasy. Kyoka asked her to repeat herself, and Emi inquired if they knew Izuku Midoriya, her voice smooth yet probing. Ochako narrowed her eyes, questioning Emi's motives. Emi shrugged, maintaining her unwavering smile, claiming curiosity based on their closeness to Izuku. Kyoka and Ochako exchanged glances, their unease growing as Emi's demeanor felt calculated. Emi suggested that if they couldn't help her, she would find someone who could. Kyoka quickly assured her that it was fine, explaining that Izuku tended to be antisocial. Emi tilted her head, her smile taking on a faintly unsettling edge as she remarked that Izuku fidgeted when looked at, finding it cute. The tension in the air thickened, and Kyoka's stomach twisted with discomfort. Before either girl could respond, the classroom door swung open dramatically. All Might entered, his Silver Age costume gleaming, his grin wide and heroic. He declared his presence with enthusiasm, and the class erupted in excitement, whispering in awe. All Might welcomed them to the most important class at 𝗂, promising to teach them the basics of being a pro and fighting for good. The students buzzed with anticipation, Bakugu's smirk revealing his eagerness for a challenge. All Might emphasized that one key to being a hero was looking good, pressing a button that revealed numbered suitcases designed for each student based on their quirk registration forms. The class gasped and cheered, excitement palpable as they rushed to grab their costumes. At Training Ground Beta, the students of Class 1A stood in their vibrant hero costumes, a mix of practicality and flair. All Might surveyed them proudly, proclaiming that they were proof that clothes make the pros. The students cheered, their costumes shining under the sun. Kyoka felt perfect in her sleek black outfit with sound-amplifying gear, while Ochako's spacesuit-inspired costume made her feel ready to soar. All Might expressed his excitement, calling them a bunch of newbies, when a soft voice interrupted, complimenting their costumes. Emi Sora appeared, her white kimono with red streaks flowing elegantly, though it revealed more skin than seemed practical. Her hazel eyes gleamed, and her smile was both disarming and unsettling. Ochako responded politely but cautiously, and Emi dismissed concerns about her outfit, claiming her quirk worked better with less clothing. Kyoka felt her cheeks flush, her thoughts wandering, while Ochako mirrored her unease. Izuku's spider sense buzzed relentlessly, drowning out everything else as he ran through 𝗂's halls, his uniform tie flapping and heart pounding. He felt a sense of urgency, knowing something was wrong. Venom's voice was tense, urging him to communicate what was setting off his senses. Izuku admitted he didn't No, but felt it was bad. As he sprinted toward the training grounds, fragments of thought pieced together, Emi's unsettling interest, Hisashi's return, and the intensity of his spider sense. He skidded to a stop outside training ground Beta, his chest heaving as he took in the scene. The students were gathered, their costumes vibrant under the sun, with All Might leading them. But his focus locked onto Emi Sora, her calm smile too knowing. He whispered to Venom to get ready, feeling the presence coiling, ready to strike. As he stepped forward, his spider sense buzzed louder, warning him that whatever was coming would change everything. The sun beat down on training ground Beta, its concrete structures casting stark shadows across the field. All Might stood at the center, his Silver Age costume gleaming, commanding the attention of Class 1A. The students, clad in their newly designed hero costumes, buzzed with anticipation as All Might announced that it was time for combat training. 𝗫𝗫 raised a hand, his armor gleaming, asking if they would conduct urban battles again. All Might's grin widened as he explained that he was moving them ahead, emphasizing that most villain encounters occur indoors, highlighting the importance of being prepared for any situation. Truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise, the students would be split into teams of heroes and villains to engage in 2-on-2 indoor battles. A murmur rippled through the class, a mix of excitement and unease. One student expressed concern about the advanced nature of the exercise. All Might's hearty laugh filled the room as he placed his hands on his hips, emphasizing that the best training comes from real battlefield experiences. He reminded them that this time, they would be facing actual people, not just robots. Questions flew from the students, their voices overlapping as they sought clarification on the rules. One student asked if All Might would decide the winners, while another inquired about how much they could hurt the opposing team. A third student worried about the consequences of losing, recalling previous incidents. Ida raised his hand, asking whether the teams would be divided by chance or skill. A student in a flashy costume, his cape billowing, grinned, drawing attention to his attire. All Might, growing impatient, cleared his throat and continued, explaining the scenario. The villains had hidden a nuclear missile in their hideout, and the heroes needed to thwart their plans by either capturing the villains or recovering the weapon. The villains would succeed if they protected their payload or captured the heroes. Time was limited, and teams would be chosen by drawing lots. Ida adjusted his glasses, suggesting there might be a better way to organize the teams. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 stepped forward, her sleek black hero costume emphasizing her practicality. She pointed out that professionals often had to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot. Ida acknowledged her point, realizing that life often presented random challenges. All Might clapped his hands to regain control and announced the team assignments. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 drew a slip marked 𝐒, glancing at her partner with a mix of resignation and amusement. 𝗫𝗫𝗁, with his electric yellow hair, expressed his enthusiasm about being on the same team. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗏𝗀 drew her slip, her spacesuit-inspired costume bouncing slightly as she read it, sarcastically commenting on their pairing. Emi Sora, in her flowing white kimono with red streaks, smirked at 𝗬𝗏𝗀, their eyes locking in a silent challenge. A nearby student cheered, excited about the unfolding events. All Might declared the first teams to fight, pointing to Team A and Team D, assigning Team A as the heroes and Team D as the villains. The remaining students were instructed to head to the monitoring room to watch. The villains were given 5 minutes to set up before the heroes would be released to begin the battle. All Might turned to Ida and 𝗵𝗃, emphasizing the importance of embodying villainy for their success. Ida nodded firmly, while Bakugu's scowl deepened, his fists sparking faintly with energy. As they entered the building, they reached the room containing the fake nuclear missile, its sleek surface gleaming under the lights. Ida tapped it, reminding Bakugu that it was just a simulation. Bakugu snapped at Ida, inquiring about Sora, expressing his frustration with her. Ida, adjusting his glasses, noted her strength, which only seemed to irritate Bakugu further. Inside training ground Beta, tension filled the air as 𝗬𝗏𝗀 and Emi crouched near a shattered window, studying the building's floor plan on a tablet. The mock cityscape around them provided the perfect backdrop for their training. 𝗂𝗧𝗂, her costume glinting under the lights, wondered if they were expected to memorize the layout. She admired All Might's presence, relieved that he wasn't as intimidating as Mr. Aizawa. Emi's sharp, cat-like gaze remained focused on the building ahead. She expressed her longing to confront a particular student, revealing her determination. When 𝗂𝗧𝗂 expressed surprise at Emi's quick memorization of the floor plan, Emi credited her father for the skill and shifted the conversation back to their mission. 𝗂𝗧𝗂's determination flared as she affirmed her readiness to win, also mentioning the need to discuss boundaries regarding a certain green-haired boy. All Might's voice boomed over the intercom, announcing the start of the indoor combat training. 𝗂𝗧𝗂 and Emi moved swiftly, slipping through the window into the building's dim interior, ready to face the challenges ahead. 𝗂𝗧𝗂 floated herself and Emi briefly to clear the frame, her quirk making their entry silent. They landed softly, and Emi's eyes scanned the hallway, her senses sharp. She reminded them to be careful, noting the many blind spots. Suddenly, her nose twitched as she sniffed the air, her quirk-enhanced instincts kicking in. Just in time, she yanked 𝗂𝗧𝗂 back as a blast of heat roared past, singeing the wall where they had stood. The explosion left a smoky haze, and Emi steadied 𝗂𝗧𝗂, her voice calm yet playful, checking in on her well-being. 𝗂𝗧𝗂's cheeks flushed, feeling indignant at the teasing. Emi, unfazed, continued to smirk. Katsuki Bakugo emerged from the shadows, his gauntlets sparking and his crimson eyes blazing with intensity. He taunted them, questioning their courage to face him. In the monitoring room, the rest of Class 1A watched, their voices overlapping as they commented on Bakugo's tactics. Some expressed concern, while others criticized his sneak attack, but one student noted that Sora had managed to dodge him. Bakugo's smirk twisted into a scowl as he declared he wouldn't hurt them too badly, just enough to keep the fight going. Emi sighed, her tail flicking as she moved with predatory grace. In a blur, she closed the distance, her fist slamming into Bakugo's jaw, followed by a swift punch to his gut. The force sent him crashing into the wall, the impact echoing through the hall. 𝗂𝗧𝗂 watched in awe at Emi's impressive moves. Emi reminded 𝗂𝗧𝗂 to stay focused on their plan, and 𝗂𝗧𝗂 nodded, her resolve firm as she darted down the hall, her quirk propelling her toward the weapon's location, leaving Emi and Bakugo alone. Bakugo staggered to his feet, wiping BLD from his lip, his glare filled with fury. He believed that with 𝗂𝗧𝗂 gone, he had the upper hand, but Emi only chuckled, catching him off guard with a swift knee to his chin, drawing a trickle of BLD. She taunted him about his superiority complex, striking at his pride. Bakugo's rage boiled over, and with a roar, he unleashed an explosion, charging at Emi. She smirked and darted away, luring him deeper into the building as her plan unfolded with every step. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. Industries, Hisashi Sora and David S.H.I.E.L.D. stood in a high-tech lab, their eyes fixed on a holographic display of a sleek, multi-G balance glider. The device hovered above a workbench, its surface gleaming with intricate circuits. Beside it, a series of vials glowed faintly, containing a green vapor, their experimental human performance enhancers. David asked if the project would work, his voice laced with concern. Hisashi's green eyes were steady, though his jaw was tight as he explained it was still in the testing stage. Suddenly, a smooth, authoritative voice interrupted them. A group entered the lab, including members of the board of directors and representatives from the Hero Public Safety Commission, led by Samuel Abraham, a key figure at S.H.I.E.L.D. Industries. Hisashi demanded to know the meaning of their visit. A board member stepped forward, explaining that they had heard about the glider and the performance enhancers from one of their own. Hurt flickered in Hisashi and David's eyes as they turned to Sam, questioning why he would share their personal project. Sam, though regretful, insisted that the potential to save lives was too important to keep quiet. David expressed frustration, reminding Sam that it was still in the testing phase and meant to be kept private. Another board member dismissed their concerns, insisting they needed to know more about the project. Hisashi sighed, explaining that the performance enhancers had shown a significant increase in strength during tests on rodents but were still not ready for public use due to concerning side effects. The room grew tense as the board members exchanged dissatisfied glances. The first board member coldly informed Hisashi that he had 2 weeks to make the project operational, or there would be consequences. With that, the group turned and left, their footsteps echoing in the lab. Hisashi clenched his fists, his anger palpable, but David placed a hand on his shoulder, reminding him they still had time to figure things out. Hisashi exhaled, relaxing slightly as he acknowledged David's words. They shared a light moment, but the tension lingered, unnoticed by them as Sam slipped out of the lab, his eyes shadowed with guilt and hurt. Back at Training Ground Beta, Ochako moved swiftly through the building, her quirk keeping her steps light as she navigated toward the weapon's location. Emi's plan was clear: distract Bakugo while Ochako secured the objective. However, as she rounded a corner, 𝗕𝗫𝐁𝐵 appeared, his engines revving as he blocked her path. He formally declared that he could not allow her to proceed. Ochako grinned, ready for the challenge ahead. "Sorry, Ida, but we're winning this." Outside, Izuku stood at the edge of the training ground, his spider sense buzzing, urging him closer. Something felt off, and he clenched his fists. Emi was involved, and Bakugo was ready to unleash his fury. He couldn't let things spiral out of control. He whispered to Venom, his voice resolute, instructing it to suit up. Venom responded with a growl, its black tendrils enveloping him, the white spider emblem gleaming. Izuku shot a web and swung toward the building, prepared to confront whatever danger awaited inside. The halls of Training Ground Beta echoed with the sound of explosions as Emi Sora dodged blast after blast from Katsuki Bakugo's relentless assault. Her movements were fluid, almost feline, her quirk-enhanced agility allowing her to weave through the fiery onslaught. Her white kimono with red streaks fluttered, the fabric barely singed as she evaded each attack, her mind racing to refine her plan. Bakugo roared, demanding that she stop dodging and fight him, his gauntlets sparking with energy. Emi smirked, her hazel eyes glinting with defiance. As she transformed, cat-like ears sprouted atop her head, sharp claws emerged from her hands, and faint spots appeared on her skin, framing her eyes like a predator's markings. Her quirk amplified her speed and strength, and she darted forward, dodging another blast with ease. Bakugo's scowl deepened, but before he could fire again, Emi struck, landing a solid hit to his chin. The impact sent him crashing into a concrete wall, shaking dust from the ceiling. Emi tapped her earpiece, her voice calm but urgent, checking on Ochako's status. Ochako's response was strained but determined, indicating that Bakugo was making it difficult for her to grab the weapon. Emi sighed, her tail flicking as she resolved to find a way to assist. Bakugo staggered to his feet, glaring with intensity, blood trickling from his lip. He lunged at her, but she dodged again, her movements a blur. A sudden wave of heat grazed her side, singeing her kimono and forcing her back. She stumbled but remained upright, her claws flexing. Bakugo snarled, explaining the nature of his quirk, emphasizing the explosive potential of his sweat stored in his gauntlets. Emi's expression shifted as she realized the danger, especially as Bakugo prepared to fire. All Might's voice boomed over the intercom, filled with panic, urging Bakugo not to fire. The blast erupted, a deafening explosion that shook the building, sending debris flying. In the monitoring room, the students gasped, their eyes glued to the screens. Kyokajire's hands clenched, urging All Might to stop the match, her voice sharp with fear. All Might stared at the monitors, wide-eyed, but remained still. The other students murmured, their faces pale, until Kyoka noticed something on the screen that made her breath hitch. In the heart of the chaos, a black blur shot through the smoke, Spider-Man, his suit gleaming with the white spider emblem. Izuku Midoriya had swung in just in time, tackling Emi out of the blast's path. The cameras didn't catch the suit. In a split second, Venom retracted, leaving Izuku in his uniform, his green eyes blazing with determination as he shielded Emi. He helped her to her feet, checking if she was okay. Emi coughed, her kimono singed but her expression defiant. She thanked him for the save, insisting she could have handled Bakugo on her own. Izuku's gaze flicked to Bakugo, who was already recovering. He instructed Emi to help Ochako, his tone firm. Emi's eyes narrowed, refusing to leave him alone with Bakugo. Izuku met her gaze, his eyes burning with intensity that made her hesitate. She eventually nodded and sprinted toward Ochako's position. Izuku faced Bakugo, fists clenched, his uniform slightly torn from the debris. He turned to the nearest camera, his voice steady, demanding that all might not end the match. Bakugo smirked, wiping BLD from his chin, questioning Izuku's presence. Izuku's glare was cold, his body tense but controlled. He declared he was there to stop Bakugo. Bakugo roared, charging forward with an explosion, but Izuku was ready. Relying solely on his training, he sidestepped the blast, grabbing Bakugo's arm and slamming him hard into the ground. Izuku warned Bakugo that he had no leverage over him anymore, expressing his disappointment in Bakugo's arrogance. Bakugo screamed in rage, scrambling to his feet and charging again. Izuku ducked under a blast and countered with a sharp elbow to Bakugo's gut, forcing him to. Izuku didn't relent. He twisted Bakugo's wrist to neutralize his quirk and delivered a precise punch to his chin. He declared that without his quirk, Bakugo was nothing, emphasizing his own training and strength. Bakugo stumbled, eyes wide with shock and fury, swinging wildly but missing as Izuku swept his legs, sending him crashing to the ground. Before Bakugo could recover, Izuku's foot connected with his face, leaving him sprawled and groaning in pain. Izuku stood over him, chest heaving, his eyes filled with a mix of anger and disappointment. He expressed how disappointing Bakugo was, stating that his attempts to destroy them only made them stronger. The intercom crackled, announcing that the hero team had won the match, with Ochako securing the weapon with Emi's help. Izuku turned, his expression unreadable, and walked out of the building, leaving Bakugo unconscious amid the rubble. Tenya Ida, Ochako, and Emi descended the stairs, their eyes wide at the destruction and Bakugo's defeated form. In the monitoring room, the students were silent, their faces a mix of shock and awe. All Might stared at the screens, his grin absent, his mind racing. He wondered how young Midoriya had managed to achieve such a feat without a quirk. Kyoka's hands trembled as her violet eyes remained fixed on Izuku's retreating figure, filled with concern about what was happening with him. "Back at you?" Izuku sat in his general studies classroom, his head resting on his desk, his uniform still dusty from the earlier confrontation. He sighed, the weight of his actions settling in. Venom's voice broke through his thoughts, soft and gentle, asking if he was okay. Izuku lifted his head, bitterness creeping into his voice as he responded, questioning the timing of the concern. Venom pointed out that he had held back during the fight, noting that he could have ended it but chose not to. Izuku clenched his fists, explaining that there had been too many witnesses. If he had taken a life, his friends would have seen, and he couldn't let them know the darker side he had been hiding. Venom sighed, its presence heavy in his mind, reminding him that they needed to find a way to take down some professionals, starting with a certain no. Izuku nodded, his jaw tight, acknowledging the need for action. That night, Izuku stood atop a high-rise in Mizudafu, the city's lights sprawling below like a sea of stars. His eyes were closed, his breathing steady, and he had changed into casual clothes. When he opened his eyes, a glint of resolve sparkled in their green depths. He declared that it was nighttime and suggested they use their second form. Venom materialized beside him, its jagged grin wide and its white eyes gleaming, agreeing that it had been a while since they had transformed. The symbiote surged, enveloping Izuku in a wave of black tendrils. His body grew taller and more muscular, the suit transforming into a bulkier, more imposing version. The white spider emblem stretched across his chest as Venom's face emerged, its tongue flicking eagerly. It growled with anticipation, ready for action. With a powerful leap, they launched off the building, plunging into the night, prepared to confront the darkness that plagued Mizudafu. Days had passed since Izuku had faced Bakugo in the training ground, and the memory of that encounter still tingled in his fists. He had narrowly escaped All Might's inquiries, managing to slip away before being cornered. Now, he lounged on his couch, his phone pressed to his ear, attempting to ease Kyoka's worries about his reckless actions. She expressed her concern sharply, emphasizing how dangerous it had been to confront Bakugo. Izuku chuckled, trying to lighten the mood, but Kyoka's frustration was palpable as she insisted that his actions were unjustifiable. When she switched to a video call, her face filled the screen, her violet eyes burning with anger. Izuku acknowledged her anger, noting that 𝗬𝗏𝗏 was worried too and that he should talk to her about it. He laughed nervously, promising to keep that in mind. Kyoka's expression softened, but her voice remained firm as she urged him not to take such risks again, reminding him that he was still human. After the call ended, Izuku stared at the blank screen, her words echoing in his mind. He let out a bitter laugh, questioning his humanity. Before he could dwell on it further, his phone erupted with a new ringtone, one he hadn't set. The lyrics blared, and he groaned, quickly answering to stop the noise. A familiar voice greeted him warmly, teasingly, and he relaxed, smiling as he recognized Naomi Hataru. They chatted for a while, her easygoing chatter pulling him out of his thoughts. She shared stories about her latest 𝗕𝗏𝗄 mishaps, and he reciprocated with tales from 𝐻𝐻𝗄𝐽, keeping details vague to avoid mentioning Spider-Man. As the sky darkened outside, they said their goodbyes, and Izuku's heart skipped at a notification, a police scanner alert about a nearby robbery. He instructed Venom to suit up, and the symbiote complied. Stepping onto his balcony, the black suit enveloped him, the white spider emblem gleaming. He leaped, shooting a web and swinging through Mizudafu's neon-lit streets, the wind whipping around him. He moved with practiced ease, flipping onto rooftops, his body flowing through parkour moves as the city blurred below. As he landed on a skyscraper, he joked with Venom about the ringtone, but the symbiote's tone turned serious. It expressed a feeling of déjà vu, hinting that something similar to it was approaching. Izuku paused mid-swing, his heart racing, asking for clarification, but Venom fell silent. He landed on a rooftop, his senses sharp, feeling the city's pulse thrumming below. Something was coming, and he needed to be ready. At SHIELD Industries, deep within a sterile laboratory, Hisashi Sora stood before a gleaming chamber, its glass walls reflecting the dim lights. A concerned employee hovered nearby, expressing hesitation about proceeding with the performance enhancers that were not yet ready for testing. Hisashi's green eyes were resolute as he insisted on moving forward, believing that sometimes risks were necessary in laboratory science. He dismissed the suggestion to delay the experiment, determined to protect his company and its future. The employee's brow furrowed in worry as Hisashi prepared for the test. Hisashi unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a lean but scarred chest, and explained that the enhancer would catalyze upon entering the bloodstream. He hesitated before drinking the contents of a vial filled with swirling green liquid, the bitter taste burning his throat as he stepped into the chamber. The employee fastened him in, the straps cold against Hisashi's skin. As the chamber hissed and green gas flooded the interior, Hisashi's cries echoed through the lab, raw and desperate. The employee's face paled in horror as he rushed to the controls. Panicking as he shut down the machine and opened the chamber, the gas dissipating around them. Hisashi slumped, his eyes closed, his breathing shallow. An employee applied pressure to his chest, desperation guiding his hands, until the heart monitor beeped faintly. Suddenly, Hisashi's eyes snapped open, a wild glint in their green depths. He grabbed the employee's arm, his grip unnaturally strong. He rasped, questioning if they were going back to the formula, a twisted smile curling his lips. The employee stumbled back, fear etched on his face, as Hisashi rose, his movements jerky, his expression no longer entirely human. Izuku woke with a groan, his head throbbing as if he had been hit by a bus. He found himself upside down, tangled in his own webs, hanging from a street lamp in a quiet alley. He thought about the situation, his spider sense quiet but his body aching. He decided to worry about whatever had happened later, cutting himself free and landing lightly. He needed to get to school. After freshening up at home, the hot shower eased his sore muscles, and he scarfed down a quick breakfast, toast and eggs, nothing fancy. His 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏 uniform felt heavier today, the weight of recent events pressing down on him. Hisashi's return, Bakugo's defeat, Kyoka's words, and Venom's déjà vu, it was all too much. As he walked to 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏, his phone buzzed with a text from Ochako, asking if he was okay and expressing the need to talk about what had happened. He sighed and typed a quick reply, assuring her he was fine and suggesting they talk at lunch. The campus loomed ahead, its glass towers gleaming in the morning sun. He spotted Kyoko waiting at the gate, her earphone jacks twitching as she waved him over. She bluntly remarked that he looked terrible, but her concern was evident. He forced a smile and explained he had just had a rough night. She frowned, searching his eyes, and asked if he was planning another reckless stunt like the one with Bakugo. He shook his head, softly promising to try not to. They walked to class, the halls buzzing with students. In general studies, Hikari Shinso glanced at him, her indigo hair a mess, her purple eyes half closed. She noted that he seemed quieter than usual. He replied that he was just thinking, his smile strained, contemplating his father, Venom, and what was to come. The morning sun cast long shadows across Mizudafu's bustling streets as Izuku hurried toward you. Hi, his school bag bouncing against his back. His green eyes scanned the city with restless energy when a sudden screech of tires and the sharp crack of gunfire pierced the air. His spider sense buzzed, a jolt of warning that sent him darting into a nearby alley. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, his uniform morphing into his sleek, black Spider-Man suit, the white spider emblem gleaming as he shot a web and swung toward the chaos. A car chase tore through the streets below, a black sedan weaving recklessly, pursued by police cruisers with flashing lights. Gunshots rang out, bullets pinging off concrete, and Izuku's senses honed in on the danger. He swung low, his webs snapping to a street lamp, and launched himself at the sedan. With a precise flick of his wrist, he fired a web that tangled the car's wheels, sending it skidding to a halt. The criminals inside scrambled, one raising a gun, but Izuku was faster. He dropped from above, kicking the weapon away and webbing the men to the car's hood. He muttered to himself that this took care of that, glancing up to see police and a pair of pro-heroes, Gang Orca and a lesser-known speedster, approaching. Not wanting to answer questions, he shot a web and swung away, the city blurring beneath him. He landed on a rooftop near you, the suit retracting into his skin as Venom's tendrils returned him to his uniform. He sprinted the rest of the way, slipping into his general studies classroom just as the bell rang. Sliding into his seat, he caught his breath, his hair slightly disheveled. Hikari Shinso, seated beside him, glanced over, her indigo hair a messy halo, her purple eyes narrowing with suspicion. She asked why he was almost late, noting that she thought he was a morning person. He rubbed his neck, forcing a sheepish grin and explaining that traffic had slowed him down due to a car chase. Hikari's gaze lingered, her expression skeptical as she turned back to her notebook as the teacher began the lesson. Izuku sighed, leaning back in his chair, his thoughts darkening. He felt the need to confront someone troublesome soon, his fists clenching under the desk. Venom's voice slithered into his mind, eager and suggesting that Bakugo was a target. Izuku silently reassured Venom that he was saving Bakugo for last. The afternoon sun bathed Mizudafu in a warm glow as Emi Sora stepped into the lobby of an upscale hotel, her long brown hair swaying as she moved. Her hazel eyes, sharp and cat-like, scanned the opulent surroundings, marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and the faint hum of wealth. She rode the elevator to the penthouse, her steps light but purposeful. Kicking off her shoes at the door, she pulled out her phone, scrolling absently. She called out to her father, assuming he had already left for Shield Industries. Wandering into the living room, her tail flicking slightly, she noticed a shadowed figure sprawled on the floor. Her heart skipped, and she froze, her quirk-enhanced senses picking up a familiar scent. Rushing forward, she dropped to her knees, shaking Hisashi's shoulder with worry. Hisashi stirred, groaning, his salt and pepper hair disheveled, his green eyes clouded with confusion. He blinked up at his daughter, a hand pressed to his temple, unsure of what had happened. Emi helped him sit up, her hands steady but her expression fraught. Hisashi rubbed his head, struggling to recall the previous night, his mind grasping at fragments. Emi's gaze sharpened as she noted the disorientation in his eyes. She asked if he had been there all night. Hisashi's brow furrowed as he tried to piece together the memories, a flash of something dark and chaotic surfacing briefly before vanishing. He turned to his daughter, his voice hollow, admitting that it was all a blur. Before Emi could respond, Hisashi's phone rang, its shrill tone cutting through the tension. He staggered to his feet, still sluggish, and answered, his voice unsteady. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐿's frantic voice came through, explaining that something had happened at the lab, a worker was dead, and the police were there, asking questions. Hisashi's BLD ran cold as he processed the information, realizing the gravity of the situation. Hisashi's grip tightened on the phone, his knuckles whitening. He reassured David that everything would be all right, confident that the heroes would catch whoever was responsible for the incident. David expressed his concern and mentioned he had to inform Melissa before ending the call. Hisashi stood frozen, his mind racing. Emi stepped closer, wrapping her arms around him in a comforting hug. She softly told him not to worry, assuring him that everything would be okay. Hisashi forced a smile and nodded, though his eyes flickered with a faint green glow, unnoticed by Emi. In the depths of his mind, a sinister laugh echoed, cold and mocking, whispering promises of chaos. At SHIELD Industries, the lab was cordoned off, with police officers and pro-heroes investigating the scene. A covered body lay nearby, a grim reminder of the violence that had occurred. David SHIELD stood outside, his face pale as he spoke to Melissa, who was visibly shocked. She asked how such a tragedy could happen and who could have taken the glider and suit. David shook his head, expressing his uncertainty and concern for Hisashi, emphasizing the need to find answers. In the penthouse, Hisashi sat alone, his hands clasped, staring into nothingness. The green glow flickered again, brief but undeniable, and the sinister laugh echoed louder in his mind, promising chaos that Mizudafu would soon face. As Emi left the penthouse that morning, she couldn't shake the image of her father, confused and uncharacteristically silent. Something was deeply wrong and it gnawed at her as she walked to, her tail swaying restlessly behind her. Upon reaching Class 1A, she took her seat, sighing heavily as her hazel eyes stared blankly at the desk. A familiar voice broke through her thoughts, teasing her. Kyoka Jairu, with her violet eyes and twitching earphone jacks, asked what was bothering her. Emi smirked and playfully teased Kyoka about her nickname. Kyoka laughed, her cheeks flushing, but the genuine warmth eased the weight in Emi's chest. Their teacher, Aizawa, entered the classroom, his half-lidded eyes sharp despite his demeanor. The room quieted, heavy with anticipation as he addressed the class. He reprimanded Bakugo for his reckless behavior during their training match, warning him that such actions would not be tolerated in the future. Bakugo slouched in his seat, offering only a grunt in response, which brought a flicker of satisfaction to Emi. Aizawa then turned his attention to Emi, stating that the student who saved her was not part of the hero course and that he wanted her to find him, as the principal had questions. Confusion washed over her as she wondered why she was being singled out. Aizawa continued, informing the class that they needed to decide on a class representative. The room erupted with students shouting their reasons for wanting the title, some earnest and others less so. Tenya Ida stood, demanding silence and declaring the importance of the role. He insisted that they should hold an election to choose a true leader, which led to murmurs of agreement and dissent among the classmates. After a swift election, Aizawa announced the results, which stunned the room. Bakugo's voice erupted in disbelief, questioning who had voted for Emi. The class reacted with a mix of surprise and laughter, while Ida expressed disappointment at receiving 0 votes. Aizawa confirmed that Emi Sora was the class president, with Momo Yaoyorozu as vice president. As the title sank in, Emi's thoughts drifted back to her father and the unease curling in her gut. After class, with Aizawa's permission, she headed to the General Studies building to find Izuku Midoriya. The task felt significant, as if she were stepping into something larger than herself. Upon knocking on the classroom door, she was invited in, and the students' eyes turned toward her, their whispers following her every move. Her appearance drew stares, a reminder of the bullying she had faced in the past for looking different. But now, she had friends, Kyoka, Ochako, and maybe even Izuku. Her gaze found him, slumped over his desk in sleep. The teacher nodded when she explained that Principal Nizu wanted to see Izuku. I approached his desk, and Hikari Shinso glanced up, her purple eyes curious. She touched his shoulder, and he jolted awake, his green eyes bleary but sharpening when they met mine inches away. He looked confused but didn't resist as I urged him to follow me. The whispers of his classmates trailed us as we left the classroom. The halls of 𝐒𝐻𝐈 were quiet, the weight of the principal's summons hanging between us as we headed to 𝗍𝗓𝗄's office. The general studies classroom buzzed faintly as 𝗵𝐴 led Izuku Midoriya out, the doors sliding shut behind them. Hikari Shinso watched them go, her indigo hair falling over her eyes, her expression unreadable but her mind racing. She sensed that he was hiding something, her quirk itching to probe but her instincts warning her to wait. In the halls, Izuku followed 𝗵𝐴, his green eyes guarded, his thoughts a storm. The car chase from that morning replayed in his mind, the rush of swinging through the city as Spider-Man and the close call with the pro-heroes. Hikari's suspicion had been sharp, and now 𝗵𝐴's presence added to the pressure. He wondered if 𝗍𝗓 knew about the suit or Venom. 𝗵𝐴's steps were steady, but her mind was elsewhere. Her father's collapse and the green glow in his eyes felt wrong, like a puzzle missing pieces. She felt the weight of responsibility as class president and the need to chase Midoriya for answers she didn't fully understand. They reached 𝗍𝗓's office, a sleek door with the principal's nameplate gleaming under fluorescent lights. 𝗵𝐴 knocked, her tail stilling, and 𝗍𝗓's cheerful voice called for them to enter. Inside, 𝗍𝗓 sat behind his desk, his small, mouse-like form radiating warmth and authority. His beady eyes flicked between 𝗵𝐴 and Izuku, a faint smile curling his lips. He thanked 𝗵𝐴 for bringing Midoriya and invited her to take a seat. Izuku sat, his posture tense, while 𝗵𝐴 stood, her arms crossed, her hazel eyes sharp. 𝗍𝗓 continued, saying that 𝗵𝐴 could return to class and that he wanted to speak with Izuku alone. 𝗵𝐴 hesitated but nodded, glancing at Izuku with an unreadable expression before leaving, the door clicking shut behind her. Izuku sat in a cushioned chair in Principal 𝗍𝗓's office, his eyes fixed on the steaming cup of tea in front of him. The faint scent of jasmine filled the air, but he couldn't bring himself to drink. Across the desk, a chessboard sat between them, its polished pieces gleaming under the soft light of the room. 𝗍𝗓 sipped his tea, his beady eyes studying Izuku with an intensity that made him uneasy. Venom's silence in his mind was a heavy absence that left him on edge. 𝗍𝗓 asked if there was a reason he had been called there. Izuku leaned forward, searching 𝗍𝗓's face for any hint of suspicion. 𝗍𝗓 set his cup down and suggested they talk while playing a game of chess. Izuku blinked, caught off guard. A game now. He scanned 𝗍𝗓's face for any sign of ulterior motive, but his expression was a mask, polite, curious, and impossibly calm. With a sigh, Izuku nodded and moved a black pawn to mirror 𝗍𝗓's opening. The game began, the quiet clicks of pieces on the board filling the room. 𝗍𝗓 played with precision, his moves deliberate, testing Izuku. He countered, his mind sharp despite the weight of the moment. Each move was a dance, a way to outthink an opponent, and 𝗍𝗓 was no ordinary player. His eyes flicked between the board and Izuku, as if he were analyzing more than just his strategy. The game stretched on, and when the final move came, Izuku trapped 𝗍𝗓's king in checkmate. He leaned back, his heart pounding. 𝗍𝗓's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before it melted into amazement and enthusiasm. He remarked that Izuku was truly interesting and asked why he hadn't taken his offer before. Izuku froze, his fingers tightening around the armrest. 𝗍𝗓's earlier proposal, private mentorship, had come months ago, before the training incident with Bakugo, before Hisashi's return. He had turned it down without hesitation, but now, facing 𝗍𝗓's piercing gaze, he felt exposed. 𝗍𝗓's eyes held no emotion, just a calm, endless depth that seemed to see through him. Taking a breath, Izuku met his gaze and explained that he hadn't agreed to the proposal because he had a hard time trusting people. He shared his experiences of being orphaned at 5, bouncing between foster homes, and dealing with the unfairness of others who saw him as less because he was quirkless. He expressed his belief that he wouldn't give second chances to those who had hurt him and that he would do anything to make them pay for their actions. The words spilled out, raw and jagged, each one a shard of the pain he had carried for years. His mother's death, his father's absence, the bullying, the rejection, it all poured into that moment. He stood, intending to leave, his emotions threatening to spill over. 𝗍𝗂 called out to him gently but firmly, stopping him in his tracks. Izuku turned, hand on the doorknob, and saw 𝗍𝗂's expression soften, though his eyes remained sharp. 𝗍𝗂 offered to help him take revenge on those who had harmed him if he would consider becoming his only student. Izuku froze, his heart skipping. He asked 𝗍𝗂 to explain. 𝗍𝗂 leaned forward, his paws clasped, and expressed his longing to help Izuku make a difference, to show the world that the quirkless could rise above, to be a symbol for others. The word, symbol, hit Izuku like a shockwave, sparking electricity through his veins. It echoed All Might's legacy, the hero he had once idolized, but it also stirred something deeper, a flicker of hope he had buried long ago. His eyes, usually guarded, betrayed a spark of light, a fleeting glimpse of the boy who had once dreamed of being a hero. He told 𝗍𝗂 that he would think about it. Just give me more time to give you my answer. 𝗍𝗂's smile was warm, almost paternal. He reassured Izuku that it was perfectly fine to take as much time as he needed. Their conversation had run into lunchtime, and Izuku should hurry. Nodding, his mind a whirlwind, he left the office, the door clicking shut behind him. As he walked toward the cafeteria, 𝗍𝗂's words echoed in his mind, a symbol for others. Little did he know, that moment marked the beginning of something new, a shift in the path he had been carving through pain and vengeance. Izuku walked through 𝗬𝗏's bustling halls, his green eyes distant, thoughts tangled in 𝗍𝗂's offer and his own buried desires. The noise of the cafeteria hit him as he entered, filled with students laughing and chattering, trays clattering. He spotted 𝗬𝗁𝗎 𝗬𝗏 and Hikari Shinso at their usual table, their faces lighting up as he approached. 𝗬𝗏 waved him over, asking what 𝗍𝗂 wanted, noting that he looked a bit off. Izuku slid into a seat, forcing a smile and vaguely mentioning that he was just talking about his future and that 𝗍𝗂 had some ideas for him. Kyoka's earphone jacks twitched as she narrowed her violet eyes, questioning what kind of ideas they were, worried he wasn't in trouble over the Bakugo incident. Izuku quickly reassured them that it was nothing like that, just options. Hikari leaned forward, her indigo hair falling over her eyes, insisting he spill the details. Izuku laughed, the sound hollow, and playfully called her too nosy, insisting it was just school stuff. The conversation shifted as 𝗬𝗏 recounted a funny moment from hero training, with Kyoka adding her dry commentary, but Izuku's mind remained elsewhere. 𝗍𝗂's offer, a chance to be a symbol, to prove that the quirkless could stand tall, clashed with the darkness he carried. The silence from Venom worried him, creating a void where guidance usually lay. As the sun dipped below Mizutafu's skyline, painting the city in hues of orange and purple, Izuku Midoriya, clad in his black Spider-Man suit with its gleaming white spider emblem, swung from building to building. His webs snapped to skyscrapers, his movements fluid and precise as he chased the thrill of the night. Earlier, he had foiled another car chase, webbing up a trio of robbers and leaving them for the police, and rescued a handful of cats from trees, a small act that made him smile beneath his mask. Now, hanging upside down from a street lamp, he munched on a bag of chocolate buns, the sweet dough melting in his mouth. He remarked to Venom, with his voice muffled as he chewed, how good the buns were. Venom's voice rumbled in his mind, grudgingly approving of the treat. Izuku agreed, savoring the last bun before pulling his mask down, his white lenses glinting in the evening light. He sighed, swaying slightly in the breeze, and then expressed his unease about the false alarm during lunch and the reporters breaking into you. Something felt off, and he noted Venom's recent silence, sensing it was avoiding something. Venom's tone was evasive, urging Izuku to focus on the city, as trouble was always around the corner. Just then, Izuku's spider sense erupted, a sharp buzz jolting his senses. He spotted a figure speeding through the streets below, heading toward the unforeseen simulation joint, the USJ. His heart raced as he muttered to Venom, realizing the urgency of the situation. Venom's excitement surged, ready for action. Izuku nodded, his resolve hardening, and leaped off the street lamp, diving into a free fall before shooting a web and swinging toward the USJ, the wind roaring in his ears as the city blurred past. Upon landing on the USJ's domed roof, the sounds of fighting echoed from within, shouts, crashes, and the unmistakable crackle of quirks in action. His spider sense buzzed louder, urging him to act. He commanded Venom to increase his spider sense, needing to know what was happening inside. Venom complied, amplifying his senses until his vision sharpened, piercing through the walls of the UF. He saw everything. Class 1A scattered, villains swarming, a hulking creature attacking a teacher, and 2 students in peril. The flood of information hit him hard, causing pain to spike through his skull. Clutching his head, he took deep breaths to steady himself, his mask's lenses narrowing. With determination, he announced that he knew what he had to do, apologizing to Venom for not using their full strength today. Venom expressed its frustration but agreed to proceed. Izuku crouched on the roof, summoning his strength, and leaped high, timing his descent perfectly. He fired webs below, pulling himself down with force, shattering the roof's glass and plummeting into the UF. He landed with his arms crossed over his chest, exuding a quiet menace. The villains and students below froze, their eyes drawn to the figure descending through the debris. The students gasped, recognizing the vigilante known as Spider-Man, while the villains whispered in disbelief, some calling him a myth. Izuku's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and theatrical, as he dramatically declared his arrival. With a flourish, he spread his arms, black webs erupting from his wrists. The tendrils surged, snaring a dozen villains and yanking them into the air. They screamed, thrashing as the webs pinned them to a massive, intricate web strung across the USJ's central plaza, a trap that gleamed like obsidian in the dim light. Izuku hung upside down from a webline, surveying his handiwork with a grin beneath his mask, playfully naming his trap. Venom's unimpressed voice chimed in, suggesting it needed more work. Suddenly, an attack from a villain forced Izuku to flip backward, dodging with ease. He retaliated with a swift kick, sending the attacker crashing into a wall with a groan. His lenses narrowed as he spotted the ringleader, a lanky figure with dirty blue hair, scratching his neck in agitation. Izuku pointed dramatically, calling out the villain's name and making a quip about his actions. A purple wisp of smoke materialized beside the man, urging him to leave, indicating that the vigilante was no joke. Shigaraki paused, a sinister smile curling beneath the hand covering his face. Izuku Midoriya acknowledged Kuroji's words, recognizing the gravity of the situation. However, he remained resolute, confident in their secret weapon. He commanded the Nomu to finish off Eraserhead, but before the monstrous creature could deliver a decisive blow, Izuku sprang into action. He struck the Nomu's face with a powerful punch, causing it to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly shot webs to rescue Eraserhead, who was bloodied but still alive, along with 2 students, Tsuyu Azui and Minoru Mineta. Izuku instructed them to escape, his tone firm. Tsu, wide-eyed with concern, questioned his safety against the formidable Nomu. With a defiant laugh, Izuku reassured them of his strength, insisting they leave. The students nodded and helped their teacher to safety. Meanwhile, Shigaraki's frustration boiled over as he ordered the Nomu to eliminate Izuku. Izuku, undeterred, shot back with a witty remark, while Venom chimed in with its own critique. As the Nomu charged, Izuku prepared for the fight, his body tense with anticipation. He dodged the creature's attack and countered with a powerful strike aimed at its vulnerable spot. The impact sent the Nomu crashing into a wall, leaving cracks in the concrete. With a theatrical flair, Izuku landed on the fallen Nomu, declaring his victory with confidence. Shigaraki, filled with rage, could hardly believe the turn of events. In a moment of distraction, Izuku shot a web to seal Shigaraki's mouth, playfully mocking him. Kuroji, attempting to intervene, summoned portals around Izuku, but he was quick to react, avoiding their pull. Just then, Katsuki Bakugo entered the fray, furious and ready to unleash his explosive quirk. Izuku, unfazed, retorted with a clever jab about his identity as an arachnid. Before Bakugo could attack again, the faculty burst into the scene, causing Shigaraki to panic. Izuku acted swiftly, webbing the villains to the ground to prevent their escape. As chaos ensued, Izuku narrowly dodged an ice blast from Shoto Todoroki, making light of the situation. He continued to evade attacks from the pro-heroes, who were closing in on him. All Might, towering and authoritative, declared Izuku under arrest for his actions. Izuku felt a mix of defiance and disappointment, recalling how the symbol of peace had let him down. In a moment of anger, he swung forward, landing a punch on All Might that left the hero stunned. The other pro-heroes were taken aback as Izuku quickly cocooned All Might in webs, playfully refusing to engage further. He then silenced Present Mic and dodged Midnight's mist, ensuring his escape. With a nod to Tsuyu and Ochako, who watched in shock, he made his exit through the shattered roof, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Later, in his modest Mizudafu apartment, Izuku relaxed on his couch, having changed out of his Spider-Man suit. He enjoyed a slice of chocolate cake, finding solace in its rich flavor after the tumultuous events of the day. A book titled The Art of Strategy lay open beside him, its pages well-worn from late-night study. The door creaked open, and Naomi Hataru entered, her auburn hair tousled and her expression weary. She flopped onto the couch, resting her head on Izuku's stomach. He chuckled softly, patting her head as she sought comfort. Naomi expressed her frustration about the day's events, and Izuku teased her about her cancelled date, prompting her to sit up in indignation. Izuku had been eagerly anticipating the meeting, only to be met with a dismissive comment about his appearance. He felt a mix of frustration and disbelief. Despite this, he managed to laugh, the sound genuine even as a weight settled in his chest. He reassured Naomi, who looked hopeful, that she was amazing and should never change for anyone. Her blush deepened at his words, and she expressed her gratitude, which made Izuku smile even wider. They shared a comfortable silence as Naomi turned on a classic superhero movie while Izuku returned to his book, the soft rustling of the pages filling the air. Meanwhile, at a secret Hero Public Safety Commission testing site on the outskirts of Japan, technicians were busy monitoring an exoskeleton prototype, a marvel of technology designed for heroes. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation for what this new era of hero technology could bring. Suddenly, a missile descended from the sky, striking the site with a tremendous explosion that sent flames and debris flying. Amidst the chaos, technicians scrambled for safety as the prototype was reduced to a heap of twisted metal. Above, a shadowy figure hovered, their laughter echoing ominously, a sign of the turmoil that was to follow. As night fell over Mizudafu, Izuku Midoriya lay on a rooftop, his Spider-Man suit in tatters and his body marked with fresh cuts and bruises. He groaned, struggling to sit up as pain coursed through him. He fought the urge to scream, trying to assess the situation. His voice was hoarse as he wondered what had happened, and he felt the presence of Venom in his mind, though it was weak. Venom, sounding strained, informed Izuku that they had both been unconscious and that the suit had suffered severe damage. Izuku was advised to rest and keep his mask on in case any pro-heroes were patrolling the area. With a heavy sigh, he settled back onto the cold concrete, deciding to think about everything later. Exhaustion soon claimed him as he closed his eyes. 2 weeks earlier, Izuku had found himself in a quiet alley, his Spider-Man suit retracted and his uniform wrinkled from another night of crime fighting. He took deep breaths, feeling the weight of fatigue and the bags under his eyes. He had been relentless, driven by a need to prove himself. Hikari Shinso approached him, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. She pointed out his lack of sleep, and although Izuku attempted to deflect, her serious tone made it clear she cared. He appreciated her concern, and their banter lightened the mood. As the announcement for the 𝗬𝗧𝗏 Sports Festival echoed through the classroom, excitement buzzed among the students. Present Mic's voice energized the crowd, and Midnight took the stage, captivating the audience. She introduced Izuku as a guest, catching him off guard and igniting a mix of shock and determination within him. As he walked to the stage, he felt the weight of the moment. With a deep breath, he introduced himself, revealing that he was quirkless. The crowd's reaction was immediate, filled with pitying looks that made him uneasy. However, he quickly gathered his courage, expressing his pride in being accepted into and encouraging others to forge their own paths despite challenges. His words ignited a wave of cheers, and he felt a surge of joy as he spotted his friends in the stands. As the crowd shouted their support, Bakugo seethed with anger, unable to accept that Izuku was receiving the applause he felt he deserved. Midnight announced the first event, the obstacle race, and the students lined up at the starting gate, tension palpable in the air. At the signal, the students surged forward, but the narrow entrance bottlenecked the crowd, causing them to shove and stumble. Shoto Todoroki declared that this was their first filter, ice surging from his right hand to freeze the ground and trap many competitors. Shouts of frustration echoed as class won, as students used their quirks to break free. Present Mick's voice boomed, announcing the event and calling out to Aizawa, who sighed in response to being dragged there. Bakugo roared, challenging Todoroki as he blasted into the air, his explosions propelling him over the ice. Class 1A followed, their resolve strengthened by their previous experiences, transforming fear into determination. Izuku ran alongside Hikari, dodging ice shards and teasing her about making an effort. Hikari replied that she would only put in effort if something interested her, her quirk dormant but her pace steady. Todoroki glanced back, surprised to see some of his classmates making it past the ice. The first obstacle loomed ahead, a robo-inferno, giant robots from the entrance exam blocking the path. Minetta's attack was cut short when a robot swatted him aside. Todoroki froze one of the robots in a precarious position and ran beneath it, warning others not to try to pass. Mick's voice rang out, announcing Todoroki's impressive maneuver that blocked the others. Izuku, surrounded by robots, grinned, feeling a surge of determination despite his exhaustion. He grabbed a metal plate from the ground, using it to clear a path through the robots. The race entered its second stage, the fall, a canyon crossed by ropes. 𝗬𝗏 leaped onto the ropes, crawling with ease, while 𝗵𝗃 showcased her gadgets, zooming past Ochako and Mina. Todoroki reached the final obstacle, the landmine field. Fans marveled at his quirk and lineage as Endeavor's son, but his careful steps slowed him down. Bakugo caught up, blasting through the air and aiming an explosion at Todoroki. Izuku, near the back, began digging up mines and stacking them carefully, a plan forming in his mind. As he triggered a massive explosion by slamming the metal plate onto the mines, the blast propelled him into the air, soaring past competitors. The crowd gasped as Todoroki and Bakugo stared in shock, watching Izuku take the lead. Bakugo abandoned Todoroki, blasting toward Izuku, while Todoroki used ice to close the gap. Izuku's momentum faltered, but he timed his next move perfectly. As Bakugo and Todoroki neared, he detonated another mine, pushing himself forward and knocking them back. He sprinted, ignoring Bakugo's furious shouts, and crossed the finish line to a roaring crowd. He waved, his smile tired but triumphant. Todoroki and Bakugo placed second and third, but Bakugo stormed over, grabbing Izuku's collar and demanding to know who gave him the right to win. Izuku's knee connected with Bakugo's gut, forcing him to release his grip. Despite his dull eyes, Izuku's smile was chilling, making Bakugo flinch. He warned Bakugo not to think they were still in junior high, asserting that he couldn't do anything to him and that Bakugo's luck was about to run out. Izuku walked away, joining the qualifiers for the next event, leaving Bakugo seething. In the VIP stands, HPSC officials observed, their lists of promising students growing. They noted Todoroki's power, Bakugo's ferocity, and Izuku's unexpected triumph, unaware of the storm brewing. At Shield Industries, Hisashi Sora stood in a sleek boardroom, addressing the board on David Shield's behalf. He announced that Shield Industries had surpassed other support companies as Japan's principal supplier, with costs down and revenues up. An HPSC representative responded with a sharp smile, revealing that they were selling the company due to a partner's recapitalization after the bombing. Hisashi's BLD ran cold as he demanded to know why he wasn't informed. The representative explained that the last thing they wanted was a power struggle with entrenched management and that Hisashi's resignation was expected in 30 days. He added that it would be better if David didn't know about the sale. The smirk on the man's face ignited something in Hisashi. He expressed his disbelief, recalling how he and David started the company and how much they had sacrificed. Despite his attempts to calm himself, rage surged within him. The representative coldly informed him that the board and HPSC were unanimous in their decision, and that he needed to pack up after the sports festival. As Hisashi wiped sweat from his brow, his eyes flickered with a green glow, unnoticed but growing. A sinister laugh echoed in his mind, and his voice dropped to a chilling calm as he questioned whether he was truly out. The youth sports festival buzzed with energy, the stadium's roar a living pulse as students gathered after the obstacle race. Izuku Midoriya stood among his friends, Ochako Uraraka, Kyokajiu, Hikari Shinso, and Emi Sora, his green eyes bright despite the exhaustion etched into his face. Ochako beamed, praising his amazing win. Izuku laughed, brushing off her compliment and attributing his success to luck. Kyoka playfully punched his arm, reminding him of his demanding training sessions. Izuku protested, but Kyoka smirked, recalling how he had made her do an excessive number of squats on the first day of training. Before he could respond, Emi leaned in with a Cheshire-like grin, teasing him about his popularity with the ladies. Izuku felt his cheeks flush as he stammered a denial. A tired voice interrupted, and he turned to see Momo Yaoyorozu, her tall frame slumped with exhaustion, with Mineta clinging to her back, a mischievous grin on his face. Izuku's expression narrowed as he swiftly yanked Mineta off Momo and tossed him to the ground. He turned to Momo, softening his expression as he asked if Mineta had caused any trouble. Momo adjusted her torn gym uniform, her cheeks faintly pink as she introduced herself. Izuku smiled, confirming his identity. Momo mentioned that her friend Kyoka talked about Izuku in class, and she found his speech inspiring. Izuku rubbed his neck, recalling the moment, and without thinking, he took off his shirt and draped it over Momo's shoulders to cover her exposed skin. His bare torso, lean and toned from years of training, caught the attention of nearby students. He apologized, explaining that he didn't want the male competitors to gawk at her. He then asked for her name, complimenting her beauty. Momo's blush deepened, but she smiled and introduced herself as Momo Yaoyorozu, thanking him for his kindness. Izuku's smile widened, oblivious to the flicker of jealousy in Kyoka and Ochako, who quickly buried their feelings. The moment passed as Midnight's voice boomed across the stadium, announcing the results of the preliminaries. The top 43 had earned the right to advance, and she encouraged those who didn't make it to stay hopeful for the upcoming festival events. Midnight then introduced the second event, the Human Cavalry Battle, explaining that teams could consist of 2 to 4 members, and the objective was to swipe enemy riders' headbands while protecting their own. Students began to discuss the point system, which would be similar to the entrance exam. Midnight confirmed the point values for placements, emphasizing that the first-place rider's headband was worth an astonishing 10 million points. Izuku felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, realizing that he was now a prime target. As students scrambled to form teams, Izuku remained seated on the grass, feeling the weight of the spotlight on him. No one approached, wary of the attention his points attracted. Venom, the symbiote, commented that someone would surely want to team up with him. Just then, a shadow fell over him, and he looked up to see Ochako, her warm brown eyes and bright smile inviting him to team up. Izuku was taken aback, and despite his initial hesitation he agreed, realizing it was better to team up with friends. He pulled her into a quick hug, impressed by her cheerful spirit. They needed 2 more members, and soon 𝗵𝗃 approached, her energetic demeanor shining through as she expressed her longing to join their team. Izuku was cautious but intrigued by her enthusiasm and the potential support gear she could provide. After some discussion, they welcomed 𝗵𝗃 to the team, and Izuku scanned the field for 1 more member. He noticed Kyoka had chosen to compete against him, which he respected, wanting to see how well she could perform. Just then, Emi Sora appeared, confidently asking to join their group. Izuku smiled, pleased to have her on board. As the time to form teams came to an end, Midnight announced the start of the cavalry battle. In the stands, Nido Minoma rallied his classmates, expressing their determination to show Class A what they were made of. Present Mick's voice echoed, urging the students to prepare for battle. Izuku tied the 10 million point headband around his forehead, feeling the pressure of the moment. He stood as the rider, with Ochako and Mei positioned behind him and Emi in front, her tail poised for balance. They called out to one another, affirming their readiness. Izuku felt a mix of seriousness and playfulness as he encouraged his team, determined to win the battle ahead. The 𝐒𝐻𝐁𝐵 Sports Festival stadium buzzed with anticipation as midnight counted down. Izuku, atop his team's human warhorse, glanced at Katsuki Bakugo's team, knowing that Bakugo's fierce longing for victory would make him a target. He then turned his attention to Shoto Todoroki's team, feeling the weight of their competitive spirit. With a deep breath, Izuku steeled himself, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. He felt the weight of the headband's fabric in his grip, knowing it was worth 10,290 points, the biggest target on the field. Emi's tail twitched, Mei's gadgets hummed, and Ochako's hands hovered, ready for action. Izuku's team had honed their synergy in the tense minutes of planning. They needed to move the moment the battle began. With the command to start, chaos erupted. Several teams, Class 1A, Class 1B and others, surged toward Izuku's group, their eyes locked on the 10 million point prize. Izuku's instincts kicked in, and he anticipated no hesitation. Ochako called for action, pressing her hands against Izuku, Mei, and herself, reducing their gravity. Izuku activated Mei's jetpack, its turbines roaring as the team leaped skyward, narrowly avoiding a quirk that transformed the ground below into sticky mud. A Class 1B student shouted in frustration at their foiled plan. From another team, Hagakure led the charge, her invisible form darting forward. Kyokajiru's earphone jacks shot upward, targeting Izuku's team. Emi smirked, her tail flicking with precision, deflecting the jacks effortlessly. Kyoka stumbled back, surprised by the unexpected defense. Emi quipped about her tail having a mind of its own, showcasing her playful confidence. Ochako cheered for Emi's quick thinking as they descended, gaining distance from the chaos below. Hagakure's team scrambled, having already lost their headband, while other teams clashed in a frenzy, headbands swapping hands in the chaos. Izuku maintained a steady voice, asserting their advantage in evasion. He proposed a strategy to line up the teams, hoping they would hit each other. Mei praised his plan, and Emi agreed, her eyes narrowing in determination. Before they could execute their strategy, a roar pierced the air. Katsuki Bakugo rocketed toward them, propelled by an explosion, his expression fierce. He taunted Izuku, reaching for his headband. Izuku's determination surged, and he prepared to strike, but Mei was quicker. She called for the rider to brace and unleashed a net gun, ensnaring Bakugo midair. Bakugo roared in surprise, but Zero's tape shot out, pulling him back to safety before he could hit the ground. Present Mix's voice boomed, commenting on their unconventional strategy, while Midnight confirmed its legality as long as Bakugo didn't touch the ground. Izuku shook off the adrenaline, urging his team to keep moving. Another horse approached, Hikari Shinso's team, with Aoyama leading, followed by Ojiro and a Class 1B student, all under her quirk's influence. Hikari commanded her team to act, and Aoyama fired a laser from his navel. Izuku shouted for his team to dodge as the beam narrowly missed Emi, striking Team Koda instead and causing chaos among them. Hikari smirked, impressed by Izuku's ability to evade. The next moments were a blur of chaos. Teams relentlessly targeted Izuku's group, their headband a beacon. Quirk attacks, explosions, vines, sonic waves, rocked the field, some missing their mark and hitting other teams. Izuku's team weaved through the onslaught, Emi's tail deflecting projectiles, Ochako's quirk keeping them light, and Mei's gadgets providing bursts of speed. Present Mic announced the time, and the crowd fell silent as the scoreboard was revealed. Izuku focused ahead, refusing to look up. Emi asked about their headband, and Ochako confirmed it was secure, grinning as Izuku gave a thumbs up. Mei exclaimed in surprise that half the teams had lost their headbands. Present Mic shouted that Class 1A wasn't dominating, only Team Todoroki and Team Midoriya still had points from that class, with Team Todoroki in 5th place. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized Class 1B was targeting Class 1A, noting Emi's report that they were avoiding inter-team conflict. Their strategy was clever, gathering intel without concern for winning. With Class 1B provoking Bakugo and others, the pressure on Izuku's team eased. Bakugo's explosions echoed as he clashed with 𝗵𝗏𝗄𝗏, stealing headbands with ruthless precision. Izuku ignored their counterattack, knowing it was futile. Emi alerted him to an incoming Todoroki, and Izuku prepared himself. Todoroki declared his intent to take the headband, and Izuku smirked, challenging him to try. Ochako warned them that they had half the match left and that they weren't their only enemies. Izuku and Emi overheard Todoroki's orders to his team. As Iida advanced, Izuku's instincts kicked in. He knew they had to be ready for Kaminari's discharge. Mei urged Izuku to push the button on the jetpack, and he activated it, soaring upward just as Kaminari unleashed his electricity. Below, Todoroki extended an ice rod, encasing the ground and trapping competitors. Aizawa noted Todoroki's growth from the obstacle race. Izuku asked Mei how long the jetpack could keep them airborne, and she replied that it wouldn't last long. Emi muttered about the inconvenience. Todoroki tracked their descent, creating an ice ring to isolate his team from others. Izuku felt a thrill of excitement, relishing the challenge. Present Mike announced the final minute, urging everyone to fight until the bell tolled. Izuku devised a plan, knowing Todoroki only used his right side. He instructed his team to stick to Todoroki's left, aware that Iida posed a significant threat. As Iida spoke softly, Izuku caught his words, realizing the stakes. Iida's engines roared to life, propelling Team Todoroki forward in a blur. Time slowed as Todoroki reached for the headband, but Izuku bent backward, dodging with remarkable agility. Sound rushed back as Todoroki's team skidded to a halt, shocked by Izuku's evasion. Izuku taunted Todoroki, reminding him of his earlier boast. Undeterred, Todoroki's team charged again, and Emi called out for a plan. Izuku instructed Ochako to use her quirk on him, and she complied, making him float. He asked Mei for one last burst, and she urged him to hurry as Todoroki's team closed in. Izuku activated the jetpack, soaring upward as Todoroki's team glared at him. With 20 seconds left, Todoroki conjured an ice tower, climbing after him and firing ice shards. Present Mike counted down, and Izuku focused on dodging the incoming attacks, determined to stay in the game. 9. Izuku swooped closer, evading another shard, but stiffened as Todoroki's left side ignited, flames flaring. 8. He kicked Todoroki's gut, disrupting his focus, the headband untouched. 7. Another threat loomed, Bakugo rocketing through the smoke, his explosions propelling him toward Izuku. 6. Bakugo screamed, closing in, but Izuku maneuvered, landing a dropkick. 5. Bakugo persisted, aiming for the headband, but Izuku dodged, kicking him again. 4. The boys clashed, Bakugo's rage against Izuku's precise strikes. 3. Bakugo lunged, but Izuku evaded, landing another kick. 2. A final punch from Izuku sent Bakugo staggering, nearly losing his balance. 1. Time's up. Present Mike announced. Bakugo fell into the dirt, inches from his team, while Izuku's team landed softly, Ochako leaning against Emi with a sigh of relief. Mei holstered her net gun, eyeing Bakugo cautiously. Izuku stood, his headband secure, a relieved smile breaking through his calm demeanor. The crowd erupted in cheers, shaking the stadium as Izuku's team celebrated their victory, claiming the 10 million point headband. The 𝐒𝐻 Sports Festival Stadium pulsed with excitement as Present Mick's voice boomed over the roaring crowd. Let's see who our top 4 teams are, shall we? In first place, Team Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya, still wearing the 10 million point headband, stood atop his team, Ochako Uraraka, Mei Hatsum, and Emi Sora, as Ochako pulled them into a huddle, her bubbly laughter filling the air. We did it! She cheered, her brown eyes sparkling. Izuku wiped tears from his eyes with his forearm, not from joy but from a biting comment Venom had whispered in his mind, something crude that left him flustered. Keep it together, kid, Venom's voice rumbled, laced with amusement. Don't cry over my jokes now. In second place, Team Todoroki. Present Mike continued. Shoto Todoroki's team, Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari, stood stoically, their 670 points securing their advance. Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes burned with quiet frustration, his jaw tight. Second place wasn't enough for him. In third place, Team Bakugo. Katsuki Bakugo, sprawled in the dirt where he'd fallen, pounded the ground with a fist. "Son of a," he exclaimed, barely mustering the energy to sit up, his 660 points a bitter consolation. Fourth place goes to Team Tet. Wait. Present Mick's voice hitched. There was an upset in those last seconds. Fourth place is Team Shinso. Izuku glanced at Hikari Shinso, her indigo hair catching the stadium lights. She waved, a sly smirk on her face, and he returned it with a small smile, his green eyes softening. Her quirk-driven team had pulled through, a testament to her cunning. Present Mike wrapped up, his voice electric. These top 16 competitors will move on to the final event. That event will be after an hour's lunch break. See you all then. Emi leaned against Izuku, startling him. Her hazel eyes drooped, her tail limp as she yawned, her cat-like features softened by exhaustion. Izuku expressed concern, asking if she was okay. She mumbled, cuddling closer, her cheek pressed against his arm, commenting on how warm he was. Mei patted Izuku's back, her goggles glinting. "Good job, 10 million. Thanks for getting me so far. Let's get Catgirl a hot meal to warm her up." "Yeah, sounds nice. Thanks, Goggles," Izuku replied, chuckling at Mei's nickname for Emi. "Midoriya." Shoto Todoroki's voice cut through, cool and deliberate. "Can we speak in private?" Izuku turned, meeting Todoroki's intense gaze. He glanced at his teammates, who reassured him it was fine to go. Following Todoroki to the tunnel leading to the stands, Izuku felt a mix of curiosity and unease. In the shadowed tunnel, Todoroki leaned against the wall, his expression pensive, his eyes boring into Izuku with an intensity that made the air heavy. Izuku shifted, feeling the weight of the moment. "Todoroki!" Todoroki remained silent, his gaze unwavering. Izuku's patience frayed. "Look, if you're just gonna stand there not saying anything, I'll leave. The cafeteria's gonna get crowded, how were you able to do it?" Todoroki asked suddenly, his voice low. Izuku blinked, confused. "Do what?" "You just..." Todoroki ran a hand through his red and white hair, frustration flickering across his face. "You're someone who decided you could win this without a quirk. You took first in the obstacle race, then the cavalry battle with ease. The crowd, they think you're not worth anything. So tell me, how do you keep going like it doesn't affect you?" Izuku's hair fell over his eyes, casting a shadow. His hands clenched into fists, nails sharpening slightly. "You honestly think I have it easy," he said, his voice low. Todoroki shuddered, meeting Izuku's eyes, dull, hollow, filled with a familiar hate that mirrored his own. "I've been through so much for years," Izuku continued, his voice raw. "The death of my mother, my dad not being part of my life, and you think those words didn't affect me? They do, every single time. They think the quirkless are nothing but lower beings, unworthy of breathing the same air as those with power. But tell me, Todoroki, have you ever been told to end it?" Todoroki's eyes widened, shock etching his features. "Well, I guess you haven't," Izuku said, his voice bitter. "I've had peers, teachers, even the principal send me messages telling me to end it, over and over, until..." He paused, the light returning to his eyes, his expression softening. "Let's stop talking about me. What do you really want to say, Shoto Todoroki?" Todoroki hesitated, then spoke, his voice heavy. "Have you ever heard of quirk marriages?" Izuku's mouth fell open, a chill racing down his spine, his mind reeling. Panic surged within him. No, he thought. "You mean?" Izuku whispered, his voice trembling. "Yes," Todoroki said, the single word dripping with horror. He covered his scar with his hand, his voice shaking. "My father rose through the ranks to surpass all might, but he never could. He saw him as an unmovable mountain. So, if his power wasn't enough," he paused, his eyes distant, "I'll never be his tool. My mother, in all my memories she's crying. She saw this left side and only saw him. She poured boiling water on me. Do you get it now? I won't use his quirk, the one he gave me. I'll beat him with my right side. Izuku's breath hitched, understanding dawning. I think I get it, he said softly. You and we've had different lives, but we've both been dealt the short end of the stick. But Todoroki, if you're trying to win this festival, I'm not your only opponent. Todoroki's lips twitched, almost a smile. Then I'm looking forward to it. He walked away, leaving Izuku alone in the tunnel, almost. Izuku sensed Bakugo's presence nearby, his instincts picking up the faintest tremor of rage. Should we deal with him? Venom asked eager. Unfortunately, we can't, Izuku replied. But we'll embarrass him soon. Be patient, buddy. Izuku sent a pulse of intense energy toward Bakugo's hiding spot, a silent warning that made the blonde flinch, his breath catching in his throat. Satisfied, Izuku turned away, but his instincts flared, sharp and urgent, with no clear source. He spun, scanning the tunnel, his heart racing. He wondered why it had gone off and asked Venom for clarity. Venom responded cautiously, indicating that it didn't know either, leaving Izuku feeling frustrated. Venom then teased him about his interactions with the girl, causing Izuku to groan and shake his head as he walked toward the cafeteria, the weight of Todoroki's words, Bakugo's eavesdropping, and the mysterious trigger lingering like a storm on the horizon. The Sports Festival Stadium buzzed with anticipation as President Mick's voice echoed vibrantly. He announced great news for those who had dropped out of the preliminaries, stating that there would be recreational events for everyone to participate in. The crowd gasped in surprise as the Class 1A girls, Ochako, Kyoka, Momo, and others, stood on the field in cheerleading outfits, their expressions a mix of embarrassment and anger. Momo glared at Mineta and Kaminari, who were blushing and exchanging thumbs-ups, accusing them of tricking the girls. Momo expressed her regret about falling into Mineta's trap, while Kyoka voiced her irritation at the situation. Toru, barely visible in her outfit, suggested they might as well participate until the real battle began, as stressing over it was tiring. Ochako managed a small smile, noting that Toru actually seemed to enjoy it. Emi Sora, standing apart, smirked, relieved she hadn't been forced into the outfits. President Mike encouraged everyone to compete in the recreational events before the final tournament. A student from the crowd expressed excitement about finally being on the stage seen on TV every year. Others chimed in, recalling that the last round was always one-on-one but with changing details each time. Midnight took the stage, announcing that they would draw lots for the tournament pairings, allowing the 16 advancing students to skip the recreational events to rest. Ojiro raised his hand and stated that he didn't want to participate, shocking Class 1A. He explained that while he knew this was a rare opportunity, he felt he couldn't agree with his previous performance in the cavalry battle, attributing his success to another's quirk. All eyes turned to Hikari Shinso, who sighed, her indigo hair falling over her face. Izuku's expression darkened, his fists clenching protectively. Ojiro continued, acknowledging the rarity of the opportunity but expressing his discomfort with how he had performed. Shouta Nairenjiki from Class 1B stepped forward, echoing Ojiro's sentiment and announcing his withdrawal as well. President Mick's voice faltered as he noted the unusual situation, and Aizawa remarked that the final decision rested with Midnight. Midnight considered the situation seriously and accepted Ojiro and Shouta's resignations, stating that the empty slots would go to participants from the 5th-place team, Team Kendo. Itsuka Kendo agreed, noting that their team hadn't done much and it was better to give the chance to those who fought hard. Tetsutetsu, overwhelmed, expressed his gratitude to Kendo. The tournament bracket flashed on the stadium screen, pairing Izuku with Hikari. He realized he would face Todoroki in the second round, feeling a mix of determination and apprehension. As he reflected on his situation, Venom cautioned him about doing something reckless. Izuku admitted to still feeling broken despite his progress. Venom fell silent, sensing the weight of Izuku's thoughts. Just then, Hikari approached him with a small smile, expressing hope that they would both give it their all. Before he could respond, Ojiro interrupted, pulling him aside during the recreational events. Fireworks burst overhead, signaling the start of the games, but Izuku focused on Ojiro. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 warned him to watch out for Shinso, claiming her quirk was dangerous. Izuku's expression hardened, and he warned 𝗎𝗪𝗀 to refrain from speaking poorly about Hikari. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 stepped back, startled by Izuku's intensity. Izuku walked away, his anger simmering, and found a secluded spot to gather his thoughts. He hacked into confidential files on the Todoroki family, driven by a need to understand Shoto's pain and his own mother's past. Venom questioned why Izuku was trying so hard for someone else. Izuku resolved that he didn't want anyone to feel they deserved to suffer for things beyond their control. He vowed to ensure that those who harmed others would face consequences, even if it meant breaking the law. As he scrolled through the files, a dark chuckle escaped him as he thought of Endeavor. The tournament arrived, and Cementos shaped a raised fighting ring from liquid cement, blazing torches at its corners. Present Mick's voice roared, energizing the crowd as he announced the start of the finals, one-on-one matches. He encouraged the participants to rely on themselves and put everything into the matches to achieve victory. The first fight was announced, and the crowd cheered for Izuku Midoriya, who had proven himself in previous events, versus another general studies star, Hikari Shinso. Midnight outlined the rules, stating that if an opponent went out of the ring, was immobilized, or surrendered, the other would win. She reassured them that Recovery Girl was ready, but warned against risking an opponent's life for no reason, which would lead to disqualification. Izuku and Hikari faced each other, the crowd's cheers fading into the background. Izuku expressed that he hadn't let 𝗎𝗪𝗀's words affect him. Hikari's eyes reflected her hurt, and she wondered if he was upset with her for what 𝗎𝗪𝗀 had said. Izuku quickly clarified that he was sorry for not checking on her well-being and encouraged her to bring her best skills to the match, stating that it would be a fight without quirks, just pure fighting skills. Hikari smiled, shifting into a Krav Maga stance, affirming that she wouldn't have it any other way. As the bell rang, they began to move, circling each other and waiting for an opening. Hikari struck first, her fist snapping forward, but Izuku dodged and countered with a kick. They exchanged punches and kicks, their bodies hitting the ground, yet neither faltered, their training evident in every move. Izuku had trained Hikari, understanding her isolation due to the stigma surrounding her quirk. He saw himself in her, labeled, judged, and alone. Now, she fought with fierce determination, pushing him toward the edge of the ring, but Izuku's strength, honed by years of quirkless determination, held firm. He recognized that she was fighting to prove herself, just like he had. Hikari charged, aiming a kick at his head. He blocked it, but her other leg struck his stomach, and she executed a handstand flip, wrapping her legs around his neck and pulling him down. Izuku managed to break free, creating space as he shook off the memory of 𝗎𝗪𝗀's warning, his anger at the boy's prejudice fueling him. Hikari breathed, sweat dripping as determination blazed in her eyes. She felt exhaustion creeping in, realizing she was so close to victory. Just as she swayed and began to collapse, Izuku caught her, offering a gentle smile and complimenting her performance. A warmth blossomed in her chest as she realized her feelings for him. The crowd roared as Izuku advanced to round a bot carried Hikari to Recovery Girl, and Izuku made his way to a rest area, his mind returning to the files. Something felt missing, a piece of the puzzle that he couldn't quite grasp. Taking a deep breath, he pocketed his phone and joined the other first years. Hikari, now recovered, nodded at him, signaling that there were no hard feelings. Izuku felt a wave of relief, but it was short-lived as Kyoka grabbed his arm, pulling him close and asking if he was okay. Izuku assured her that he was fine, forcing a grin and stating that he was hard to knock down. Kyoka, however, insisted that he needed sleep. Before he could protest, she pulled him down, resting his head on her lap. His face turned red, and his heart raced as she clarified that she was only doing this because he was her friend. Her classmates noticed, and whispers filled the air, with one pair of crimson eyes burning with jealousy. Katsuki Bakugo clenched his fists, wondering what was so special about this quirkless boy. High above, a shadow streaked through the sky, accompanied by a manic laugh. The figure roared that they would show everyone not to mess with them, their path aimed straight for the sports festival. Shoto Todoroki strode toward the arena, his heterochromatic eyes fixed ahead until a towering figure blocked his path. He stopped, his expression hardening. Endeavor, the number 2 hero, chastised him for his disgraceful behavior, insisting that if Shoto had used the power of his left side, he could have easily dominated the obstacle race and cavalry battle. Shoto tightened his jaw but walked past, ignoring his father's sharp voice, which commanded him to stop resisting and fulfill his duty to surpass all might. Endeavor declared that Shoto was his greatest masterpiece, but Shoto responded venomously, stating that he would earn his victories using only his mother's power and would never use Endeavor's in battle. As Shoto walked away, Endeavor glared, his flames flaring brighter. In the stands, Izuku, still resting his head on Kyoka's lap, watched as Todoroki returned to the arena. The ice Shoto had conjured earlier melted under his right hand, but his expression was one of profound sadness, a weight that Izuku recognized. He felt compelled to do something. Venom warned him not to get involved in matters that didn't concern him, but Izuku felt a determination burning within him to see what would happen if he did. Present Mick's voice boomed, announcing the third matchup, Kaminari from Class 1A versus Shiozaki from Class 1B. The match ended quickly, with Denki Kaminari's electric surge backfiring and leaving him trapped in Ibara Shiozaki's vines, sporting a dazed grin. He glanced at Kyoka, hoping for her attention, but she was focused on Izuku, prompting tears to well in Kaminari's eyes. Izuku sat up, earning a pout from Kyoka, and muttered an apology as he pulled out his notebook, scribbling notes on Shiozaki's quirk and strategies for future fights. He knew he would need every advantage if he faced her. 𝗵𝗃 leaned over, commenting on his notes, while Hikari added that she hadn't realized he was such a dedicated nerd. Izuku chuckled, scratching his neck, and asked Mei if it was her turn soon. She thanked him for the heads-up, and Hikari teased him about his muscular build. Kyoka shot Izuku a glare, her earphone jacks twitching, as he burst into laughter, drawing annoyed looks from the boys of Class 1A, particularly Katsuki Bakugo. Kyoka swatted Izuku's head, reminding him to tone it down as his laughter had annoyed her classmates. Izuku apologized, still chuckling, and mentioned that he got caught up after what Kaminari had done. Kyoka softened, agreeing but still urging him to chill. Izuku nodded, but his gaze caught Emi Sora leaving to prepare for her match, an uneasy feeling settling in his gut. He excused himself, stating he needed to use the restroom. In a waiting room, Ochako Uraraka took deep breaths, her hands trembling. She was startled when Izuku stepped in, blushing as she admitted to being nervous about her upcoming fight with Bakugo. Izuku gently acknowledged her fear, recalling his earlier confrontation with Bakugo and understanding her apprehension. Izuku watched the matches unfold, noting how quickly they ended. Kirishima was currently battling the steel guy from 1B. After Mei's match, Ishido had knocked out Aoyama when his belt malfunctioned, delivering a swift blow to his jaw. Sora had also made an impressive showing, defeating Yaoyorozu by using her quirk to push her out of bounds before she could prepare. Ochako's eyes widened in surprise at Sora's strength. She had always seemed so laid back. Izuku admitted that he didn't know her classmates well, which made Ochako giggle. Soon, it would be her turn to compete. Izuku set his notebook on the table, flipping to a page filled with notes about her quirk, its strengths, weaknesses, improvement tips, and strategies against explosion quirks. He expressed his concern, noting that the information was rushed due to the intensity of her upcoming match. Ochako appreciated his effort but felt she needed to rely on her own strength. She explained how Izuku had always been there for her, recalling how he had saved her during their first encounter and again during the entrance exam against the 0-pointer. She had counted on him in the cavalry battle, but now, as they were all rivals fighting for their futures, she wanted to prove herself. With a shaky thumbs up, she declared her determination to meet him in the final match. Izuku, moved by her resolve, stepped closer to hug her and gently kissed her forehead, assuring her that she had already won in his eyes. Ochako felt her heart race as he left. The next matches progressed quickly. Kirishima and Tetsu ended in a draw, their stamina evenly matched. Then it was Ochako versus Bakugo. Kyoka glanced at Izuku, who was watching intently with a grim expression. She muttered to herself that she might look away the whole time. Izuku's heart felt heavy as he silently pleaded with Ochako not to push herself too far. She fought valiantly, trying to push Bakugo out of bounds, but his relentless explosions overwhelmed her. As she fell, Bakugo loomed over her, his hands smoking, taunting her to get back up. Izuku felt a surge of anger as he rushed forward, unable to hold back. He confronted Bakugo, demanding to know what he intended to do to his friend now that the match was over. A wave of intense energy radiated from him, freezing the spectators in place. He scooped Ochako up gently and carried her to Recovery Girl. Later, Ochako entered the waiting room, her smile bright despite her bruises. She was surprised to find Izuku waiting for her and assured him that she was fine, even though she acknowledged Bakugo's strength and her need to improve. Izuku, feeling a mix of exasperation and concern, pulled her into a hug, expressing how much he cared about her. Ochako froze, blushing and unable to respond. After releasing her, Izuku prepared to leave, and she encouraged him to do his best in his next match. Before he left, Izuku leaned in and kissed her softly. Both of them blushed deeply as he pulled away, and Izuku panicked internally, questioning his own actions. Venom, his inner voice, teased him about the unexpected effects of the kiss. As Izuku prepared for his next fight, a deep voice interrupted his thoughts. Endeavor, the flame hero, approached him, exuding an intimidating presence. Izuku felt his instincts kick in as he shifted into a defensive stance. Endeavor acknowledged Izuku's impressive performance and expressed his expectations for Shoto to surpass All Might. Izuku, unfazed, countered that nothing he could do would disgrace Shoto more than Endeavor's own actions. The tension escalated as they exchanged sharp words, with Izuku pointing out Shoto's disdain for his father. Endeavor's anger flared, but Izuku remained calm, warning him about the consequences of his actions. He left Endeavor seething as he stepped into the arena, where sunlight blinded him momentarily. Facing Todoroki, Izuku noticed Shoto's distant gaze, fixed on the stands. He realized that Todoroki would likely open with a powerful ice attack, aiming to end the match quickly. Izuku needed to dodge that initial strike while keeping his own abilities concealed. As the announcer introduced them, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Midnight raised her arm, and the crowd held its breath, ready for the match to begin. Shoto Todoroki moved instantly, his right side erupting in a massive ice attack, jagged glaciers surging toward Izuku Midoriya. Izuku backflipped, dodging with fluid grace, his serious expression unwavering. The crowd gasped, the pro heroes leaned forward, and the students of U watched in awe. Todoroki pressed his assault, ice shards flying, but Izuku evaded each one effortlessly, his movements almost mocking in their ease. He leaped onto a glacier, using the icy terrain to his advantage, perched high above Todoroki. He taunted Todoroki, questioning why he wasn't giving him a challenge. Todoroki's glare intensified, another wave of ice surging forward. Izuku jumped, landing on the ice, and sprinted down its surface, closing the distance. Todoroki braced himself, but Izuku's fist slammed into his gut, sending him skidding toward the ring's edge. Todoroki conjured a last-second ice wall to stop himself, breathing, his body trembling from the cold. Izuku clenched his fist, his mind racing. He thought about tuning up his body with Venom's help, asking to remove his limiters. Venom replied cautiously, warning him about the strain he would face afterward. Izuku's spider sense flared, and he ducked, narrowly avoiding smaller, sharper ice shards. A faint smirk appeared on his face. Todoroki was weakening. Crouching low, muscles tensing, Izuku launched himself forward. The audience gasped as he closed the gap in a blur, his fist connecting with Todoroki's face. Todoroki stumbled, conjuring ice to push Izuku back, but Izuku pressed on, driving him closer to the edge. Todoroki gasped, shivering, barely standing. Izuku laughed, the sound sharp and cold. He remarked on how he wasn't even trying, finding it amusing that he was giving Todoroki so much trouble despite not having a quirk. Todoroki's eyes narrowed, ice forming around his feet as Izuku stepped closer, challenging him about his lack of effort. Another ice attack grazed Izuku's arm, but he countered with a punch to Todoroki's gut, sending him skidding. Izuku questioned Todoroki's hesitation to use his fire side, demanding to know what was stopping him. Todoroki snarled about wanting to prove he was not his father's tool. Izuku interrupted, expressing his frustration over Todoroki's attitude and questioning why he was even in the battle if he didn't care about being a hero. Todoroki's stance shifted, his eyes blazing with anger. Izuku taunted him further, provoking a charge from Todoroki, who unleashed a surge of ice. Izuku took advantage of Todoroki's balance, slamming a fist into his gut, sending him sprawling away. As Todoroki gasped for breath, Izuku noted that his ice was getting slower. Todoroki dodged an axe kick that cratered the arena, the impact echoing. Izuku continued his assault, landing a final punch to Todoroki's face, causing more blood to spill. He pressed for an answer about Todoroki's motivations, and Todoroki finally admitted he wanted to be a hero. As the flames erupted around Todoroki, Izuku felt a surge of awe at the appealing fire. Venom's influence surged within him, demanding to know what Todoroki truly wanted. Todoroki, engulfed in flames, declared his longing to be a hero. The arena roared with heat, and the world outside faded away, leaving only Izuku and Todoroki. As Todoroki lowered his flames, revealing his determined face, Izuku prepared for the next clash, knowing he couldn't afford to lose. Ice and fire surged around Todoroki, his power supercharged. Izuku took a deep breath, feeling Venom amplify his strength. The clash was explosive, ice and flame met Izuku's raw power, smoke and steam engulfing the arena. Present Mick's frantic voice cut through the chaos, questioning who had won. As the steam cleared, the crowd, pros, and even Endeavor stared in shock. Todoroki lay outside the ring, defeated, while Izuku stood, barely upright, his upper body scorched and burns crisscrossing his skin. He took ragged breaths, smiling as Present Mic declared him the winner. The roar of the crowd was the last thing he heard before collapsing, unconscious. The final match of the sports festival arrived, the stadium electric with anticipation. Izuku Midoriya faced Katsuki Bakugo, once childhood friends, now glaring across the ring. Bakugo's crimson eyes burned with rage, but Izuku's gaze was distant, a flicker of unease in his expression. Midnight signaled the start, and Bakugo charged, explosions propelling him forward. Izuku's instincts kicked in, his spider sense guiding him. He dodged a blast, smirking, and grabbed Bakugo's arm mid-attack. With a surge of strength, Izuku hurled him out of bounds, Bakugo crashing into the dirt in shock. Izuku laughed triumphantly as Present Mic declared him the winner of the sports festival. The crowd erupted, but Izuku's smile faded as his spider sense screamed, a familiar dread making him pale. The sensation intensified, a deafening hum in his mind. Black smoke trailed from the sky, a figure approaching fast. A sharp beep pierced the air, and Izuku's eyes widened as he shouted for everyone to get down. An explosion of green smoke erupted, flooding the stadium. Maniacal cackling echoed, chilling the crowd. The sports festival had taken a dark turn, and Izuku stood at its center, braced for the unknown. The piercing screams jolted Izuku awake, his eyes snapping open to a scene of chaos in the sports festival stadium. Pro heroes ushered civilians to safety, their movements frantic yet disciplined, but something was terribly wrong. Izuku's gaze darted to the sky, where a glider streaked toward the VIP section, ridden by a figure that seemed ripped from a nightmare. Clad in green armor, its face a demonic mask, the creature cackled maniacally, sending fear gripping Izuku's chest, a primal instinct he hadn't felt since the USJ incident. But there was no time to dwell. A massive chunk of rubble plummeted toward a terrified couple below. Acting on reflex, Izuku fired 2 webs from his wrists, yanking them to safety. He glanced around, relieved that no one had seen his quirk-like display, and ducked into a shadowed corner. Venom, get ready, Izuku commanded mentally, tearing off his tattered sports uniform. The black and white spider suit emerged, the iconic spider emblem gleaming on his chest. It was time to be Spider-Man. The stadium descended into chaos. Class 1A and other first years scrambled, the collapsing structures making escape nearly impossible. Sora and 𝗬𝗁𝗍, separated from their classmates, coughed through the thick green smoke that blanketed the field. The gas stung their eyes and nullified their quirks, leaving them defenseless. 𝗵𝗄, with her tail twitching and hazel eyes glinting with forced bravado, remarked on the situation, while 𝗬𝗁𝗁, her earphone jacks limp and voice trembling, expressed her fear. 𝗵𝗄 admitted her own fear but tried not to show it. Another explosion rocked the stadium, debris raining down. 𝗵𝗄 grimaced at how quickly everything had unraveled, noting that even the pro-heroes were struggling with their quirks disabled. A chilling sound sliced through the chaos. A mechanical were growing louder. The girls froze as the Green Goblin, perched on his glider, loomed above them, his demonic mask. Leering, he greeted them with a wicked rasp. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 screamed, her fear palpable, but a sharp thwip cut through the air. The goblin turned, only to be struck by a powerful kick that sent him crashing off his glider, hitting the ground in a cloud of dust. Spider-Man landed on a nearby wall, his lenses narrowing as he assessed the destruction. With swift precision he fired webs, weaving them into makeshift pillars to stabilize the crumbling stadium. The crowd, dazed but awestruck, watched the mysterious hero at work. The goblin rose, growling with rage, as pro-heroes, quirkless but resolute, surrounded him. One shouted for him to halt and declared him under arrest. The goblin's laugh was mocking as he jeered his surrender, then lashed out with inhuman strength, tossing the heroes aside like ragdolls. Spider-Man swung in, aiming a fist at the goblin's face, but the villain caught it effortlessly, his voice tinged with surprise. Impressive. A brutal kick sent Spider-Man crashing into a wall, pain flaring through his ribs. Izuku thought about how strong the goblin was, groaning in discomfort. Now's not the time for head talk, Spidey, Venom snapped. We're not done with this goblin. The goblin's glider swooped back, its weapons firing a hail of bullets. Spider-Man sprinted, dodging with acrobatic flips, then fired a web to swing onto a stabilized pillar. A scream pierced the air. 𝗬𝗁𝗁, shielding an unconscious 𝗵𝗄, was cornered by falling debris. Izuku's heart lurched, and he leaped toward them, but the goblin intercepted him, grabbing him midair and slamming him against a wall. Spider-Man countered with a sharp elbow, staggering the goblin enough to spin free. The villain retaliated with 2 gut punches, the force rattling Izuku's bones. The tussle ended with the goblin hurling Spider-Man off the glider, but Izuku's spider sense screamed, time slowing. He saw the glider's blades whirring dangerously. Acting fast, he fired webs into the goblin's eyes, blinding him, then slid beneath the glider, ripping into its internals with venom-enhanced strength. The machine sputtered, malfunctioning, and the goblin retreated, his voice echoing with venomous threats. We'll meet again, Spider-Man. As the goblin fled, Spider-Man saw 𝗬𝗁𝗁 teetering on a crumbling ledge, 𝗵𝗄 still limp in her arms. He swung in, catching them just in time, webbing a damaged section of the stadium to prevent further collapse. Setting them down, he quipped about the excitement, but 𝗬𝗁𝗁 grabbed his arm, her face flushed and voice shaky, asking who he was. Spider-Man tilted his head playfully and gently patted her head, introducing himself as your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. With a cheerful leap, he swung into the chaos, leaving 𝗬𝗁𝗁 staring in awe, a small smile breaking through her fear. 𝗵𝗄 stirred, blinking groggily, commenting on the showdown she had missed. 𝗬𝗁𝗁, still dazed, thanked 𝗵𝗄 for saving her from the debris. 𝗵𝗄 grinned despite her condition, promising to try not to get knocked out next time. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 rolled her eyes, noting 𝗵𝗄 was back to her usual self. 𝗵𝗄 laughed, but her expression darkened as the goblin's voice echoed in her mind, leaving her unsettled. Spider-Man landed on a secluded path near the stadium, ensuring no one was around. Okay, Venom, mask off, Izuku said aloud. Copy, Venom replied, the suit retracting to reveal Izuku in his P uniform, battered but intact. He took a deep breath, his mind racing. Something doesn't add up, Venom, Izuku said, his voice low. What? Venom asked, curious. The way he moved, how he disabled the hero's quirks. Whoever this guy is, someone has to stop him before things get really ugly. Izuku's resolve hardened, his green eyes glinting with determination. The Green Goblin was no ordinary villain. His strength, his tech, and his calculated chaos suggested a deeper plan. Morning light filtered through the opulent windows of the Sora mansion, casting long shadows across the marble floors. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲, disheveled in a silk robe, poured himself a glass of bourbon, the amber liquid glinting in the early sun. His hands trembled slightly, a man haunted by ambition and secrets. A chilling laugh echoed through the room, making 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃 freeze. "Is somebody there?" 𝗧𝗵𝗃 called, his voice sharp with unease. The mocking voice echoed back, sharp and sinister, sending a shiver down 𝗧𝗵𝗃's spine. The voice sneered, accusing him of playing innocent. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 spun, searching the empty mansion, his pulse racing. "Where are you?" "Follow the cold shiver running down your spine," the voice taunted. 𝗧𝗵𝗃's eyes darted to a hallway lined with grotesque masks, tribal, demonic, staring blankly. His breath hitched as the voice grew impatient. "I'm over here." He whirled, facing a full-length mirror. His reflection held a bourbon glass, but the face wasn't his. A wicked, impish grin stretched across a goblin-like visage, green and menacing. 𝗧𝗵𝗃's eyes widened, the glass slipping slightly in his grip. "Did you think it was coincidence?" The goblin hissed, its reflection drinking the bourbon and hurling the glass aside, shattering it against the wall. "So many good things happening for you, all for you. What do you want?" 𝗧𝗵𝗃 asked, his voice trembling with fear. "To say what you won't, to do what you can't." The goblin held up a copy of the Japanese news, its headline screaming, "Shield Board murdered." "And to remove those in your way." 𝗧𝗵𝗃 snatched the paper, his eyes scanning the words. "You killed them," he whispered, horrified. "We killed them," the goblin corrected, its grin widening. "We. Remember your little accident in the laboratory?" The goblin sneered. "The performance enhancers." 𝗧𝗵𝗃's face paled, realization dawning. "The performance enhancers? Bingo!" the goblin cackled. "But something else happened, something you can't remember. Me, your greatest creation. Bringing you power beyond your wildest dreams, and it's only the beginning." 𝗧𝗵𝗃 nodded slowly, temptation creeping into his eyes, his ambition rekindling. The goblin's grin faded to a frown. "There's only one who can stop us, someone more capable than these so-called heroes, villains, and the rest. The only one unaffected by our gas." The goblin's laughter turned sinister. 𝗧𝗵𝗃's eyes widened. "Of course, Spider-Man. Or," the goblin interrupted, drawing 𝗧𝗵𝗃's attention. "What if he joined us?" The goblin's evil laughter echoed, filling the mansion with dread. Evening settled over Mizudefu, the city's lights twinkling below as Izuku hung upside down on a web, his school uniform loose around him after a long day. He flipped through a book, but his mind was elsewhere. News had broken that Tensei Ida, the hero Turbo, had been attacked by the hero killer. He wondered why Stain would do that. He frowned, overthinking the situation. His stomach growled, and he muttered to himself about his hunger. He decided to grab some chocolate milkshakes. Venom responded with excitement, and Izuku laughed, releasing the web and free-falling, the spider suit forming around him in a fluid shift. With a thwip, he swung across the city, weaving between skyscrapers, the wind rushing past. The hero killer, the Green Goblin. Trouble was brewing, but for now, a milkshake sounded like the perfect distraction. The lunch bell echoed through you. Hi, but Izuku Midoriya's steps were heavy as he approached Principal Nizu's office, his face set in a serious mask. The weight of what was to come pressed on his chest, a mix of anticipation and dread. He knocked, and a calm voice called him in. Izuku opened the door, his green eyes scanning the room. Nizu sat at his desk, exuding quiet authority. Katsuki Bakugo stood nearby, his crimson eyes blazing with fury, his fists clenched. But Izuku's gaze caught on two familiar figures, Mitsuki and Marubu, Katsuki's parents. His heart warmed despite the tension. "Aunt Mitsuki. Uncle Masaru," Izuku said, surprise softening his voice. Mitsuki turned, her blonde hair catching the light, and her face lit up with a motherly warmth that made Izuku's throat tighten. She crossed the room quickly, enveloping him in a hug filled with love and regret. "Oh, Izuku, it's been so long," she said, her voice thick with emotion. Izuku returned the embrace, his voice soft but steady. "Yeah, it has. But I'm just glad to see you and Uncle Masaru again, even though I've been distant." Mitsuki pulled back, her eyes glistening. "I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, Izuku. I should have." He cut her off with another hug, his smile gentle but firm. "Like I told myself, it's fine. Don't worry about me." He stepped back, his expression shifting to curiosity. "But why are you two here?" "Katsuki." Mitsuki's brow furrowed, her gaze flicking to her son, who stood rigid, his scowl deepening. "We were called by the school because of something Katsuki did. Honestly, I'm confused." Izuku thought to himself that it seemed 𝗎𝗓 would enjoy this. 𝗎𝗓 cleared his throat, his small paws folded neatly. "If I may have your attention, we're here to discuss some rather private information concerning Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo." Katsuki's eyes widened, a flicker of terror crossing his face. He glanced at Izuku, who met his gaze with a subtle, knowing smirk. 𝗎𝗓's voice was calm but cutting as he detailed Katsuki's actions. He recounted years of torment, Katsuki's bullying of classmates in junior high, his cruel treatment of Izuku, the relentless taunts. Mitsuki's face reddened, her fists trembling, while Masaru's quiet demeanor hardened, his eyes narrowing with disappointment. Mitsuki exploded, her voice shaking the room. Masaru grabbed her arm, restraining her as she lunged toward Katsuki. "Do you have a hint of humanity in that head of yours? Telling Izuku to end his life over and over, for what? Because he wanted to achieve his dream." Katsuki's defiance flared, his voice a snarl. "And so what? He had it coming. He deserved it. He doesn't have what it takes to be a hero, so I did the world a favor. But now, because of him, I'm losing my chance at an internship. He's a worthless scumbag who should be groveling at my feet." The room fell silent, the air thick with shock. Then a crack echoed. Katsuki's face slammed against the wall, a few teeth loosened. Izuku stood over him, his hair shadowing his eyes, his expression cold. "You know, Katsuki," he said, his voice low and dangerous, "I'm impressed. You've got a lot of nerve disrespecting the dead." Izuku cracked his knuckles, the sound sharp and menacing, each pop deliberate. He wasn't smiling. "Principal, considering this excuse of a human is officially expelled, and with the permission of his family, I'd like to send him to his place." 𝗎𝗓 nodded, his eyes gleaming with approval. Mitsuki stood frozen, tears welling, unable to speak. Masaru's gaze was heavy with disappointment as he addressed Izuku, urging him to bring his judgment regarding Katsuki's actions since coming to the school. Katsuki's bravado crumbled, his eyes hollow as his parents sided with Izuku. In a desperate bid he charged forward, fists sparking with energy. Izuku sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick to Katsuki's face, sending him crashing back. Izuku's voice was filled with intensity as he declared that Katsuki had no right to act as he had, asserting that this was karma and he was releasing all his pent-up anger. Izuku's voice, raw with emotion, echoed with years of pain as he unleashed his fury. For over 2 hours, he vented his frustrations, each punch a release of the torment Katsuki had inflicted upon him. His fists bore the marks of a reckoning long overdue. When Izuku finally stopped, Katsuki lay battered and barely conscious. The Bakugo family had left a note on 𝗎𝗓's desk, disowning Katsuki. Authorities arrived shortly after, taking the broken boy away. Izuku watched, his chest heaving, but the victory felt hollow, leaving an emptiness that no amount of justice could fill. 𝗎𝗓's voice broke the silence, suggesting they discuss something else. Izuku exhaled, his voice steady but tired, expressing his longing to remain in general studies. 𝗎𝗓's eyes twinkled with warmth as he reassured Izuku that there was nothing to be ashamed of. He praised Izuku for standing up and ensuring justice, reminding him that his future was not set in stone. Izuku's lips curved into a genuine smile, gratitude swelling within him as he thanked 𝗎𝗓. He then reached into his back pocket, not for his personal drive, but for a public one, placing it on 𝗎𝗓's desk. 𝗍𝗂's curiosity was piqued as he inquired about the contents of the drive. Izuku smirked, revealing that it contained information capable of taking down a corrupted hero if 𝗍𝗂 was interested. 𝗍𝗂 poured himself a cup of tea, his laughter sharp and delighted, expressing his enjoyment of the unfolding drama. Izuku sighed, slurping his 10th chocolate milkshake, the cold sweetness providing a small comfort. Kyoka, Hikari, Ochako, and Naomi leaned against him, using him as a human body pillow in the cozy diner booth. Their warmth was grounding, but his mind was a mess. He reflected on his choices, feeling a mix of exasperation and confusion. Venom teased him about the girls surrounding him, but Izuku firmly stated that despite his struggles, he wouldn't let his impulses take over. The faces of Mitsuki and Masaru lingered in his mind, their hug and apologies reminding him of the family they had become to him. Katsuki's cruel words still stung, but delivering justice felt right, even if it left him feeling empty. The drive he had given 𝗍𝗂 was intended for Shoto and his mother, a means to address the pain Endeavor had caused. A sense of grim satisfaction settled within him as he thought about karma coming for those who had wronged others. The girls stirred, pulling him back to the present. Kyoka nudged him, smirking as she noted he was zoning out again. Izuku smiled faintly, thanking them for being there. Hikari grinned, while Ochako giggled, and Naomi nodded, her eyes warm as she called him their hero. Izuku laughed, feeling the weight lift, if only for a moment. The chaos of the outside world could wait. For now, he had his friends, his milkshakes, and a chance to breathe. Days passed, and 𝗂𝗧's first years immersed themselves in their internships. Class 1A and 1B trained under pro heroes, their resolve strengthened by the chaos of the sports festival. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit jail cell, Katsuki bakugusided, his hands slamming against the wall, his quirk nullified. His crimson eyes burned with rage as he vowed to make Izuku pay. A smooth, sinister voice cut through the darkness, offering Katsuki a way to achieve his goal. The figure beyond the bars suggested that if Katsuki worked for them, they could ensure that Izuku would disappear. Katsuki's lips curled into a vicious grin, eager for the opportunity. Late at night, Spider-Man swung through Hosu, his black and red jacket flapping in the wind, headphones blasting Kyoka's recommended punk rock. He landed on a skyscraper, his senses tingling as explosions echoed in the distance, accompanied by screams. It was showtime. He conjured webs, forming a slingshot, and waited. Another blast reverberated through the air, and he released, catapulting into the night sky. Hosu had become a war zone, flames dancing across buildings as civilians fled in terror. Monstrous creatures rampaged through the streets, and pro-heroes struggled against their raw power. One particularly muscular creature let out a roar, sending debris flying as chaos reigned. Spider-Man descended, landing with a force that cracked the pavement, causing the beast to howl in pain. The heroes froze, stunned, as Spider-Man remarked that he hadn't expected his vacation in Hosu to become so interesting. He dodged a swipe from the 𝗍𝗲's massive arm, grabbing its wrist and throwing it to the ground with a powerful slam. The pavement splintered, and Spider-Man delivered a concentrated punch, channeling Venom's strength to target the 𝗍𝗲's exposed brain. The creature stilled, its body slumping. Spider-Man sighed and turned to the heroes, his lenses narrowing as he pointed out that if they had done their jobs correctly, they would have figured out the 𝗍𝗲's weakness by now. He gestured to the creature's head and advised them to aim there before swinging away, trusting the heroes to handle the aftermath. In a shadowed alley, the hero killer Stain stood with his katana gleaming, the chaos of Hosu a distant hum. He had overheard the 𝗍𝗲 attack, confirming that his contact, likely Tamura Shigaraki, had made his move. Stain's focus remained on his target, the pro-hero native, who was slumped against the wall, bloodied and defenseless. He raised his blade, ready to finish the job. A presence behind him made Stain pause, his instincts sharp. He spun around, slashing with his katana and knocking his pursuer to the ground. The figure's helmet and glasses clattered away, revealing 𝗫𝗫, his face twisted with rage. Stain coldly addressed 𝗫𝗫, questioning what a child was doing in such a place. 𝗫𝗫, trembling with fury, recognized Stain and declared that he had come to stop him. Stain's calculated gaze met Ida's, and he warned him not to meddle, stating that if the situation demanded it, children could become targets. He turned back to Native, but Ida shouted at him, claiming that Stain had harmed his brother, a pro-hero, and he had come to avenge him. Stain narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on his katana, warning Ida that if he was serious about being a hero, he should prepare for the consequences. Meanwhile, Spider-Man swung through Hosu, feeling a surge of tension. He expressed his frustration to Venom, noting that the so-called pro-heroes had failed to take down the Nomu and that one of Kyoka's classmates seemed to be making a reckless move. Spider-Man landed on a rooftop, scanning the city until he heard the clash of steel from a dark alley. On a distant rooftop, Tamura Shigaraki grinned as he watched the Nomu wreak havoc, while Kurohige hovered beside him, suggesting they join the attack. Shigaraki declined, stating he would sit this one out, confident that the world would forget about Stain by dawn. Below, Ida launched a high-speed kick at Stain, who dodged effortlessly and countered by slamming Ida into the ground. Stain taunted Ida, declaring him and his brother weak. Ida, blood seeping from his wound, shouted back that his brother was a splendid hero who had saved many and inspired him. Stain dismissed Ida's claims, stating that vengeance was not what a hero should pursue, and activated his quirk, paralyzing Ida. Just then, a fist connected with Stain's face, sending him crashing into a wall. A second blow doubled him over, and Ida looked up to see Spider-Man, who gently set Native down and checked his injuries. Ida was stunned to see Spider-Man there. Spider-Man expressed his annoyance at Ida's serious demeanor, teasing him about his thirst for vengeance. Ida, filled with anger and shame, questioned Spider-Man's presence. Spider-Man responded that he was simply there to help and stepped in front of Ida to face Stain, who was rising and wiping blood from his lip. Stain acknowledged Spider-Man as the vigilante stirring up trouble and challenged him to prove he was a true hero. Spider-Man cracked his knuckles, ready for the confrontation, and declared that Stain was about to find out he was the truest hero. The air crackled with tension as they faced off, with Ida paralyzed nearby and Native barely conscious. Spider-Man quipped at Stain, drawing his attention. Stain growled, labeling Spider-Man an anomaly to the League of Villains. Spider-Man shot back with mock affection and fired webs at Stain, who dodged with eerie precision but was caught off guard by a sudden punch to the jaw. Stain retaliated, swinging his katana, but Spider-Man flipped and stuck to the alley wall, taunting Stain about his lack of skill. Stain's expression darkened as he lunged toward Ida and Native. Spider-Man shot webs to ensnare Stain's arms, but the killer's rage was unyielding. He tore through the webs and hurled knives at his victims. Spider-Man reacted instantly, weaving a massive web that caught every blade in a shimmering net. Ida struggled, demanding that Spider-Man not interfere, insisting that this was his fight. Spider-Man landed beside him, keeping an eye on Stain, who thrashed within the web cocoon. He flicked Ida's forehead and urged him to reconsider his quest for revenge, reminding him that his brother would not want him to throw his life away. Before Ida could respond, Stain broke free, sending knives flying. Spider-Man's instincts kicked in, and he fired multiple web shots to deflect the weapons and block a kick from Stain. The hero killer lunged with his katana aimed at Spider-Man's chest, but Spider-Man delivered a powerful punch, sending Stain crashing into the wall. Stain staggered back, blood trickling from his mouth. Spider-Man continued to unleash webs, pinning Stain to the wall in a massive cocoon, ready for the next move. The hero killer thrashed, frothing at the mouth, his bloodlust evident. He shouted that Spider-Man was just like the others, a fake hero seeking fame, claiming that only All Might was the true hero. Spider-Man silenced him with a web to the mouth, his lenses narrowing. He then turned to Ida, asking if he could move. Ida tested his limbs, feeling the paralysis fade. He stood shakily, his eyes fixed on Spider-Man, who scribbled a note and placed it on Stain's forehead, indicating it was from his friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Stain's muffled protests intensified, but his eyes widened in shock as he momentarily saw All Might's silhouette in Spider-Man's place, a true hero standing strong. Ida's voice trembled as he questioned why Spider-Man chose to be a vigilante instead of a hero, given his abilities. Spider-Man sighed, softening his tone as he explained that a title shouldn't weigh one down. He preferred to work alone, doing what was necessary to provide people with someone they could rely on, even at the cost of his own well-being. Ida clenched his fists, battling feelings of anger and shame. Stain's gaze lingered on Spider-Man, a mix of rage and reluctant respect in his eyes. Spider-Man glanced at Ida, acknowledging his thoughts about repentance for his actions but assuring him that his brother would be fine, urging him not to worry. Ida's eyes widened in shock, rendering him speechless. Before he could respond, Spider-Man swung away into the night, leaving Ida staring into the darkness, his resolve shaken. The video of Spider-Man taking down the hero killer went viral overnight, racking up millions of views and countless likes, with comments praising the mysterious vigilante's acrobatics and humor. In a dim hideout, Tomura Shigaraki seethed, his hands itching to decay something. He muttered about the spiders stealing his spotlight, vowing that this wasn't over. Meanwhile, Izuku sat in his small apartment, papers scattered across the floor, each one a piece of the puzzle surrounding his mother's death. The dim light cast shadows over his tired face as he obsessively scanned documents. Every lead felt close yet maddeningly out of reach, and frustration gnawed at him, threatening to unravel the wounds he had tried to heal. He muttered to himself, expressing his feelings of being an anti-hero. Venom, his companion, groaned at the mention of the word anti, hinting at a history with it. Izuku raised an eyebrow, curious about Venom's reaction. Venom advised him to take a break, knowing that pushing too hard would only reopen old wounds. Izuku acknowledged the truth in Venom's words, realizing he needed a moment to be human. His phone buzzed, and a smile broke through as he saw Shoto Todoroki's name. Izuku expressed surprise that Todoroki wanted to exchange numbers, and Venom teased him about the unexpected invitation to visit Todoroki's mother in the hospital. Izuku joked about opening Todoroki's ice-cold heart, prompting more playful banter between them. Another buzz interrupted them, a text from Naomi, inviting Izuku to join her for a photography gig. He smiled widely at the prospect. As he prepared to leave, Izuku explained to Venom that Naomi had recently quit her job to pursue photography, wanting to capture the essence of life with her camera. Venom expressed disbelief at this new direction, but ultimately agreed to go along with Izuku. Izuku laughed as he grabbed his bag and headed out, unaware that fate was stirring, with trouble lurking just beyond the horizon. In the bustling office of Juzo News, Tanio Takuda, a seasoned reporter, flipped through proofs for the next edition, contemplating a headline about Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. His editor, known only as Boss, smirked as she acknowledged Takuda's protégé's talent for capturing impressive shots. Their conversation was interrupted when Naomi strode in, her camera bag slung over her shoulder, hand in hand with a slightly disheveled Izuku, who looked like he had sprinted across Mizudafu. Takuda recognized Izuku and expressed surprise at his presence, noting that it was Naomi's day off. Naomi explained that she was showing Izuku where she worked as a freelancer. Takuda's eyes widened as he recognized Izuku as the kid who won the sports festival, praising his bravery in competing against quirk users. However, the atmosphere shifted when Boss pointed out that some civilians were blaming Spider-Man for the chaos at the sports festival, suggesting he had faked helping people. Naomi vehemently disagreed, and Boss acknowledged her spunk, encouraging her to enjoy her day off with Izuku. As they prepared to leave, Naomi grabbed Izuku's arm, but his spider sense suddenly tingled, a sharp warning echoing in his mind. Venom growled in his mind, feeling the tension rise. Boss took a final drag from her cigarette and tossed it out the window. Takuda frowned, reminding her that it was wrong to litter. She began to respond but froze as the cigarette landed back on her desk. In an instant, the window shattered, and glass rained down as the Green Goblin crashed in, his glider humming ominously. He seized Boss by the neck, lifting her off the ground. The Goblin roared, demanding to know who took the pictures of Spider-Man. Boss gasped defiantly, claiming she would never tell him. In a fit of rage, the Goblin threatened her life. Just then, a sharp and confident voice cut through the chaos, telling the Goblin to set her down. Spider-Man descended, webs anchoring him to the ceiling. The Goblin hurled Boss aside, and she hit the floor, coughing but alive. The goblin cackled at Spider-Man's arrival, who quipped an apology for not being able to chat. The goblin laughed, charging forward on his glider. Spider-Man dodged but was caught by the goblin, who delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Pain exploded through Izuku's ribs, but he quickly fired a web, yanking himself onto the glider and clawing at its internals. The goblin retaliated with a pumpkin bomb, the blast sending Spider-Man crashing into a building, his suit tearing as Venom struggled to heal the damage. Another pumpkin bomb detonated, releasing a cloud of gas that blurred Spider-Man's vision and weighed down his limbs. The goblin taunted him, raising his palm to unleash a sonic wave that shattered Spider-Man's focus. His body gave out and he plummeted. The goblin dove, catching him and whisking him away to a secluded rooftop. Spider-Man groaned, waking to find himself paralyzed, his muscles stiff. The green goblin loomed over him, his voice a sinister purr, urging him to wake up. Venom accelerated Spider-Man's healing, but the goblin revealed that he was not dead, just temporarily paralyzed. He claimed they were not so different, both exceptional beings in a world that loved to watch heroes fail. Spider-Man's lenses narrowed as he declared he was nothing like the goblin, who laughed chillingly. The goblin explained that he had chosen his path while Spider-Man had chosen the heroes. He suggested that heroes die for a job they created and that, despite everything Spider-Man had done, people would eventually hate him. Spider-Man stood firm, insisting that doing what was right mattered. The goblin mocked him, spreading his arms over the city skyline and claiming that 8 million people existed to lift the exceptional onto their shoulders. He offered Spider-Man a choice, to join him in creating or destroying, causing countless deaths in selfish battles. Leaping onto his glider, the goblin sneered, urging Spider-Man to think about it. Smoke filled the air, and Spider-Man screamed, struggling to move. In frustration, he tore off his mask, revealing his sweat-streaked face. The goblin's words echoed in his mind, leaving him feeling defeated. The next morning, the latest edition of 𝗔𝗂 News demanded Spider-Man's arrest, accusing him of colluding with the goblin and branding him a fraud. Izuku watched the news on a street screen, clenching his fist as the goblin's taunts gnawed at him. The pain of betrayal stung, but he had known this day would come. As he walked through Muzutafu's rain-damp streets, he spotted two familiar figures. He greeted 𝗂𝐭𝐲 and 𝗂𝐴CHO with a forced smile. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 turned, her earphone jacks twitching, while 𝗂𝐴CHO beamed at him, her cheeks pink. They explained they were out for fun and food, with 𝗂𝐭𝐲 teasing 𝗂𝐴CHO about her appetite. Izuku laughed, feeling the weight in his chest ease. However, 𝗂𝐭𝐲's sharp eyes caught the shadow in his expression, prompting her to ask what was wrong. He shrugged it off, claiming he had a lot on his plate and was still struggling to fit in. 𝗂𝐴CHO took his hand, her eyes serious, reminding him that he had friends who would support him. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 added her encouragement, promising to make him laugh if she saw him moping. Izuku wiped his eyes, chuckling through a lump in his throat, and joked about crying while being cheered up by two appealing girls. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 playfully swatted his shoulder, blushing, while 𝗂𝐴CHO giggled. Thunder rumbled, and they glanced at the darkening sky. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 said their chat was over, and they would call him later. Before he could turn away, they each kissed his cheek, grinning mischievously and calling him Tiger as they dashed off. Izuku felt a lingering blush, appreciating their ability to lift his spirits. Venom quipped about happiness and pain coming together. Just then, Izuku froze, his spider sense tingling as he overheard two voices nearby. They were making crude comments about the girls. His eyes darkened, and he felt a low growl building within him, declaring that he would not allow it. Venom acknowledged his resolve, ready for action. Rain poured over Muzutafu, turning the alleyways into slick, shadowed traps. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 and 𝗂𝐴CHO sprinted through the downpour, their breaths ragged as they tried to evade the punks tailing them. Their sneakers splashed in puddles, but a group of leering thugs emerged from the darkness, cornering them against a graffiti-stained wall. The men's catcalls sent chills down the girls' spines, their intentions clear. 𝗂𝐭𝐲's earphone jack sparked as she used her quirk to trip one thug, while her self-defense training sent another stumbling with a sharp kick. 𝗂𝐴CHO floated a crate, slamming it into a third thug, but the sheer number of attackers overwhelmed them. Hands grabbed at their arms, pinning them down as they fought back desperately. Suddenly, lines of webbing shot from the shadows, ensnaring the thugs and dragging them away. The men yelped as they were pulled through the rain-soaked alley toward a figure partially obscured by the downpour. The red and black spider suit gleamed under a flickering streetlight, Spider-Man. He moved like a storm, flipping over one thug and striking another with a powerful punch. A third thug was hurled through a shop window, glass shattering as he crumpled. Spider-Man's lenses narrowed, his voice sharp with disgust as he admonished the remaining thugs for their lack of manners. They charged at him, but Spider-Man was a blur of motion, ready to protect those in need. He webbed one thug to a dumpster, spinning to deliver a kick that sent another crashing into a brick wall. A final punk swung a pipe, but Spider-Man caught it midair, twisting it into a pretzel before knocking the man out with an uppercut. The alley fell silent, save for the rain and the groans of the defeated. Spider-Man shook his head, staring at the sprawled crooks, feeling a sense of disappointment. He turned to 𝗂𝐭𝐴 and 𝗧𝗏, his lenses softening for a moment, then bolted into the alley's shadows. The girls, shaken but determined, chased after him, only to find the alley empty. A familiar voice called from above, and they looked up to see Spider-Man perched in his signature crouch on a fire escape, rain dripping from his suit. He remarked on their knack for trouble. 𝗂𝐭𝐴 laughed, her nerves easing, a sweet smile spreading across her face. She expressed her gratitude for his timely interventions, teasing him about being their superhero stalker. 𝗧𝗏's eyes lingered on him, a flicker of recognition tugging at her as she admired his abilities. Spider-Man quipped that not everyone thought he was amazing, his tone light but with a hint of bitterness. 𝗂𝐭𝐴 firmly countered that they saw him as a hero. He chuckled, appreciating their admiration, especially from two appealing girls. The warmth of the moment resonated with 𝗧𝗏, who stepped closer, feeling a rush of courage. She suggested he deserved a proper thank you. Spider-Man stammered in surprise, but his protest faltered as 𝗧𝗏 reached out, brushing her fingers against his mask, lifting it just enough to reveal his jaw. Their eyes locked, a magnetic pull drawing her in. She leaned forward, sharing a brief, electrifying kiss, the rain mingling with the warmth of their breath. 𝗂𝐭𝐴 hesitated for a moment, then stepped closer, drawn by the same connection, joining in the fleeting moment. The taste of rain and adrenaline lingered as they shared a kiss, a shared intensity that felt both exhilarating and right. As the moment broke, Spider-Man fired a web, his voice a shaky laugh as he prepared to leave. With a swift motion he soared into the stormy sky, vanishing into the night. 𝗂𝐭𝐴 and 𝗧𝗏 stood there, rain-soaked and smiling, their hearts racing as they watched their hero disappear. Days later, high buzzed with the usual chaos of school life. Izuku Midoriya sat at his desk in general studies, a dreamy smile playing on his lips as his mind replayed the alley encounter. Hikari Sora poked his cheek, snapping him out of his thoughts and teasing him about his good mood. Izuku grinned and leaned back, playfully deflecting her questions. Hikari pressed him for details, and he chuckled, evading her inquiries. Lunch arrived, and Izuku found himself surrounded by friends, including Hikari and a few Class 1A students like Shoto Todoroki, who had warmed to him. Their chatter filled the cafeteria, and for once, Izuku felt like his school life was okay. However, his other life was far from calm. In broad daylight, Mizudafu's peace shattered as sirens wailed, fire engines racing toward a blazing high-rise. Flames licked the building's upper floors, black smoke billowing into the sky. Pro-heroes worked to evacuate civilians, but a woman's desperate cries pierced through the chaos, pleading for help as firefighters restrained her. In the distance, a red and black figure swung through the skyline at breakneck speed, Spider-Man. The mother's plea reached him, and he dove into the top floor, flames roaring around him. The crowd watched, breathless, as he navigated the inferno, his spider sense guiding him through collapsing beams. The mother whimpered, praying for a miracle. An explosion rocked the building, hope fading, until Spider-Man leaped from the flames, a bundle cradled in his arms. He landed gently, soothing the crying baby before handing it to the sobbing mother. She expressed her gratitude, clutching her child tightly. Spider-Man's lenses crinkled with warmth, But the moment shattered as police and pro-heroes surrounded him, weapons drawn, demanding he halt. Screams erupted from the building. A woman trapped on the top floor. The lead officer hesitated, then nodded, allowing Spider-Man to save her but insisting on his arrest afterward. Spider-Man quipped that he wouldn't be coming back, webbing to the roof. Inside, the blaze was a furnace, heat searing his suit. He heard cries and followed, his spider sense screaming as he approached a hooded figure. Just as he reached out, the figure turned, revealing the Green Goblin's demonic mask. A powerful punch sent Spider-Man crashing through burning walls, pain flaring through him. The Goblin taunted him, offering a twisted proposal. Spider-Man sprang to his feet, lenses narrowing as he retorted that the Goblin was out of his mind. The Goblin revealed a pumpkin bomb rigged with razor discs, hurling it at Spider-Man. He dodged with acrobatic grace, flipping and twisting to avoid the spinning blades. His intelligence kicked in as he webbed a beam, swinging it to intercept a disc, redirecting it into another. The Goblin charged, but Spider-Man countered, webbing his glider's thrusters, causing it to sputter. He landed a precise uppercut, sending the Goblin crashing through a wall. But the Goblin activated a hidden disc, its blades whirring unpredictably. Spider-Man dodged two more, but a third caught him off guard, slicing his side. He leaned back, narrowly avoiding two discs that collided, canceling each other out. Spider-Man shot back a sarcastic remark, webbing the Goblin's arm and yanking him forward, delivering a kick that sent him through another wall. The fire surged, weakening Spider-Man further. He retreated, coughing through the smoke, as the Goblin rose from the debris, laughing maniacally. Izuku stumbled to a rooftop, clutching his side, the pain sharp but his resolve unbroken. The Goblin's words echoed in his mind, but the faces of Kyoka and Ochako, their shared moments in the rain, anchored him as he prepared for the next challenge. He would fight no matter the cost. The late afternoon sun cast a warm glow over Mizudafu, but Hisashi Midoriya's steps were unsteady as he approached the apartment building where his daughter, Emi, had invited him. His eyes, usually sharp with ambition, flickered with a dazed unease, as if wrestling with a presence only he could hear. He adjusted his tie, forcing a smile, and entered the complex, unaware of the storm brewing within him. Inside Izuku Midoriya's modest apartment, laughter and chatter filled the air. The gathering was a celebration of Izuku's sports festival victory, a rare moment of joy for the quirkless hero. The 𝗵𝗃 family, Mitsuki and Mu, minus their disowned son Katsuki, mingled with the Ghiryu family. Kyoka wrestled a guitar from her father, Kyotoku, who grinned mischievously while her mother, Mika, laughed alongside Mitsuki, their voices creating a warm symphony. Across the room, Melissa Shield chatted with Emi, Ochako, Hikari, and Naomi, the latter proudly displaying her latest photos of Spider-Man swinging through Mizudafu's skyline. Naomi held up a print of Spider-Man mid-flip, webs glinting in the moonlight, and exclaimed about the shot, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ochako giggled, nudging her friend, who protested that it was art. Emi and Hikari exchanged amused glances, their banter light but tinged with admiration for their vigilante hero. In a corner, Masaru and David's Shield bonded with Kyotoku over their hobbies, Masaru's love for crafting, David's engineering tales, and Kyotoku's passion for music. Their laughter paused as the doorbell chimed, and Emi darted to answer it, her tail swishing with excitement. She greeted her father with a tight hug, expressing her joy at his arrival. Hisashi's smile was strained but genuine as he returned the embrace, remarking on how he couldn't say no to a party celebrating Midoriya's win. He spotted David and pulled him into a friendly hug, greeting the others with a wave. His presence shifted the room's energy, his charisma undeniable but laced with something unsettling. Naomi fidgeted, whispering to Ochako about her nerves. Ochako playfully nudged her, reminding her that it wasn't her first time there. Naomi glanced at the group, feeling the warmth of everyone appreciating Izuku for who he was. Hikari smirked, her indigo hair falling over one eye, suggesting they were only missing one thing. Mitsuki scanned the room, inquiring about Izuku's whereabouts. Kyoka confirmed he was running late, mentioning his errand for cranberry sauce and spicy jalapeno sauce. Mitsuki groaned, though her smile was fond, while 𝗵𝗲 chuckled, teasing her about her love for spicy food. 𝐒𝐫𝗁𝐲's gaze lingered on the Bakugas before drifting to Emmy's friends, his eyes glinting with a strange intensity. David noticed and asked if 𝗧𝗂𝗧 was okay. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 replied smoothly that he was fine, but David hesitated before asking if he could come to Island. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 paused, his expression unreadable, before suggesting he would send Emmy in his place for the experience. David narrowed his eyes slightly but nodded in agreement. Izuku clung to the ceiling of his bedroom, still in his tattered spider suit, grappling with his inner turmoil. He felt the frustration of his alter ego, Venom, as they argued about his reckless behavior. A loud crash interrupted their bickering when Izuku landed clumsily in his bedroom, knocking over a stack of papers. The noise drew footsteps, and panic surged through him as he quickly removed his mask and scrambled to the ceiling, just as the door swung open. The group entered, marveling at the chaos of the room. Papers detailing Izuku's investigation into his mother's death lay scattered across the floor, alongside broken computer parts and hero analysis notebooks. Kyoka's sensitive ears twitched, but she missed the faint rustle above. Emmy's nose flared, but the scent of ink and dust masked Izuku's presence. His cut arm trembled, a droplet of blood forming, threatening to betray him. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 scanned the room, chuckling at the mess. David smirked, teasing 𝗧𝗂𝗧 about his own habits. The group laughed, easing the tension, but then the droplet fell, splashing onto the floor. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 froze, narrowing his eyes as he knelt to inspect the fresh blood. He glanced upward but saw nothing. Peering over the balcony's edge, he saw only the empty street below. Shrugging, he rejoined the others, unaware of Izuku clinging desperately to the underside of the balcony, his heart pounding. Izuku thought to himself how close he had come to being discovered, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He then heard Venom's voice, reminding him of the stakes involved in their partnership. Izuku slipped in through the front door, now in civilian clothes, a jar of cranberry sauce and jalapeno sauce in hand. He greeted everyone with a bright smile, and Mitsuki pulled him into a hug, expressing her happiness at his arrival. He apologized for being late, joking about the challenges he faced to get the cranberries. Laughter filled the room as the group set the table, the aroma of roasted meats and spicy dishes wafting through the air. Izuku sat with Kyoka, Ochako, Hikari, Naomi, and Melissa, the girls beaming at him, while Mitsuki, 𝗵𝗲, 𝗧𝗂𝗧, David, and the gyrus took the other side. As steaming platters of food were placed on the table, 𝗧𝗂𝗧 reached for a piece, but Mitsuki lightly swatted his hand, suggesting the guest of honor should start. 𝗧𝗂𝗧's smile was sharp, his fingers tightening around a knife, but he complied. David chuckled, though his eyes lingered on 𝗧𝗂𝗧, sensing something amiss. Mitsuki's gaze shifted to Izuku, her expression turning to shock as she noticed he was bleeding. All eyes turned to him, and he glanced at his arm, the cut seeping through his sleeve. He quickly fabricated a story about a villain attack on his way there, forcing a laugh to deflect concern. Mitsuki rushed for the first aid kit, her maternal instincts kicking in, while 𝗧𝗂𝗧's eyes narrowed, his voice calm but probing as he questioned Izuku about the incident. Izuku repeated his story, but 𝗧𝗂𝗧's gaze darkened, a sinister glint flickering in his eyes. Abruptly, he stood and excused himself, claiming something had come up. Emmy blocked his path, demanding to know what he was doing. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 insisted he needed to go, but Emmy pressed, sensing there was more to the story. 𝗧𝗂𝗧's composure cracked, and he spoke with a low, biting tone about Emmy's feelings for Izuku. Emmy blinked in confusion, insisting that Izuku was just a friend, unaware of the tension building in the room. Emmy felt a wave of disbelief wash over her as her father's words echoed in her mind. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 had always been harsh, but today he seemed particularly cruel. He had compared her to her mother, suggesting that the only reason anyone would care for her was for superficial reasons. Emmy's heart sank as she recalled his accusations about her mother's suitors, men who had only been interested in her wealth. Despite her father's harshness, Emmy stood her ground, her voice trembling as she defended her mother. 𝗧𝗂𝗧's anger flared, and he snapped at her, suggesting she should do whatever it took to win over her boyfriend. With that, he stormed out, leaving Emmy on the brink of tears. She returned to the apartment where her friends awaited her, their expressions a mix of shock and concern. Apologizing, she felt the weight of regret for inviting her father. Izuku stepped forward and enveloped her in a comforting hug, assuring her that it wasn't her fault. He recognized that her father was under immense pressure. Emi buried her face in his shoulder, allowing herself to cry softly. David observed the scene, a frown creasing his brow as he wondered what had happened to Hisashi. In a dim corner of his mansion, Hisashi was lost in turmoil, clutching his head as the voice of the Green Goblin echoed in his mind, urging him to give in to chaos. Hisashi screamed in defiance, refusing to succumb to the madness that threatened to consume him. Izuku jolted awake from a nightmare, gasping for breath as memories flooded back. His mother's desperate pleas, the betrayal of a hero, and the chaos of that fateful day. He felt overwhelmed, struggling to breathe as the weight of his past pressed down on him. He clutched his hair, trying to silence the haunting echoes of loss. He muttered to himself, feeling hollow. Venom's voice, softer than usual, broke through his thoughts, expressing concern. Izuku reassured Venom that it wasn't his fault, acknowledging that he had been broken long before they had met. Dragging himself out of bed, he shuffled to the kitchen, where his phone buzzed with messages from friends inviting him to 𝗵𝗲. His gaze fell on a plane ticket left by Melissa Shield, its destination Island, stirring feelings of longing within him. As he prepared to leave, he quickly ate and showered, the remnants of his nightmare clinging to him like a heavy cloak. At 𝗵𝗲, the vibrant atmosphere buzzed with life, but Izuku's mood shifted when he spotted Ochako Uraraka. Her bright smile faltered as he noticed the glares from her classmates, Eijiro Kirishima and Mina Ishido, their expressions filled with resentment. Ochako greeted him warmly, but Izuku could feel the tension in the air. Kirishima confronted Ochako, questioning her decision to invite him. Ochako defended her choice, pointing out that her other friends were busy. Mina stepped in, her expression fierce as she reminded everyone of the consequences of Izuku's actions regarding Bakugo. Izuku remained calm, though his words cut deep as he defended himself. Kirishima accused him of ruining Bakugo's dreams, labeling him a nobody in general studies. Izuku noticed the small group of Class 1A students gathered, their hostility palpable. Ochako's frustration boiled over as she defended Bakugo, insisting that his expulsion was his own doing. Kirishima dismissed her concerns, claiming Bakugo was weak. Izuku's expression hardened as he confronted Kirishima, his voice steady yet filled with pain. He acknowledged his past mistakes but stood firm in his belief that Bakugo deserved the consequences of his actions. Turning to Ochako, he softened, apologizing as he prepared to leave. He placed a gentle kiss on her cheek, leaving her blushing as he walked away. Ochako, frustrated with her classmates, chased after him, leaving Kirishima and Mina to grapple with their guilt. Izuku sighed, feeling the weight of their words pressing down on him. Venom's voice broke through his thoughts, acknowledging the hurt he felt. Izuku reflected on his situation, feeling the burden of his choices. Suddenly, a raspy voice interrupted his thoughts. A stranger approached, attempting to put an arm around Izuku's shoulder. Instinctively, he grabbed the stranger's wrist, recognizing Tamura Shigaraki, the infamous villain. Shigaraki warned him against starting trouble, and Izuku responded with a fierce determination, suggesting they find a private place to talk. They settled on a secluded bench, Izuku's glare unwavering as Shigaraki expressed curiosity about the difference between him and Stain, another villain. Izuku leaned in, ready to engage in a tense conversation, determined to hold his ground against the threat that loomed before him. Fine, give me my answer. Stain had a reason for his actions, driven by a conviction that All Might was the only true hero worthy of being challenged. This belief earned him a certain respect. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed as he began to understand. Stain's obsession with All Might fueled his relentless pursuit, a clarity that the League lacked. He nodded, satisfied with the insight. It was now Izuku's turn to speak, releasing Shigaraki's arm and fixing him with an empty stare. He asked if Shigaraki would truly be satisfied once All Might was taken down. Shigaraki froze, caught off guard by the question. Izuku pressed on, wondering if this was truly what Shigaraki wanted or if he was merely following orders. Shigaraki's expression twisted, but Izuku continued, his eyes hollow as he drew parallels between their pasts. They had both endured similar hardships as children, yet their paths had diverged at their breaking points. Shigaraki questioned how Izuku could possibly know his struggles, but Izuku responded with a bitter laugh, expressing that life and society were a cruel joke. Shigaraki's gaze flickered with thought, but Ochako's voice broke through the tension, urging Izuku to leave before he was caught. Shigaraki smirked, taunting Izuku about his role as a hero. Izuku laughed, a twisted smile on his face as he admitted he had given up that dream. Shigaraki's eyes gleamed with a ticking clock in his mind as he slipped away. Ochako reached Izuku, worry etched on her face, but he pulled her into a hug, masking the void within him with a smile. She blushed, unaware of the turmoil inside him. Izuku quietly asked Venom for its opinion, and Venom responded that the choice was his to make villain, anti-villain, or vigilante. Later that afternoon, Izuku sat in his apartment, a chocolate bar in hand, staring at the I-Island plane ticket. The weight of his nightmares, the confrontation at the mall, and Shigaraki's words pressed heavily on him, but a spark of resolve flickered within. He muttered to himself, acknowledging that even Spider-Man needed a break. He instructed Venom to pack for their upcoming trip. Venom, with a grin in its tone, suggested they bring plenty of chocolate. The burden of years weighed heavily on Izuku Midoriya, battles fought, losses endured, loved ones gone. Each sacrifice left a deeper scar, yet he pressed on, driven by an unyielding need to protect. Through flames and ruin he endured, even as the pain of those he couldn't save gnawed at his soul. Now, kneeling amidst the ashes of a dream, his mask removed and his once vibrant green hair dulled, Izuku screamed, his voice raw with grief. The memories of those he loved lay before him, and the urge to join them clawed at his heart. Gasping, Izuku bolted upright, breathless and drenched in sweat. The echoes of the nightmare lingered, a throbbing headache pulsing in his skull. He clutched his head, trying to steady himself, questioning the nature of the dream. Venom, concerned, asked if it was another one of those dreams. Izuku forced a weak laugh, dismissing them as nothing significant. He glanced out the plane window, watching the ocean glitter below as the private jet approached I-Island, a marvel of human ingenuity dedicated to quirk research. Televisions in the cabin buzzed with ads for the iExpo, showcasing cutting-edge technology open to invitees during its early access phase. Residents and tourists roamed freely, their quirks unleashed in a city alive with innovation. As the jet touched down, Izuku navigated immigration, his eyes wide at the gleaming skyscrapers and holographic displays. He marveled at the place, while Venom quipped about having seen better. Izuku teased back, but his thoughts were interrupted by a cheerful voice calling his name. Melissa's shield, a bundle of energy, bounced toward him on a pogo stick, her smile radiant. With a final hop, she launched into his arms, and Izuku caught her, his face paling slightly at the sudden affection. He set her down, masking his discomfort with a surprised comment about her enthusiasm. Melissa grinned, excitedly showcasing her pogo stick skills. She mentioned that it was true he gave nicknames, which he confirmed, but his smile faded as he noticed a towering figure approaching. All Might froze, his blue eyes widening at the sight of Izuku. Their paths had crossed briefly before, but Izuku had always avoided the symbol of peace. Now, trapped by Melissa's enthusiasm, he couldn't escape. Melissa introduced All Might, oblivious to the tension. Izuku stepped forward, enthusiasm carefully crafted into his demeanor. He expressed his admiration for heroes, including All Might, and shook his hand. As their hands met, Izuku's grip tightened briefly, his eyes glinting with something unreadable. He acknowledged their previous encounter with a low voice. All Might's hand trembled as Izuku released it, returning to Melissa's side. She beamed, eager to show him the expo, leaving All Might alone with heavy thoughts. He contemplated Izuku, his fists clenching with unease. Melissa led Izuku through the iExpo, a dazzling display of technology and pro-heroes, including a towering figure resembling Godzilla. A reception party was planned for the evening, and Izuku groaned inwardly, realizing he had forgotten to bring a formal suit. Melissa was surprised, and Izuku lied about having it covered. Venom, amused, pointed out the oversight, and Izuku admitted his mistake, feeling the weight of it. Venom reassured him that it would help them out that evening, and Izuku expressed his gratitude. At the pavilion, Melissa showcased various inventions, robotic limbs, quirk-enhancing gear, and holographic training simulators. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement as his hero analysis instincts kicked in. He learned that Melissa would be heading to New York after this, but the Japan branch would remain. She expressed her longing to step out of her father's shadow and make a difference through her inventions. Izuku's gaze softened, encouraging her that she was already on her way. Their eyes locked, a quiet moment stretching between them, charged with unspoken emotions. But the moment was interrupted by Ochako Uraraka, her tone sharp with jealousy as she remarked on their apparent fun. Izuku, surprised, asked what she was doing there, but she ignored him, repeating her observation. Momo Yaoyorozu joined in, disapprovingly commenting on Izuku's enjoyment. 𝗂𝐁𝐴 chimed in, her expression narrowing as she approached. Izuku felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, and Venom warned him to be cautious, not wanting to deal with sound-based powers. Melissa quickly defended Izuku, sensing the rising tension, insisting that she was just showing him around. The group settled at a cafe, with Izuku sipping tea to avoid the girls' pointed looks. A waiter approached, delivering a drink and catching Izuku off guard as he recognized Minor Mineta and Denki Kaminari. Kaminari glared at him, while Mineta's eyes wandered toward the girls. Izuku narrowed his eyes, his glare silencing their antics. The girls explained that Momo's family, the expo sponsors, had invited her, with extra tickets for Ochako and 𝗂𝐴. The other Class 1A girls had lost a rock-paper-scissors bet and couldn't attend until the public opening. Melissa promised a full tour later. Ida arrived, his engines revving. He admonished Mineta and Kaminari, who were working as cafe staff, for slacking off. Representing the Ida hero family, he joined the group, his expression softening as he addressed Izuku. He acknowledged the tension in Class 1A, remarking that it was cool Izuku was there. Izuku groaned, realizing they blamed him for Bakugo. Ida nodded, agreeing that Bakugo wasn't hero material, but some believed he could have changed. Izuku dismissed the idea, finishing his drink just as an explosion echoed nearby. His spider sense tingled, but it was just the villain attack attraction. Kirishima emerged, having defeated villain bots in record time, and waved at the group. His smile faded upon seeing Izuku, who smirked at him, teasing about Kirishima's sour mood. Before Kirishima could respond, 𝗵𝗃 launched herself at Izuku, who caught her reflexively. She expressed her excitement about being there, thanks to Izuku's influence on her future partner's gadgets for the expo. Melissa clarified that she meant gadgets, earning odd looks from the group. Kirishima challenged Izuku to beat his time, but Izuku declined, not wanting to bruise Kirishima's ego. Kaminari scoffed, questioning Izuku's courage. Izuku's eyes darkened, chilling the group, including 𝗂𝐴 and Ochako, as he accepted the challenge. Mei handed Izuku a pair of bulky bracelets, insisting he would need them. They were web shooters, 5 times stronger than steel cables, and she wanted him to be her test subject. Izuku stared at them, feeling uneasy. He thought about the potential danger, while Venom offered unhelpful encouragement. On the attraction platform, Izuku donned a tracksuit and Mei's web shooters, his heart racing as he prepared for the challenge. The buzzer sounded, and he launched into action, the web shooters firing with precision. He swung upward, dodging villain bots with fluid grace, his spider sense guiding his movements. Webs pinned bots to the ground, their circuits sparking as he flipped and twisted, navigating the course with a mix of instinct and maze tech. A bot lunged at him, but he webbed its legs, pulling it into another bot, causing them both to crash. His final swing was clumsy, nearly tripping, but he crossed the finish line, breathing. The scoreboard flashed, 10 seconds, a new record. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Mei bombarded him with questions about the web shooters. Class 1A offered reluctant congratulations, though Kaminari and Kirishima seethed with envy. Shoto Todoroki took the stage next, freezing bots in 14 seconds, earning second place. He acknowledged Izuku with a nod, expressing it was good to see him. Izuku returned the sentiment, asking about Shoto's family, to which Shoto replied they were fine, a rare warmth in his tone. The girls, Momo, Ochako, and Kyoka, blushed at the camaraderie, while Kaminari and Mineta exchanged confused glances. Melissa clapped, her eyes shining with pride in their talents. Meanwhile, at the airport, a massed group moved with purpose. Their leader answered a phone, his voice low as he confirmed the 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 of their goods. Learning that All Might was on the island, he smirked, confident they had countermeasures for the symbol of peace. In David Shield's lab, Toshinori Yagi lay in a medical scanner, its hum filling the room. David studied the readings, his face paling as he noted Toshinori's drastically dropped quirk levels. Concerned, he pressed for answers, but Toshinori remained lost in thought, haunted by Izuku's cryptic words. David worried about Japan's rising crime rate without All Might, but Toshinori vaguely reassured him that the symbol of peace was still alive and that a vigilante was helping, even if he was breaking the law. David pondered the identity of this vigilante, intrigued by the idea of meeting Spider-Man. Melissa regrouped with the others, handing out invitations to the 6:30 p.m. party, which moved Mineta to tears. Ida reminded everyone of the time, and the group dispersed. Melissa grabbed Izuku's arm, pulling him toward her lab, her closeness making him flush as their arms brushed against each other. Izuku muttered to himself, feeling overwhelmed. Venom teased him, but Izuku felt undeserving of the attention. All Might shifted to his muscle form, promising David he'd see him at the party. David's mind drifted to their first meeting, an explosion at his school, where Toshinori had saved everyone from the flames. He had crafted All Might's first costume, forging a partnership that shaped their youth. Toshinori's dream of being a symbol of peace had inspired David, but now, that dream seemed fragile. At the airport, the masked villains unpacked their goods, weapons and restraints for the party's security. Their leader donned a sinister mask, leading his team toward the expo, their plan unfolding in the shadows. The I-Island Academy dorm buzzed with quiet energy, its sleek halls lined with cutting-edge tech and awards. Inside Melissa Shield's room, Izuku stood before a shelf adorned with trophies and framed photos. His eyes lingered on a picture of Melissa with her father, David, then shifted to another, a younger All Might, his grin wide and heroic. Izuku's jaw tightened, his green eyes darkening with a storm of emotions. Melissa, adjusting a gadget on her desk, noticed his stare and approached him with concern. She asked if something was the matter, but Izuku snapped out of his reverie, forcing a laugh. He commented on how hard it was to believe what All Might looked like in his prime, trying to mask his true feelings. Melissa stepped closer, sensing the lie in his laughter. She grabbed his arm, pulling him toward her, and he stumbled, landing on her bed. In a swift motion, she positioned herself in front of him, her hands pinning his shoulders. Izuku's face flushed as their eyes locked, and he felt a rush of heat. Panic surged within him as he wondered if the pheromones were affecting him. Before he could protest, Melissa leaned in, her lips brushing against his in a moment that left him stunned. He felt a surge of energy as she pressed closer, but he gently pushed her back, breaking the kiss. Melissa whined, her eyes pleading as she missed the warmth of his presence. Izuku felt a rush of panic as he backed away, his heart racing. Melissa crawled toward him, her eyes shining with determination. He hit the wall, feeling trapped and desperate for help. In his mind, he called out to Venom for assistance. Venom responded with a teasing tone, revealing it had blocked Izuku's spider abilities, leaving him vulnerable. As Melissa lunged forward, Izuku felt a rush of fear. She grabbed his shirt, pulling him close, and he let out a muffled sound of surprise as she continued her advance. Minutes later, Izuku stumbled out of the dorm, his face flushed and a handprint stinging on his cheek. Venom had finally released the pheromones, snapping Melissa out of her trance. She had apologized profusely, embarrassed by her actions, and pushed him out of the room. Izuku was frustrated with Venom's antics, expressing his annoyance at how far the situation had gone. Venom admitted it had wanted to see Izuku's reaction, teasing him about his past experiences with girls. Izuku sighed, feeling the weight of the moment, and cut off the mental link. His phone buzzed with a message from 𝗕𝗏𝗍𝐻, detailing the time and location of the 𝐈𝐧𝐿 reception party. After freshening up, Izuku looked in the mirror, raising his arm and declaring it was showtime. Venom wrapped him in a sleek black suit with crimson accents, making him look sharp as he adjusted his tie and headed to the island's premier hotel, his heart still racing from the earlier incident. At the reception, the Class 1A boys, Ida, Kaminari, Mineta, and Todoroki, stood in their tailored suits. Ida's navy blue suit exuded discipline, while Todoroki's charcoal gray was understated yet elegant. Kaminari's electric blue suit matched his flashy demeanor, and Mineta's purple pinstripes drew questionable looks. Ida frowned as he adjusted his glasses, noting the girl's tardiness. Kaminari, smirking, suggested they were likely making themselves even more stunning. Mineta drooled at the thought, earning a glare from Ida. Just then, the doors opened, and the girls entered. Momo Yaoyorozu glided in a deep emerald gown, while Ochako Uraraka's soft pink dress flowed gracefully. 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗲 fidgeted in a sleek black gown, her discomfort evident but her beauty undeniable. 𝗕𝗏𝗁 expressed her uncertainty about her dress, but Momo and Ochako encouraged her, teasing her about catching someone's eye. 𝗕𝗏𝗁's gaze landed on Izuku, whose crimson-accented suit made him stand out. Their eyes met, and both felt a blush creeping onto their faces. Momo and Ochako shared a knowing chuckle, while Kaminari's glare at Izuku went unnoticed. Melissa then entered, her sapphire blue gown shimmering with subtle patterns. She greeted everyone and paused before Izuku, leaning in to whisper an apology for earlier, leaving him flustered and embarrassed. Venom commented on the situation, expressing its mixed feelings about Izuku's reaction. Mineta, sensing the tension, pestered Izuku for details, but he struggled to respond. As the group mingled, Kirishima's lingering glare hinted at his frustration over Bakugo's expulsion. Meanwhile, Izuku noted 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲's absence, likely busy with her inventions. The reception hall glittered under chandeliers, filled with scientists, pro-heroes, and dignitaries. Sam, David Shield's assistant, took the stage to welcome everyone and introduced All Might, who appeared startled by the attention. He leaned toward David, expressing his surprise at being called to speak. Outside, Ida checked his phone, frustrated that neither Sora nor Kirishima were responding. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the mention of Emi being present, prompting curiosity. Ida confirmed her invitation, and Izuku felt a mix of confusion and intrigue. Meanwhile, Emi navigated a confusing hallway with Kirishima, who seemed lost. She expressed her irritation at his uncertainty, while he sheepishly admitted to leaving his phone behind. On stage, All Might cleared his throat and began to speak, but a sudden loud noise interrupted him. The massive screen behind him flashed red with the word, "Emergency," and a robotic voice announced a security alert regarding a potential explosive device in the area. Gasps rippled through the crowd as the announcement urged residents and tourists to return to their homes or lodgings. Those from afar proceeded to the nearest evacuation center. Anyone outside in 10 minutes would face arrest without warning. Main buildings would be sealed off. The voice cut out as armed men in black masks stormed through the doors, their rifles glinting. The crowd froze, panic rising. A towering figure followed, his white coat billowing over a black vest, his red hair wild, and yellow eyes gleaming behind a metallic mask that obscured his face. His presence was suffocating, his voice a low growl. He announced that they had taken over the security system. He continued, pointing to a screen showing live feeds of Island. Small robots surrounded civilians, their weapons trained. He declared that everyone on the island was a hostage, including them. All Might's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. The villain, Wolfram, tapped his earpiece and commanded his men to act. Blue orbs erupted from the floor, spewing cables that bound every pro-hero, including All Might, who struggled against the unyielding restraints. Wolfram fired his pistol at the ceiling, silencing the crowd's screams. He warned them not to move, threatening to harm everyone if they did. He aimed at All Might, daring him to resist, then kicked him to the floor, mocking him. Turning to the crowd, he sneered, urging them to follow All Might's example and comply. David subtly shook his head at All Might, conveying that they had no choice but to listen for now. All Might clenched his fists, determined to find a way to save everyone, while David signaled for patience. Outside the hall, Todoroki checked his phone, frowning at the lack of signal. Reports were being blocked. Mineta expressed his panic, while Kyoka noted that the elevator was down too. Melissa speculated that the security system was on high alert due to an explosive, sensing something was off. Izuku turned to Ida, urging him to get to the party because All Might was there. Mineta felt relief wash over him at the mention of All Might. Izuku asked Melissa if she could guide them to the party, and she confirmed they could use the emergency stairs. In the reception hall, 𝗲𝗵𝗲 prowled with his pistol glinting. He instructed everyone to stay quiet, assuring them they wouldn't be harmed if they complied. A pro-hero demanded to know who he was and what he wanted. 𝗲𝗵𝗲 responded with a swift kick to the hero's head, silencing him. He introduced himself, claiming that by nightfall, the world would know his name. He tapped his earpiece and spotted Sam cowering in a corner, approaching him and confirming he was a researcher. 𝗲𝗵𝗲 ordered his men to take Sam, who protested in confusion. David stepped forward, demanding they stop. 𝗲𝗵𝗲 smirked, recognizing David's shield, and insisted he come too. David challenged him, questioning if 𝗲𝗵𝗲 would harm an innocent. The villain's grin was venomous as he stated that lives meant nothing to him if it got him what he wanted. David sighed, realizing the villain's ruthlessness, and reluctantly agreed to go. All Might, bound, clenched his fists, determined to defeat the villains and restore the system. A flash caught his eye, a phone's light from a glass-walled room above. Izuku, in his pristine suit, signaled with a glare, urging them to talk and listen. All Might's eyes widened in recognition of young Midoriya. He mouthed a warning about the villains controlling the security system and the danger everyone was in, urging them to get away. Kyoka, using her quirk, caught every word, her face paling as she realized the gravity of the situation. The group huddled in a stairwell, processing All Might's message. Ida spoke firmly, stating they should escape as students. Momo agreed, emphasizing they couldn't fight villains without hero licenses. Kaminari suggested escaping to alert heroes outside, but Melissa interrupted, explaining that Island's security was formidable. Mineta whimpered that they should wait for help, while Kyoka expressed her frustration at their inaction. Todoroki reflected on his training to be a hero, questioning if doing nothing was acceptable. Izuku stepped away, declaring he was going to save them. Momo questioned his decision, but Izuku's determination shone through as he strapped on web shooters from Melissa and May, asserting he wouldn't stand by while hostages were in danger. He took a deep breath, affirming he would defeat the villains and save everyone, even if he had to do it alone. Melissa reminded them that the security system was on the top floor and that if they could avoid the villains, they might restore it. Izuku's eyes widened at the realization. They discussed their plan to avoid confrontation and restore the system, with hope rising among them. Ochako declared she wouldn't sit idly by when they could help, emphasizing the importance of action over rules. Izuku smiled, feeling encouraged by their resolve. Todoroki stepped forward, expressing his commitment, followed by Kyoka. Ida agreed to join as long as he could turn back if it became too much. Momo and Kaminari also decided to help, albeit for the hostages. Mineta reluctantly joined in, and the group rallied together, ready to do their best. Izuku faced Melissa, who silenced him with a finger to her lips, her eyes narrowing as they prepared for the challenge ahead. Izuku decided to take Melissa with him. When she asked if he had anyone else who could reset the security system, he hesitated, unsure of what to say. Melissa stepped closer, offering her assistance as an academy student, and her words made him blush. He calmed himself and agreed, asking her to stay by his side. She nodded enthusiastically, her eyes bright with determination. Taking her hand, he pulled her close, whispering for her not to let go. She shivered at his warmth but nodded in agreement. With a resolute voice, he rallied the group, declaring they would go save everyone, and they responded with a unified shout of agreement. As they prepared, Venom questioned Izuku's decision, but he affirmed that they needed to avoid drawing attention with their suits. Venom reminded him to be careful and to play it safe with the gear. Izuku assured Venom they were ready. In the control room on the top floor of the central tower, 𝗵𝗃 and his assistant, Sam, were brought in by an armed villain. The villain's rifle gleamed ominously as he announced their arrival. Another villain, focused on the computer, urged him to hurry and unlock the vault. The armed villain, revealing his identity with peach-colored hair and red markings, threatened David, who remained steady despite the danger. He complied, and the armed men skirted them toward the vault. Meanwhile, Izuku led his group up the emergency stairs, his black and crimson suit pristine despite their speed. Melissa struggled to keep pace in her sapphire blue gown, while their friends followed, each dressed in their unique styles. Izuku paused to check on Melissa, who was out of breath. She informed him they still had a long way to go, and despite Minata's complaints, they pressed on. Izuku noticed her struggle and offered to have Ochako help her, but she insisted she was fine, even as her trembling gave her away. Determined to help, Izuku scooped her up effortlessly, assuring her he would protect her as they charged up the stairs. Their friends shot jealous glances as they continued their ascent. Upon reaching the 70th floor, they encountered a massive metal shutter blocking their way. Iida suggested breaking it down, but Melissa warned that it would trigger the security system. Just then, Minato impulsively tried to open a door behind them, triggering an alarm that echoed through the building. The seated villain in the control room reacted to the alarm, realizing that kids were running through the 80th floor. He alerted his boss, 𝗲𝗏, who ordered that all partitions be lowered to trap the group. Meanwhile, All Might, restrained in the reception hall, warned everyone to be careful as the villains were cunning. Izuku's group raced down the 80th floor hallway, the shutters beginning to descend around them. They learned from Melissa that there was another emergency.